In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Isoton rite of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV.
the best.
It's another lovely Wednesday afternoon, and of course it's my pleasure to have you join me on yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Yes, Flipside is a very unique show that beams its searchlight on some topical issues, especially socio-cultural issues. Okay, so we just take any particular issue and try to beam our searchlight on it and do justice to it. It airs every Wednesday on this station. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course it's a pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, today we're having a very interesting conversation, something that has to do with substance abuse. Now, if you take a look around you, there's one person or the other abusing substance, and this is becoming quite a menace in our society. And until something is done to nip it in the bud, only God knows what the future holds. So we're actually discussing overcoming drug addiction. What exactly is it about substance that, people are so addicted to? That's basically what we're going to be discussing today. And of course, I'm not alone. I've got someone in the house, someone who happens to be very well, grounded in this area. She is a survivor and of course an advocate. So what that means is that she's going to be speaking from a first-person perspective, and of course, giving us some insight on how to deal with drug addiction. By the way, she goes by the name of Osahon Igariba. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you for having me.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
You look gorgeous. All right, so let's get started, okay? Substance abuse. Nowadays it's hard to tell what's substance and what's not. So how would you define substance? Because some persons will tell you that alcohol is substance. What's your take on that?
For me, I know about drug addiction
okay.
for the substance.
But do you also agree that alcohol could be substance as well?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course it is. I see drug addiction, substance, as, I call it a demonic substance. For me, it's demonic.
Demonic. Okay. So you think it's a more serious substance than?
Yes.
Okay, so let's examine some of the topical points here. What are the early warning signs that someone is developing a drug addiction?
Okay,
are there any pointers? Are there any signs to?
Yeah, they are. They are amongst so many. I'm going to mention a few, like a drastic weight loss.
Okay, so when somebody suddenly starts losing weight.
Yes, insomnia, unexplained habits, funny habits. Withdrawals, you start staying away from friends, you isolate yourself, this jolts, you start jolting.
Okay.
Some people always itch, as if it's stuffy, and so some anger issues.
Anger issues?
Yeah.
When you say anger issues?
You just get easily
irritated?
Yeah, irritation. I'll say
that's serious. Are there other signs? Is there any such thing as, let's say, being moody?
Yes, mood swings.
Okay,
I said
mood
yes,
swings.
amongst many.
Getting withdrawn.
Yes.
Okay.
You move away from the crowd, you abandon your friends, because you don't feel like you belong anywhere. Yes, exactly. So you feel body shamed, people are going to ask you questions, and you're always needy. You're always hasty. And so much, a lot of it.
Okay, so let's take a look at some other parts of this conversation. How can peer pressure, because I believe peer pressure is one often overlooked factor that's responsible for peer pressure. But how do you think peer pressure contributes to drug abuse among teenagers and of course young adults?
Well, for peer pressure, I think it's an individual thing because you feel it's caused by lack of contentment, where you compare yourself, you think you're not good enough, you need people to validate you, and it's mostly when you're not self-aware. You don't, you don't know yourself, so you're not, you're not satisfied. You want more. Greed, you want to be everyone's favorite. You want to be the pick-me. You want to belong. Yes, you want to belong. So you feel you want to do what others are doing and make money, or just it depends on the sector, where you, it may be drugs, maybe for making money, doing crimes or anything. So it's when you're not self-aware or the contentment.
So I guess it's safe to say it's unhealthy. It's born out of unhealthy competition.
Yes, and greed.
Greed. I would like you to throw more light on the greed part. When you say it's as a result of greed, does it mean you want
to be everywhere?
And you want to have much more than you think?
Yes, you want to do not just having anything, but you just want to be everywhere. You want to do what everyone is doing. Yeah.
All right. This is quite a lot, and I'm sure it's going to take some persons a lot to process. But let's examine this one. What role does family background play in the survival of relapse of a recovering addict? Do you think family members have a role to play in helping an addict first get free, like break free from drug addiction, and of course speed up the recovery process?
Yes, a lot.
Okay.
In recovering, especially when they're recovering, let me take that first. You put them back in this sense of belonging. You validate them. You give them the relevance, that they're part of the family, letting them in into the know-how of what's going on in the family. What they say should count. Everyone wants to be heard, seen, noticed. So it's good, to invite them in, and then be patient with the process. Patience is another key.
Why? How so?
Yes, because it takes time. Because they have to heal. From where they're coming. Don't start comparing them. See what your mates are doing. Okay. See. You want to fast track the healing process. So you have to be patient with people, and then you have to be emotionally mature. To understand that they're acting the way they act. So you don't just, from your own place of, where you're wounded, Okay. It's just good you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course I do.
You understand where they're acting from.
Okay, now you are a survivor, okay? And I'm sure you had your own fair share of the struggle we're talking about. So do you care, to give us a glimpse into what your own personal experience was like, with the fight against addiction and all of that?
For me, I used the hard way. Accountability. I gave my life to Christ. And he helped me a lot because the Holy Spirit helped me. And one of the fruits he gave me is self-control. He just separated me from the crowd. The drinking, the smoking, and then it helped me. And then accountability.
What would you say pushed you into substance abuse in the first place? Because a lot of persons have their own personal stories to tell. For you, it's probably different from that other, from somebody else's own, right? For someone else, it could just be that, okay, they felt inadequate at some point in their lives, or they felt rejected by their family members. They didn't feel like they belonged in in their circles, okay? So they thought drug addiction or substance abuse was an escape from their reality. So for you, what would you say prompted you, or should I say drove you into substance abuse?
Trauma. The same for everybody.
Trauma, okay.
Trauma.
You care to share what, caused the trauma?
Not really. Oh, maybe. Nothing just worked. Heartbreaks, so many betrayals, and when it's a collection of
an accumulation of issues. Okay.
Yes, like so it could be a past events, or maybe you experienced an accident happen, a loss of a loved one. Not everybody knows how to handle pain. So it just could be anything. So mine was a collection of so many traumas, heartbreaks, nothing happening, betrayals, failures, so many.
Okay. You just said that for some people it's the struggle to deal with certain realities of the moment, right?
Yeah.
Do you think Do you honestly think that substance abuse is a true or formidable escape from such realities?
That's what it is. Like, I call it a demonic substance because there's a spirit behind it. And there's something about that spirit of addiction, drug addiction.
Okay.
It doesn't like reality or to process. You can process other people's lives, but when it's time to process your own life, it tells you, you know, are you sure you can do this? It just brings 3 or 4 hurtful events and you're like, no, not today. Not today. So the major thing it does is just one thing, one job. It has just one job, to distract you of your life's purpose. I mean, completely ruin you. That's what it does. So it's an escape on its own.
Okay.
It doesn't like reality. Yeah.
Okay, but is it a formidable escape? In the long run, does it pay off?
Yeah, for the moment.
For the moment?
Yeah.
Until reality finally sets in.
Exactly. And unfortunately, most of them cannot survive reality.
Most of them cannot survive reality. Well, in case you're just joining us, it is Flipside on Independence Television, and we're having a very interesting conversation today, something that has to do with overcoming drug addiction. And I've got in the house with me Osahon Igariwa, who happens to be a survivor and an advocate. So now she's preaching against substance abuse. Well, we have to go on this very important break, and when we return, the program continues. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independence Television, and we're discussing overcoming drug addiction. I still have with me in the house Osahon Igariwa. All right, hope you're having fun.
Sure.
All right, let's up the ante a bit. How does stigma affect a person trying to recover from drug addiction?
Oh my God, that's the major.
Okay.
You see, unlike HIV and AIDS that used to, have a stigma problem, it's worse.
You think the stigma that goes with drug addiction is worse than that of
worse.
HIV?
Yes, because right now there are preventive measures. You can have a healthy partner, healthy babies, and a very healthy long life. But with addiction, it's terrible. Nobody wants to affiliate with you. Nobody wants to deal with you. You come to people and they start hiding their phones and properties. It's terrible. Nobody wants to have anything to do with you. And if they're seen with you, they just tag you along with that person. Or they even say you're crazy, out of your mind, or anything. So it's terrible.
All right. By your assessment, what would you say is the highest level of damage that substance abuse could do to a person?
Losing yourself.
Okay, by losing yourself, you mean losing your identity?
Your identity, everything stripped out. Stripped off. Family, love life, nothing, business, no trust from anywhere. Nobody takes you seriously. In fact, they even they hope that you will relapse someday, so you can't just deal. Even when you try to be the best version of yourself, you're still hoping, I hope you won't relapse. So it's not a final thing to say, okay, you're cured from this thing completely. You just have that thing, behind the minds that you might relapse someday. So it's still a 50-50 thing, dealing with you. It's terrible.
Could it ultimately lead to a mental disorder?
For some people. Yeah.
Okay, and of course I've heard some person say that substance abuse kills.
Overdose
of it.
Yeah, you can die in any way. You can do crimes, you can get hit by a vehicle when you are high, anything can happen. So
okay, what are the most effective treatment methods for overcoming drug addiction? Okay, because apart from rehabilitation, I really don't know what goes on in rehabilitation homes, okay? I don't know if victims, or should I say addicts, are offered medication or anything of the sort, but, how do you think, or what are the most effective treatment methods for overcoming drug addiction?
Okay. So for me, I've never been in any drug rehabilitation center before. I told you. I got saved by.
Yours was more or less supernatural.
Supernatural and divine. I use the word divine.
Okay.
And I've had moments where I was in that community, and then people came straight from being discharged right back there in, after flushing their systems, giving them injections or, things to make them sleep. So at the time, I just thought these people just chill out for some time, to get fattened up and then rest and then continue it again. And immediately they leave that facility. From what we all know, the smell comes to you again. So that's why I said it's demonic. It's actually a supernatural thing.
So is the smell some sort of trigger?
It just finds you.
Okay. So I'm asking if it triggers it. Does it bring it back somehow?
Of course. The smell, just when you're out of that place and come out to reality, the first place you want to visit is that place, to take it again. For mostly, I can't speak for everybody, so I've experienced it there. So for the treatment, for me, what worked for me, I told you, I gave my life to Christ. I took accountability. I became the mirror. I came on air, not air, in the internet to tell people I was on drugs, that Jesus saved me. I gave my life to Christ, and then I built my mental capacity. Read books, to help me. And it's good, and it helped so far.
I'm actually glad you made mention of, your religious beliefs helping you. Now, I would like you to throw more light on that. How can strong religious or spiritual beliefs help someone survive addiction? Like, from your own personal experience, what would you say your journey was like? Because I'm sure before you had that encounter, you were probably an unbeliever. You had no prior experience with being, being delivered from anything of that sort, right? Yeah. So tell me, how was it for you? Like, you care to give us?
Morally, it helps you, and that's the major. Like we talked about, like I talked about it earlier, it separates you. You can't be in Christ and be in these places. For people who think they have the strong will to do it, they can say, okay, fine, they have the will, they can do it, but they just sustain themselves on cigarette and then marijuana, to keep them high, give them a certain type of highness. But it will not work eventually. So you think
that's a temporary or palliative measure?
Yes, it doesn't make any sense. You eventually go back to these things because a time will come where you have the triggers, and then you need something higher than marijuana. So you can't survive on that. Yes, that's where the supernatural power comes in. The Holy Spirit has to help you, because the Holy Spirit is in everybody. Sometimes you have this nudge within yourself when you're with, not just in a bad community of smokers and drinkers, but you can be at a wedding grounds, you can be anywhere, and then there's this nudge, this feeling that tells you, you're not supposed to be here. These are not your people. You won't be comfortable. So it tells you when you're getting there, no, leave this place, don't do this thing. It disciplines you. That's what the Holy Spirit does, and everybody experiences it. So it's you surrendering yourself to God to at least do everything for you, knowing that you're not capable enough.
Okay, so how important is mental health support in addiction recovery? There's really no gainsaying that this plays a huge role or affects one's mental health in unimaginable ways, right? In what ways do you think mental health support helps in the fight against addiction?
You just have to build yourself. Like I said, my mental capacity, I had to build it. How? You see, when you're self-aware, it defeats the illusions of shame and guilt and fear and everything that comes with addiction. Fear tells you, can I make it again? Shame tells you, what do people say about me?
Doubts.
And then the regrets, doubts, thank you. So when you're self-aware, you know who you are and whose you are. You don't care what anybody says. So you build your mental capacity and love yourself. Pick yourself up, choose yourself, put yourself first. I think that's the only way.
It's actually quite interesting that you made mention of self-love, because I think that's one thing that a lot of we don't preach enough in this part of the world.
Because when you love yourself, you're aware of yourself, you won't need validation. So you won't feel intimidated, you won't feel like you don't belong, and that's what takes you there.
Okay, but are you by any means suggesting that people who take to substance abuse lack self-love?
Of course. Everyone, all of them. You think they feel they are, strong mentally, but they're actually very weak when it comes to, because it's an escape from traumas and everything. So they have to build their mental capacity, and healing from traumas is not you avoiding them. That's what makes you weak. It's about sitting with it, absorbing it, feel every bit of it, and then see the positivity in it, so you can grow from there.
All right, if you're just joining us, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're discussing overcoming substance abuse. We have to go on another very important break. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and Osaho Igariwa is still right here with me. Okay, now Osaho, here's a quick one. How important is mental? Okay, I think we've already examined that. What role does government policy play in helping addicts recover? First off, do you think the government is doing enough in creating the enabling environment, that will help addicts break free from addiction?
Well, if you ask me, I think they're trying their best, but they're not doing enough.
Okay.
Because they have to create, I don't really know of anyone in Edo State, meaning precisely, of any free treatment or facility, addicts can go to for treatment. So, but they're supposed to invent, things like this in ways they can help addicts, and then train individuals, to get certifications in drug addiction, to be coaches. Okay. Drug addiction recovery coaches, so they can do a follow-up on these people. They don't just discharge them and let them go. To who? You have to call them, follow up on their lives. I mean, that's the best way.
Talking about coaches, do you think we have enough coaches and mentors to go around, given the growing population of drug addicts, or should I say...
It's a pandemic now, actually.
Yeah, so do you think we have enough mentors? Because it takes a mentor sometimes, to help, should I say, walk you out of it, right? So do you think society has enough mentors and coaches?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. And another thing, I don't think people seek for help like that. They just want to go to rehabilitation. I think they should be coaches, because I'm a coach to one of the rehabilitation centers, just one for now, and I think they should be coaches.
Okay. So I don't think we have enough just yet.
I don't think we have enough.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the coping strategies. What strategies do you think addicts can employ, to overcome these menace of substance abuse, apart from some of the things that you've mentioned so far? What strategies do you think they could possibly apply?
First of all, what I noticed in that community, I'm sorry to say, but addicts are the smartest people I know.
Okay, that's a bold statement.
Yes, they're the smartest people I know, because they have, like I always say, they have a very great past, a terrible present, and a very bright future. And these people mostly are creatives. They're creators. Yes, they're very talented people.
Okay.
Very talented people.
But you think they are putting their talents to the wrong use?
Yes, there's no help per se. What was the question again?
Yes. What coping strategies do you think sufferers, addicts, can employ in breaking out?
Yes, so they need to, learn, I think, professional courses. Funny enough, leadership, learning personal development, and building their skills. Very, very important. You learn time management, on ways to build themselves. Funny how, but that's the solution.
Wow.
That's the solution.
Okay, let's take a look at the roles of schools. How can schools help prevent drug addiction among students? Because most of these addiction situations begin in schools. And just like we established earlier, some people became addicts just by influence from, should I say peers, right? So what do you think schools can do to help prevent drug addiction among students?
Creating awareness. Going to schools, talking to
Do you think
people.
there should be rehabilitation centers in schools?
Rehabilitation centers in schools, or there should be counselors to people to counsel them, maybe
professional
therapists, to know their pain, because they just go to school and back. I don't know if they have those available, to know how a child is coping, what's happening at home. It's from childhood these traumas, begin. So they should really look into the children, their behaviors. Yeah.
All right. What are the long-term physical and psychological effects of drug abuse? I really don't know if there are much physical effects, but I think drug abuse, or should I say substance abuse generally, is more of a psychological thing. So,
yeah, it's a psychological thing.
Okay, so would you want to talk about that?
For me, it's just trust issues. I have trust issues because that community, it's... talking about the physical aspect to this, do you think drug, or should I say substance abusers, look pale at any point? Do they look pale? Do they look of course,
worn out?
Of course.
Is there any alteration in their appearances, physical appearances?
When they lack sleep, they don't take good care of themselves, you don't eat well. For days you don't eat, you don't sleep. You sometimes take medications to boost the immune systems, or even blood per se. So maybe that's the physical. Yeah. So for me, the psychological effect, which is trust issues. Yeah, because coming from that environment, you deal with all sorts of betrayals every day. They can literally sell you to take anything.
Wow.
Yeah, so
how does substance abuse or drug addiction affect diet?
Your diet?
Yes. Let's say someone who used to eat a lot suddenly starts cutting down on their diet as a result of substance abuse.
It causes it. That's what causes it. It's a drastic weight loss.
Okay. So you think they take to drugs rather than food?
Of course.
So what satisfaction could they possibly derive from substance abuse that they can't get from food? Pardon me that I'm asking these questions because I really can't understand.
Well, food, what's food compared to, if I ask anyone, they say, what's your highest satisfaction and what do you really enjoy? Most people say it's, sex. But it's way
beyond that.
Beyond sex. It's not what you can, what's food compared to?
Wow. That's pretty interesting. Okay, so can social media influence affect drug culture positively or negatively?
Oh yes, it does, especially when your influencers take it, musicians and people around, most people smoke while they're, filming or doing their content, so they want to be like others, so it happens, it influences people.
So you're saying that if an influencer is involved in substance abuse, for instance, it will invariably rub off on whoever it is that looks up to them.
Yeah, that's weed.
Okay.
Marijuana. So nobody takes substance. But sometimes they sing about it and then...
Okay, so they normalize it.
They normalize it, yeah, but who knows?
Okay, how can communities create supportive environments for recovering addicts?
By being that accountability partner.
Okay.
Carrying them along, holding them accountable.
When you say holding them accountable, I hope that doesn't mean judging them.
No, not at all.
Because there might be a thin line between holding people accountable and, rubbing their realities in their faces.
No, it's like a reminder. Remember who you are.
Okay.
Remember you said you're going to do this. Have you done this?
Okay.
Have you studied on, have you done, everything you say you will do.
Okay.
Those promises you made, like a reminder.
The pledges
you've
made.
Yes, exactly. So it's just like a reminder to carry you along.
Okay, now what is the connection between trauma and substance abuse? I know you touched on it much earlier, right? But I would like you to elaborate. What is the connection between trauma and substance abuse? Is there any
they go hand
correlation?
In hand.
Okay.
They go hand in hand. Traumas, we all know it could be for those who were raped, for women who were raped, or a loss of a loved one, you know, that flashbacks.
Okay.
They used to having flashbacks of those things, and then go to taking the substance to numb that thing, or just so you don't process, like I told you. You don't have the time to process that pain.
Okay.
Yes, so it does. And while I said that, you see, in that community, for young girls, young women, I mean, who got pregnant along the line, who got pregnant without knowing whose, you know, for some time they give birth. With time, they beg. They use those babies to make money, beg people, you know, for money, and then after they sell those babies. You see, it's terrible, because I doubt, but by the grace of God, if those people can actually heal from those traumas, they'll rather keep taking the substance to numb that pain. Because for me, when I got out of that situation, as I having regrets of the properties I sold, and now that I am sober and facing reality, you know, so you can imagine if, God forbid, that I sold my baby. So right now I'll be like, where's my baby? You know, knowing that I smoked the baby.
Whoa.
So it's so it's terrible. Some people can't even handle the healing, so they'll rather be there, you know, to numb the pain and smoke more, you know, to kill the traumas they create, you know, as time goes on in that community. So it worsens.
All right, the program is still Flipside on Independent Television, and we've been taking a look at recovering or overcoming substance abuse. We shall be going on another break. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. Okay, welcome back. We're still discussing substance abuse, overcoming substance abuse, and Osaho Ikareva is still right here in the house with me. Now, what are the biggest challenges faced during withdrawal and recovery, Osaho? When you're trying to withdraw from substance abuse and you're trying to recover from it, what do you think are the biggest challenges that, you know, addicts face?
I don't know about others. For me, it could be for people, it can be shame, but mine is regret. I just mentioned it now. I lost everything. You know, monies I wasted, opportunities I wasted. You know, it dawned on me. So I tried to even heal from my own mistakes, healing from me, from my own mistakes, from the regrets. So that's it. Regrets for me.
Regrets. Okay, so while you were trying to heal, or while you were trying to overcome, you know, you regretted what you did while you were still
the relationships I had with people, in favorable relationships, and the decisions I made. You know, I let my guard down. You know, and the things I ventured into, not crime per se, but other things that I'm not proud of. So, and then relationships I lost in the process. So, I regret.
Would you say you've recovered some of those relationships so far?
With time, you know, trust. It takes time to build. They're watching. They're watching. You know, some forgave immediately and some just permanently blocked me. So
well, that's pretty much understandable.
You know, severe disappointment.
Okay, let's you know, take a look at this particular one. How can relapse be prevented after rehabilitation? You will agree with me that recovery is a very hectic process, and in some cases there is a relapse. Someone who's trying to break free, you know, probably just goes right back into it, and at that point it becomes really hard to, you know, totally break free. So how do you think, you know, relapse can be prevented after rehabilitation? After you've rehabilitated someone, you have you know, helped them overcome, how do you prevent them from going back?
You see, for my own case, then there was a time I relapsed.
Really?
The very first time. I had to relocate. I thought maybe, leaving that environment, all the friends, so I just start anew. So I left my former base and then rented the apartment out, sold everything, and then just brought my clothes and my vehicle, and then relocated back to Benin. I came here.
Did that help?
Somehow we're getting there. So I sold all my properties and then started anew here.
Okay.
I registered my vehicle, started driving Uber, but Bolt, it's like Uber, in case people don't know about Bolt. I woke up in the morning, 5:30, wash my car, just that. So no friends. I want to be alone. I want to just start afresh. So and it worked for the first 3 months.
You isolated yourself.
Exactly, and it worked.
But were you still in touch with friends and family members?
No. I was with my family now.
Your family. Okay.
Yes. So I started anew, the new me, new life.
Did friends try reaching out to you?
I changed my number.
Your number. Wow.
I changed my contact. So I thought that was the only way, because I was doing it in my own strength. But here's why I say it's a demonic substance. It finds you. It helped me 50%, or even let's say 30 or 35%. I was doing my best, saving up money. It just took one order. A rider or a client ordered my vehicle from somewhere around the borough, this vicinity, and took me to that place to get it. Well, no, when he entered my car initially, he was sweaty. I said the AC is on, it's working. Then he said, put down all the windows. I did that, and all of a sudden he was just looking everywhere, restless, and then he just turned, and then the breath, I perceived it, and I was like, Jesus. Like Jesus. But just to be very honest, I said in the same words, I was like, Orema, like they've come. They
found you. Okay.
They found me. So in my head, I was like, look, okay, I'll just drop this guy off and that's it. I knew what he was up to. I didn't know he was even taking me to the spot. And he told me, look, when you get there, don't worry, I'm going to collect something for my friend's place, my cousin's place. She just wants to give me something. So just reverse, face this direction, and please don't put off your engine. Just be at it, just wait.
Okay.
I already knew. And the way he entered, the people
and it was too late to discharge him.
And it was too late. He hasn't even paid me, and it was a return trip. I'm supposed to take him back. He promised heaven and earth. He's going to tip me. He's going to do just. So I was upset. But I didn't show it. I was just telling God, what is this? What is this? So I dropped him off, started, continued with my life. So it just took another trigger again. That trigger, with that trigger, I took my own self to that place. And
something you had been trying to...
Exactly. You see, in a strange place where you don't have friends, somehow it finds you. That's why I said you have to do it to the Holy Spirit. God has to be in it. He has to help you.
Wow.
So he took me. I took myself there, and the rest is history.
It's history.
In fact, that's where I eventually got my own, where God saved me from, and then taught me everything I know now.
Okay.
In that community.
All right, that was a very brilliant and touching story, I must say.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that rehabilitation centers are accessible and affordable to everyone?
I think so, but it's quite expensive. It's quite expensive, and that's why the government needs to come in.
To subsidize it and make it
Yes, exactly, and make
affordable.
it free.
Okay.
Even possible, and it's not just taking those treatments. What next? After that, you have to keep their mind busy. You learn skills, things to improve them mentally.
Okay.
Not just taking medications and then sleep, flush your systems, and when they leave there, they go back to the vices. So, you should make it affordable. But for now, I don't think it's cheap.
Okay. How can recovered addicts inspire others battling with addiction? I guess that's pretty much what you are doing right now.
I'm doing now.
Yeah, but in what ways are you inspiring people, out there beyond, granting an interview like this on TV? In what other ways do you think others are learning from you?
Okay, I'm trying to put an awareness out there that,
do
especially
you
the
run an
stigma.
NGO?
No, I'm planning on.
Planning on doing that. Okay.
Doing that.
Okay. So go on.
So I'm trying to create an awareness. I'm creating an awareness rather that to remove that stigma. It's everywhere. I want people to be able to talk about it. Yeah, I was on drugs. I was addicted. And it won't be anything.
Now, which brings me to the next question. Why do you think people find it hard to share their stories, just like you are doing right now?
They won't grant me jobs. I won't find the right partner because everybody will think I will relapse. People will think I'm a criminal, that I can steal, I can do this or that, because you can just switch any moment. You can just be with that person, and the next thing, that's the same thing causing it.
Okay.
Where people do not trust you, they now want you to dwell in it. But people have to trust you again and bring you in to have that sense of responsibility and then relevance that you can actually contribute and do something, not when you say, because it's very bad. When you don't make any sense, they say, okay, it's that. And when you make sense, people are going to be like, wow, you had a good hit today, good stuff. So you say it's terrible. You don't even know what to.
Either way.
Yes, either way you're useless.
You're
Do you guess? It's terrible.
It's
so
sickening.
People should come out, and be like this, like, okay, just like you had malaria, come out and say it. I was addicted. It shouldn't be anything, because it's a pandemic.
It is.
It's even reducing now.
It's
even 12 years.
Is it reducing? Because I think
it is.
If you're quite active on social media, you must have seen that a lot of young people of this age are given to all sorts of new substance, from colos to
terrible.
You get, to what's the other one called, methamphetamine or something of that nature. They go by different name. Exactly, and all of these are a lot of them are new. I don't know, maybe not so new.
Not so new,
but they are really popular now. Do you understand?
Yes.
And most of these young people depend on them, to keep sane. So, how do you think these young people deal with all of this?
It's terrible. Like I'll just advise, because there's something about this thing I noticed, this demonic substance. It's actually demonic.
Okay.
There is something it does. It concentrates on you, the individual. It's like a feminine demon. It's just like a god. That's why God is against it. Serve no other person but me. He wants your attention. I'm going to give you the money. You'll spend everything you make buying me. Do whatever it takes, crime, whatever it is, bring it back to me. Stay away from friends, family, even your children, your life. Surrender it to me. And there's one funny thing it does. It concentrates on you to ruin you, but nobody should mock you.
Wow.
Or it goes to that person. I noticed, because in that place where people around mocked addicts, somehow their own kids snuck in to get some things out. So it's everywhere, funny enough. If it's not your immediate family, there's one distant uncle somewhere. So it's a pandemic. It affects everybody. Like, everyone has that one person in your family doing this thing. So it's terrible. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Do you think drug addiction could be hereditary?
If it's what you grew up seeing.
Okay.
Yes, it's even a type of trauma. Witnessing things and violence. Like
when a child grows up in a home where substance is abused constantly.
Yes, it's very possible, because it's everywhere. Sometimes kids can even put the sponge from your stems in their mouth, and it's what they're used to. You send them to buy cigarettes. They know how to do these things, so it's nothing new with them. So they just start it.
Okay, but you don't think it's something that can be passed through genetics, so to speak?
Traumas.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an extension. Your parent dealing with trauma, numbing the pain, and then transferring that trauma to the child, and then numbing it, and then your kids seeing you doing the same thing. Excuse me.
All right, it's still Flipside on Independence Television. We're discussing overcoming substance abuse. Now, this is our final break on the show. When we return, the program continues. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and Osahon Igareva is still right here with me, and we're examining the need to overcome substance abuse. Now, these are the final questions, okay, and this is actually the final lap of the program. Should former addicts, or what can be done to embolden former addicts, to share their stories and, of course, to inspire other addicts, to break free from drug addiction?
I'll advise they become the mirror, an advocate, like what I'm doing. Everybody's shying away from it because you don't want to be judged or seen differently.
You think that's the reason they don't come out to share their stories?
I think so. Because they think maybe some positions will be held back, from them, or, some advantages, or, how people view you in the society, because of relapse. People don't just, take you seriously. So they want to be seen in a certain image. So I want to create that awareness, like, it's nothing. It's actually everywhere. It's everywhere.
Okay.
I'm continuing from what I was saying. Parents, please, because don't mock. Okay. Don't mock anybody taking this thing. Like I said, the demon, if you mock it, it comes to you somehow. Wow. I mean, spiritually, so don't mock. You see anyone going through this, just say a silent prayer for them. Say prayer. And you don't know who your kids are with. So they're coming for the Easter holiday. Easter just passed, or when is Easter?
No, still.
Any holidays at all, just surprise them.
Okay.
Follow them to the bathroom. Pee in this thing, and let's go and do that test. You'll be shocked what you'll see in there. Run a test.
Okay.
You don't know what these kids are up to. They started, popping pills, taking one or two things. So it will help so that embarrassing situation doesn't come to your home.
All right, let's take a look at the trust issues that you raised a moment ago. How do you think, should I say addicts now, or those that have finally overcome, how do you think they can eventually gain the trust of their loved ones, the people around them? Because you made mention of the fact that it takes a lot for everyone around you to begin to trust you again, right? So what do you think addicts can do to earn the trust of people around them?
For me, I am self-aware.
Okay.
When you're self-aware, you don't really care what anyone thinks. The thing is, just be the better version of yourself. Anyone can have any, opinions about you. So they'll see it eventually. Time does tell. So concentrate on you. Build yourself again, and the right people will come, the right connections will come. You can have new connections again, new friends again, you build a new life, and people start trusting you again. You don't force it. You don't force connections. You don't force it. Just concentrate on building yourself. Be aware. Be self-aware that you are more, that you are able. You did it before, you do it again, because you've obviously had a very good past to tell yourself you are meant for more. You could do it again.
All right. Be self-aware and believe that you've done it before and you can do it again.
Yeah.
Now, what's your final word for young people out there who are still neck deep into, substance abuse, and they don't even, it doesn't seem like there is hope for them? So what's your advice for such people, or people around them who have probably given up on them?
What I just said. Self-awareness. Most people don't have it, because in a world where everyone wants to wear masks, they need validation. You need people to applaud you. Just believe in yourself. You don't need validation from anyone. For me, I don't even care if any family member or anybody wants to root for me. I believe in my path and I'm following it, because I really don't have the support from family or any system, because they've all given up.
Okay.
So I'll advise you, while you still have people, the youth out there, while you still have people who believe in you,
okay,
who still root for you, who still show you love, please believe in yourself and stop. And if you were thinking of starting, don't even start.
Don't start. It's better not to start.
It's a journey you do not come back from. Nobody tells you, okay, just test it to see. No, that testing that's it. Just one pull, you're out.
Whoa.
So don't even think of it. The Colorado, the Canadian Loud, or even cigarette. Look, there is nothing in there love yourself, validate yourself, tell yourself you're more. Your time will come. You're not late on anything. You know, the rush and everything. I'm 40 and I'm starting my life again at 40. I lost everything. A couple of a decade and some years of my life. I literally lost everything, and I'm grateful. And I'm grateful to God that at least I am not where I used to be. It is more than enough.
Okay. Now, there's really no doubt that yours is quite an inspiring story.
Of
and I'm
course.
sure there are loads of people out there who are learning a thing or two from what you've said so far. Now, I would like you to speak to family members that have written off or that have passed a vote of no confidence on, certain of their members, right? For instance, this is a stigma. It's a problem that most families don't want to associate with. And once this is discovered in some families, they just write you off completely. So what's your advice for families who have written off, one of their own as a result of drug addiction?
Please, don't blame them. I'll give you an instance. You see, while I was in that place, I just got there, one of the times I visited and I saw this man. He's an evangelist, I can't mention names.
Okay.
He's elderly.
Okay.
So apparently at that time his wife was hospitalized, so he was actually going to buy food when an alert entered his phone.
Okay.
And he told himself, maybe, I don't know who maybe they reach out to people to help them out. And then he said, he told himself he was just going to do 30 minutes in, out, maybe use part of the money. And as at the time I saw him, he was complaining. He had already switched his phone off because calls were coming in. The food he didn't get, nothing, he was just there. And that was the 5th hour. He was there sitting and still smoking. So people just tag them, oh, irresponsible, they've given up, things like this, and irresponsible, but it's not their fault. They don't even know what they're doing. There was a time in my life I had an appointment, I was going there, and an alert came. Okay. The first thing you see money, it's a demonic thing because it's not normal. It's not a normal thing.
So that's really worrisome because imagine, getting an alert and
immediately
the first
I
thing that
left
comes to your
that
mind is
appointment and then went back home, called the dealer, came to meet me, and then I was crying doing it. And the Holy Spirit minister, he said, this thing you're doing, you will regret it. And they were calling me, where are you? I just switched off my phone. You see, those abnormal behaviors, they'll think you're crazy. Like this person said you're on your way and you're not coming again. Those things, they are actually normal, but they cannot control it.
I see why
it's beyond their control.
I see why you said it's a spiritual thing.
It's a spiritual thing.
All right, thank you so much, Osahon Igariwa, for your very, very interesting and insightful expose. I'm sure, just like they say, word is enough for the wise. So there are so many persons out there right now, probably watching you and taking notes. I'm hoping that this has touched them positively in one way or the other. Well, the program has been Flipside on Independent Television, and we've been taking a look at overcoming substance abuse. Well, just like Osahon has said, it's better not to start at all than to start looking for a way to break free.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's nothing good about substance abuse, absolutely nothing. Okay, so if you are thinking of going into, drug abuse or whatever it is, just know that you are embarking on a journey of no return. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwike Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbong Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
With the hike in fuel price, a lot of Nigerians are still feeling the heat, and interestingly, it's not just here in Nigeria, it's also happening globally as the Middle East crisis still persists. Top of the morning to you. Welcome on board. This is This Morning on ITV. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens, right here in Edo State, Nigeria, and I have my colleague sitting here with me, Harry. Good morning, Harry. Good to see you as always.
Good morning. I know it's good to see you as well, and of course, it's always a pleasure to be here doing what we love to do best.
It seems the fuel hike situation is affecting you deeply, Cars. I mean, how's it been like so far, so good?
Well, first off, I wonder where you got that impression from.
But I just feel I'm just asking.
Well, it's affecting everyone, including you as well.
No, it's not affecting me. Amen.
Okay.
You know how we get to pray about everything.
Like the typical Nigerian
it's not
that
affecting me in Jesus' name, amen.
I totally get it, but you see, beyond, just confessing faith and talking positive, right? The reality stares us right in the face. It's not something that we can shy away from. The average Nigerian is literally groaning under the impact of the fuel hike, and of course, nobody's finding it funny. Okay, especially the common man out there in the streets. Okay, so it is indeed a major problem that needs
urgent attention.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought you were going to say it is what it is, but interestingly, the federal government has actually brought in a bit of solution. Hopefully that would help. I don't know if we have our colleagues in Lagos and Abuja. We'll join them soonest once we have them on board, but a lot of things to talk about. Okay, so we have our colleagues right there in Lagos, Nigeria. Good morning, Patricia. How are you? Tell me, is the fuel situation affecting you at all? Patricia, if you can hear me, please go ahead. Okay, so whilst we're still trying to regain connectivity with Patricia, let's talk about the interesting solution we saw on the front page of the news yesterday, as the Nigerian government, under the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has ordered the nationwide deployment of about 100,000 CNG, that's compressed natural gas conversion kits, to reduce the impact of the rising petrol prices on citizens. Now, how will this impact? Will this have any effect? Is this the lasting solution to the petrol hike? Because don't get it twisted, this is not the first time we're experiencing something like this, and hopefully it gets to be the last time. But how can we have an impacting solution to all of this? Do you think this is the way forward, Harry? What do you make out of this, and what was that first impression you got when you heard the news?
Well, just like I'm sure a lot of persons out there, would say, this looks like an urgent intervention, given the fact that the fuel price hike is becoming a major problem. But you see, a lot of times when situations like this come up, we begin to ask questions as regards the motive behind it. Of course, it looks like the president is concerned about the plight of the average Nigerian, and his intent is to try to cushion the effect. But the question that a lot of us often ask is, why do we seem to have a reactionary approach to issues rather than being proactive? Okay, the issue of the conversion has been a major talking point up until this moment, and now that the situation has gotten to a head, it seems like we are now, it's like there's fire on the mountain, and we're just running helter-skelter trying to fix the problem. Well, from what I read this morning, it's supposed to be a one or 2 weeks scheme.
Right.
And we're hoping that that's enough time to do all of this. And at the same time, we're talking about 100,000 kits here. Is that enough to go around? That's a question, a major question. And then, what measures are being put in place to ensure an equitable distribution of these kits across the 36 states of the Federation? Because it's one thing to come up with laudable ideas such as this, and then it is another to ensure that the right thing is done, to make sure that it goes round and that nobody feels left out or feels cheated at the end of the day. So for me, it is very important that the needful is done to ensure that it's a laudable one, like I said, but it has to be executed in such a way that everybody smiles at the end of the day.
Of course, I remember when the issue regarding the CNG, the compressed natural gas, came on board and came to the front burner. I'm taking you back to May 2023 when our president said subsidy is gone, and we saw this as an alternative route. One of the major problems that still persists here in Edo State and also in some parts of the country is the availability of the station. I mean, just alone in a particular locality, you would just see one CNG petrol station stationed there, and then every single time you see a lot of long queues, a lot of persons just trying to buy the CNG. And now the federal government and the president is coming up with this as a solution. How realistic is it going to be is the big question. Well, hopefully my colleague right there in Lagos would be able to fill me in on it. Patricia Gabriels, good morning. Welcome on board. Please let me in on your thoughts on this current issue.
Good morning, Anu, and thank you for involving me in this conversation. Anyways, I heard Harry saying, how is the distribution going to be? Is 100,000 cars enough to go around in Nigeria? That's a major question in everybody's lips. I mean, is that a lasting solution to this problem? Will that solve the problem at all? Because here in Lagos, the transport fares are gone up, people are complaining. I went to work yesterday and I heard the bus conductor calling out the transport fare. You know how it is in Lagos. It was like, and it just closed from the office and people were complaining. So, they took to the decision of trekking halfway. Maybe the transportation will come down. It's a whole lot going on here in Lagos and in Nigeria at large. Like you said, it's not just in the country, Nigeria. It's almost, in UK, they are complaining too that their fuel prices have gone up. America, I saw some videos where some people came on the streets too and were complaining, So we need a lasting solution to this. I do not honestly think the 100,000 pieces would be enough for the CNG cars. I don't think the 100,000 pieces will be enough to solve this problem. And then again, like you said, there's just one station at most times that the cars go into queue, and there's a lot of queue in such stations. I have experienced one. I was driving and I saw it. I was wondering, I said, is there a fuel scarcity problem or something? And, I drew to my attention that, that's CNG queue. So I don't know how that can help, really. I know.
Right, but away from that, let's also talk about how this would impact the cost of living. And now when I say cost of living, I'm also referring to food inflation, because here in Nigeria, we've seen how petrol and fuel gets to have this interconnectivity with everything. Once price is up, everything also skyrockets and go up. Do you think in the coming days, we're also going to be shifting our attention to talk about food inflation in Nigeria? And are we even ready for it is the big question. Patricia.
Not just in the coming days, I know it has started happening in Lagos, coupled with the fact that the Muslims are fasting. Here in Lagos, once the Muslims are fasting, some food commodities becomes very expensive. We're talking like tomato, beans, onion, all those ones that comes from the north. You begin to hear, because they're fasting, and then the prices have gone up. So adding with this transportation issue now, it has tripled. It's not doubled anymore. It has tripled. So back here in Lagos, food prices have gone up in triple.
All right, Patricia, what are we going to be getting from your end today? Please fill us in.
Okay, today we're going to stay away from the fuel crisis from here in Lagos. We're going to be talking about police sealing the ADC Mobilization Center in Calabar. And then I'm going to be looking at the crisis in ADC, how this will affect the 2027 elections. I mean, like we all know, it looks like ADC is just the opposition party that we have now. But there's also internal crisis in the ADC. And also, some people are saying the internal crises are not created by the members of the ADC. They are saying that these internal crises are created by the ruling party. Anytime they try to see it, there's always police intervention. We're going to be looking at all that, trying to find out if the police has the right to go there and, tell them to all leave the venue. And you know, a lot of crisis going on in ADC, and we want to actually know if it's the ruling party that is causing this crisis in ADC. I'm going to be having a guest who is going to do the discussion with me later today and try to make Nigerians understand what is actually going on in ADC.
Interesting conversation, and just to add my own 2 cents, it's not just happening only in the ADC. Interestingly, also SDP, even the PDP as well. We saw the recent saga, so it's an ongoing conversation as we get to move over to the 2027 general election. Thank you so much, Patricia. Now we will be joining Abuja, right? Abuja is set. Abuja Charity Tanko, good morning, welcome on board, good to see you. Please fill us in on what's on your plate today.
Good morning, Anu. From the Abuja Network Center, we will be looking at insecurity in the Federal Capital Territory. This Abuja is supposed to be the safest place in the country, being that the seat of government. But unfortunately, even here, residents cannot sleep with their 2 eyes closed. Just last week, about 16 persons were said to be kidnapped just around the Abuja, within the Abuja city. So we are going to be taking a look at the insecurity in the Federal Capital Territory, and we will be having security experts that will do justice to that topic.
Right, we're looking forward to that conversation and more this morning. Thank you so much, ladies. We'll join you in a bit. Well, right here in our Benin Network studio, we'll be turning our attention over to something different entirely, as we'll be looking at social media and its intrigues. Just yesterday, we saw in the news that the federal government is considering introducing age restriction on social media right here in Nigeria. Will that even work and see the light of the day with the rise in content creators? I even heard that they now have an association where they get to meet and have, you know, regulations guiding their body. So we'll look at that, and we'll also focus our attention this morning as regards the national security situation in the country. Yesterday as well, we saw the Defense Minister, Christopher Musa, calling out on the service chiefs and having an indoor closed meetings with them. We'll talk about all of this and also draw your attention to the recent incitement from one of the spokesperson in the northern part of the country. All of this and more right after this break as we get to move over to our newspaper review segment. Please stay with us. Thank you so much for staying with us. It's now time for us to look at a couple of national dailies this morning, and let's see what the papers are saying, and then of course the trending headlines. We can start with the Vanguard newspaper. Okay, the Nation newspaper is up this morning, and let's see what the Nation newspaper have to say. The big story says Wike-backed PDP faction list terms for reconciliation. Subwriter says Camp fixes presidential primary for May 23rd. Makinde Turakai Group raises peace panel. Away from the saga going on in the PDP, Senate clears Oyedele as minister. On page 3, details of that. IG asks court to dismiss RFI's 1 billion naira suit. On page 4, well, it seems to Nigerians that the current situation going on with RFI is not ending anytime soon, and it's really sad to watch all of this. Away from that, still on the front page of the Nation newspaper, House of Representatives criminalizes membership of 2 parties. You get details of this on page 8. APC senators now 84. Subwriter says 3 senators, 5 representatives dump PDP, Labour Party. On page 2. Middle East crisis. Federal government rules out petrol price control. On page 7. Assembly proposes relocation of Makoko residents to Agbowa. On page 5. Other interesting headlines this morning. Terrorist attacks, military on top of the game. Who was speaking? The Defense Minister, Christopher Musa, has that to say, interestingly from the meeting they had yesterday with the service chiefs. While Gulf oil gas producers should invest in Nigeria by Tuga. And finally, VCs face probe over alleged misuse of TED fund allocation on page 8 still. That's all on The Nation this morning.
All right, let's now turn our attention to this day newspaper. And the bold headline right there says, as 3 more PDP senators join APC, party almost has 2/3 majority in NAS. As 3 more PDP senators join APC, party almost has 2/3 majority in NAS. That's the major headline on this day newspaper. And the writer there says, ruling party can practically alter constitution alone with 84 senators, 231 House seats. Ruling party can practically alter constitution alone with 84 senators and 231 House seats. And still on this day newspaper, PDP caucus shrinks to 14. PDP caucus shrinks to 14. And above the masthead there, despite fresh moves to resolve crisis, Wike's PDP faction fixes presidential primary May 25th. Okay, seems like in spite of the fact that the issue is unresolved, Wike's faction seems bent on going on with the primary. So despite fresh moves to resolve crisis, Wike's PDP faction fixes presidential primary May 25th. And then the writer to that says, BOT rejects appeal court sack of Ibadan Convention, postpones meetings. And still under that, open to reconciling with other factions. And that's still on this day newspaper. Okay, now above that, Tinubu, I'm a diehard Democrat. True Democrats must submit to the rule of law. And that's one you'll find on page 7. Tinubu, I'm a diehard Democrat. True Democrats must submit to the rule of law. And that will be found on page 7. And then at the top of the headline, China, Russia abstain as UN Security Council demands Iran halts attacks on Gulf states. China, Russia abstain as UN Security Council demands Iran halts attacks on Gulf states. Big question, why is Iran attacking the Gulf states? Well, I guess the reasons are best known to them. And right under that, 32 nations agree historic 400 meters barrels reserves release. And Citi, Standard Chartered evacuate Dubai offices. HSBC closes Qatar branches. And that's right under the major headline there. And this other one says, Iran cannot participate in World Cup, minister says. Why can't Iran participate in World Cup? Well, I guess it has to do with the war going on with Israel. And finally, on this day newspaper, ADC calls on FG to cap petrol prices. ADC calls on FG to cap petrol prices. And that's all we've got on this day newspaper.
The Vanguard newspaper is up next, leading with the major headline that says Middle East war. Despite Dangote's price cuts, petrol is still 1,300 naira per liter. Subrighter says depot price ranges between 1,190 naira and 1,200 naira per liter. Transporters, commuters, others lament high fuel prices. We need time to achieve compliance along value chain. Who is speaking? PETROAN. Crude oil rises marginally to $92 per barrel. Straits of Hormuz closure. IEA approves release of 400 million barrels of oil by 32 nations. All of this and more on page 5 of the Vanguard this morning. Well, interestingly, on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper, you see a picture there with the defense minister in the middle as regards the meeting he had with the service chiefs yesterday. In security, defense minister summons service chiefs over rising attacks on page 8. Representatives amend Electoral Act, proposes 10 million naira fine, 2-year jail term for dual party membership on page 9. Well, on the Vanguard still, federal government spending on domestic debt service falls 38% to $405.3 million. Nigerian, 121 others injured as Iran hits the UAE. That's the Dubai right there in the UAE on page 6. On page 9, federal government unveils a plan to connect all Nigerian schools to internet. Beautiful. PDP crisis. Elders heed a court service. A court advice moved to reconcile feuding camps. That's the appeal court's advice moved to reconcile feuding camps on page 26. And I think that's all on the Vanguard newspaper this morning, but we really need to wrap up the newspaper review segment right here. Do well to pick up a copy of all of the national dailies and stay abreast with what is going on in the country and also globally. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll move over to the first leg of our conversation this morning. Please join us again. Thank you so much for staying with us. You're on to This Morning on ITV. Now, the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, summoned all the service chiefs to his office for a crucial meeting over recent attacks on different military bases in the Northeast. Those who did attend the meeting at the headquarters of the Ministry of Defense right there in Abuja includes the Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, and the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wadiu Shibibu. Others include the Chief of Air Staff, Sunday Anake, and an Air Marshal, the Chief of Naval Staff, Adi Abbas. So it was actually reported that no fewer than 3 commanding officers who were on the rank of the Lieutenant Colonel were recently killed by terrorists in Borno State. Now, apart from commanding officers who were killed, scores of soldiers also paid the supreme price, while hundreds of civilians who were abducted are still in captivity. So speaking before the meeting and before they entered a closed-door session, the defense minister revealed that they had agreed to review the strategies on how to go harder with terrorists despite military recording some casualties. Now, joining us this morning from Lagos, Nigeria is Professor Adedeji Oyenuga. He is the professor of criminology right there in Lagos State University. Thank you so much, Prof, for joining. Good morning. Welcome on board.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My pleasure to be here.
Of course. Now, what do you make out of the security situation ravaging the country, and how did we get here? Have we ever had it this bad? Interestingly, it's not just the civilians who are being attacked, killed, kidnapped, and, abducted. Right now, they've moved over to officers, men in uniform, trying to secure the lives and properties of Nigerians being killed on a daily basis. Have we ever had it this bad? Prof.
Well, I'm going to say that it is getting worse. And the situation started from a long time ago. What we have now is an escalated situation. And sometimes it gives people the impression that politicians are playing with the civilians as the pawn in this war, and of course some officers are also being used as pawns to ensure that well, really it's getting worse, and this is not the Nigeria that everybody wanted at all. It's just a situation that we have no control over. I am a lecturer in the university. Well, Lagos is a little bit safer than many other states in Nigeria, but I cannot say that Lagos is as safe as I claim, because anything can happen at any point in time. So things are no longer at ease, and I feel it's getting worse. Thank you.
Today, because judging from what you did say from your opening statement, you said that a lot of persons are having the feeling that just maybe some of the politicians are involved in this.
Yeah, I said that. I didn't hear the first part of your question, but I can work with what I heard. See, I've said this before. I'm going to say this again. Um, Democracy and terrorism, they are looking like twins to me. The situation that I said started almost as soon as we became democratized again. Look at Boko Haram. That particular thing started budding around 2002, 2003. And that was just 3 years after we gained independence. Sorry, after we started democracy. Now, we have not gone back to any kind of government. It has always been democracy since 1999, but it's getting worse. It's getting worse. And each time we hear stories, there was a time I happened to supervise a student of National Open University who was in a prison. And then he said, "You never asked me how I got here." I said, "It's none of my business. I know that when people are in the prison, part of the rehabilitation is for some of them to go to school, and then maybe if they ever come out of the prison, it becomes useful to them." He said, "My case is different, and I'm going to be out of here soon." So I was interested in the story. So he said, "Well, we were soldiers. Our commanding officers called us together and said that we know where these people are. Let us strategize and attack them overnight, give them surprise attack." They did. And as soon as they did that, the government arrested all of them for attacking the Boko Haram without notice. Imagine that. They thought they wanted to solve Nigeria's problem, but then they ended up being sentenced to prison for killing the known enemies of Nigeria. So, so sometimes I tell myself that Nigeria is a country that is very difficult to rule, one of the most difficult countries to be ruled. And it's because our diversity is getting stronger in division, not in unity.
All right, Prof. Now, what you've said so far pretty much suggests that the leaders or our leaders do not have the sincerity of purpose, to tackle the issue of insecurity. But I would like you to also examine the issue of, should I say, the rate at which our security agents are being subjected to attacks. Would you say, because it's beginning to appear as though our security agents are, overwhelmed, but they just don't know how to come out to say, you know what, we are tired, Big question, what is the defense minister going to say? Because this is not the first time he's been summoned by the president. So it's beginning to look like our security operatives are tired and overwhelmed, but they just don't have, what it takes to come out to say we're tired. What's your take on that?
If you are signed up as a soldier from Nigeria, for Nigeria, it's very difficult for you to say that it's over. As soon as you say you want to resign, you have to do a background check, do some investigations to verify if you are sincere about your retirement, if you are not going to be a menace to the society afterwards. But then, so it simply means that as soon as you sign up for the Army, Navy, or any of the security outfits, you have signed up for that. It's always part of the form. I know children whose parents refuse them, stop them from going to NDA because of that particular line of statements. So it's what they have signed up for. It's just that they are not telling us the whole truth because there is this oath that your allegiance is to your country and your commanding officer comes first. I mean, to the central commanding officer. And once you have information on intelligence, you cannot share it with the public.
Okay, Prof. Now, laying the conversation from what you did say, as they know what they are and they know who those people are. Interestingly, in a recent interview that has been online and also offline, a recent interview done with Sheikh Gumi, one of the Northern spokesperson, he has been vocal as regards banditry in Nigeria, Boko Haram, insurgency and all. And in this interview, he did state that the federal government perhaps should dialogue with them. Perhaps that's the way forward. And he also did incite the federal government by saying that the federal government is aware of these persons, these individuals involved in all of these crimes. They know their location, they know their houses. So if that is the case, just maybe, why are we still ravaging in insecurity? And do you think dialogue is even the way forward in all of this, Prof?
See, generally, when it comes to the situation, a situation like what we have right now, well, I will not say dialogue. You know, when it says dialogue, it doesn't mean that we're going to go into the jungle and begin to interact with those who have captured the people. The dialogue with people outside of those people, which means that they have some people controlling them, which means that there's a parallel government. So that tells you that some people are aggrieved. So when a government is in power and it's not their person, they begin to act. Now, this is what we are trying to say. For many years, during the regime of Jonathan, I'm not sure, we had things from Niger Delta insurgency. And all of a sudden, we're not even talking about Niger Delta insurgency anymore. How did we handle it? It's only now we're talking about Boko Haram that we have been talking about since 2003. We have Miyetti Allah, also that we have been talking about it for a long time. And then we also had at one time Lukarawa. I'm not sure I got the pronunciation, but everything coming from the northeast and northwest. Now, why? These people are being controlled by some other people. So when Gumi, for example, goes for negotiation, he doesn't go into the jungle. It's not like he goes into what's the name of that very popular forest, one in Maiduguri and everywhere else. He doesn't go into that forest. He goes to meet some people who are dressed like me, who look very harmless like me, who are rich somewhere, and then he negotiates with them, and then they make some phone calls, and then everything will just stop, or they get back those that they have abducted. So generally, in most times, in most cases, even as criminologists, we know that, okay, these people do some shady tunes, but because you do not have the evidence to pin on them, you cannot just say that this person is a criminal. You are not in a position to say so. So if you go to negotiate with them, who are those that is visiting? Carry all of them. But then you cannot just do that because there are procedures. Have you seen those people who have been captured with him? You know, is he at the place where those people were captured at the time that they were captured? If you find any of the victims, will they say that it was one of those people that captured them? Those are the things that, these are the reasons why sometimes it is difficult for one to call a person a criminal or for one person to be apprehended. But then, hello?
Yes, Prof. If you can hear me, just to add a follow-up question to what you've said, because you're saying that it's difficult to get evidence, there are no had concrete evidence to fish out these guys. But online on social media, especially on TikTok, we see some of these guys flaunting monies from their kidnap activities. We see them with arms. We see them most times with some of those persons who have been abducted, flaunting them online and even having a different narrative from what the federal government tells us. Now, are you categorically saying that it is still hard to fish out those bad guys? And why is it so difficult for the Nigerian government to, do the needful and get them apprehended and flush out those bad guys?
Okay. Now I'm going to do a little bit of digital forensic with you. Now, you see, most time when you see people on the social media flaunting guns, flaunting their monies, it means that they are connected to the internet via a particular means. Now, to track them, you need a mobile number that is active. Of course, they are connected to the internet via a mobile number. Sometimes you do not get the cooperation of the internet service providers. They will not give you the phone number. I was involved in one particular investigation involving the boy that committed suicide in the US, Evan Voigtler. We had everything. We had the IP address. We submitted it to Glo. We didn't get it till this day. We submitted since last year March. This is another March. No, last year February. We still don't have it, and simply because they chose not to give it. So, do we blame the government for that? We even wrote a letter to them through NCCC. They still did not give it. So sometimes we have it's very, very complicated. Those in government may not be the main actors, but then there are some people. It's always like that. My sociology, I've been made to understand that you can have some people in government that are visible that you can blame for things. There are some other people that are not in government but are investing in government. They're even stronger than the government. They call the shots, and they are in every country across the world.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Now here's a quick one. It is common knowledge, you'll agree with me as a criminologist, the world over, it is against, should I say, it's actually a crime to negotiate with terrorists. Okay, the Western world is very much aware of this, and this is something that everybody knows. But do you think it makes sense, what Sheikh Gumi is saying, that the federal government should engage these terrorists in dialogue? Is that something that you think would yield positive results?
You see, globally, it's a crime to negotiate with terrorists. Yeah. But then every country will have its own template. When he said the government should negotiate, he has his own reasons. And it's because he has a lot more information than any one of us. And truly, we cannot blame him, because he's probably doing that because he speaks Arabic or he speaks a language that they understand, and then they have another level where they commune, and it could be on religious basis or traditional, or the fact that he could speak more than one language. So generally, sometimes the world will tell you that a particular thing is wrong, but in your own climate, that might be a solution to your problem. And it's because if the same man was arrested there, I'm going to digress there. The same man was arrested one time. They left him again. Point. It simply means that some people somewhere are even more powerful than the government on this particular matter.
Oh, okay, Prof. Over time in Nigeria, we've heard the story of repentant Boko Haram. We've seen them put on uniform, have ceremony, and integrate them into the system, into the security architecture in Nigeria, and a lot of persons, a lot of school of thought has actually raised eyebrows against it. And we've also heard cases of persons having intel, because take you to a particular scenario that happened in the northeast, in Niger State precisely, if I'm not mistaken, when a particular situation did occur as regards abducting students. And interestingly, before that actually happened, the government of the day had the information. The DSS did inform them. They went over there, and after they left, these bad guys came and did what they did and went away. So what do you make out of having repentant Boko Haram? Does it even make any sense? Can a Boko Haram person truly repent?
You see, repentant Boko Haram is similar to a template that Nigeria used at one time. I'm not sure of the year, but it was during the regime of President Jonathan. There was amnesty, and those who were actively involved in the Niger Delta insurgency were taken to different states, Lagos, Abuja, and maybe one other state, I think Rivers State, were trained and then were given certain amount of money, and they bought a lot of things for them. They empowered them to be independent. Now, they were empowered to be privately independent, not in the security section of Nigeria. Now, maybe what we did wrong in that regard is integrating them into our security system. We probably get information from them, but they are not meant to be added to any security outfit. They were meant to be separated, empowered, and allowed to learn a trade in order for them to make a living outside of terrorism. So maybe that was where we got it wrong. But that was what was done during the time of Jonathan, and it worked. I'm not saying we do not have Niger Delta people, but then not as much as we had that time.
All right, Prof. As we tend to leave the conversation here, what is the way forward? What do you think the federal government could do and should do at this point? And the meeting that went on yesterday with the service chief, do you think it's going to even yield any positive result as to end the insecurity situation ravaging the country? Because earlier this week, we saw the president in a meeting where he was assuring Nigerians and saying, you know what, we're going to do the needful, we would not let them win. A form of encouragement, sort of. But is that the way forward? What should be done? What are those measures that should be put in place to end the banditry, end kidnapping, insecurity, and a whole lot more in Nigeria?
See, this is 2026. 1 year to the next election. Everything will begin to work. And then, because you have a reason to trust the government again, if they prefer to the solution. Maybe it's only when there are problems and the people are seeing the visible actions yielding results. That's when they will begin to trust the government again. Everybody wants to be elected in 2027, either as a person belonging to a particular party for a second time, or as a party wanting to hold on to the government in that particular state, federation, or local government. So, as for me, I believe that people, government of the day, will do better now because they want results and they still want to be in power 2027.
Of course, Nigerians are watching, and also the whole world is watching as well. Thank you so much, Professor Adedeji Oyenuga, Professor of Criminology, Lagos State University. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
It's always a pleasure.
Of course. We quickly take a short break right now, and when we return, we turn our attention over to an interesting conversation coming in from the federal government as to restrict the age on social media. Will it work or even see the light of the day? We'll find out after this break. The federal government of Nigeria has begun consultations and plans to introduce age limits for social media use as part of a broader effort to improve online safety for children. The initiative has been led by the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy, which has launched a public survey seeking opinions from parents, teachers, young people, and of course digital experts on how best to regulate children's access to social media platforms. Now, according to the ministry, the consultation aims to develop a balanced policy framework that protects children from online dangers while still allowing them to benefit from the educational and social advantages of internet access. Well, Nigeria's Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosu Tijani, said the government is working to ensure that minors are better protected as internet usage continues to grow across the country. He also did note that while the internet offers opportunities for learning, creativity, and communication, it also exposes children to several risks, including cyberbullying, harmful content, online exploitation, misuse of personal data, and a whole lot more. And that is why our attention now focuses on the federal government trying to introduce age restriction to social media. Will it work? Will it not work? Is it useful or not? Is that the way to go? Well, my guest seated here in the studio, Emmanuel Walter, is a social media enthusiast and joins us live this morning in the studio. And of course, hopefully we have another guest online, Godon's join virtually. But let's quickly kickstart with you, Emmanuel Walter. Good morning. Welcome on board.
Yeah. All right, Emmanuel Walter, it's good to have you on board.
I'm really grateful.
Okay, now you are a social media enthusiast, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure you must have noticed the new trend on social media, the tendency for people to just want to do anything for clout.
Yeah.
You know, nowadays it's not uncommon to see people, especially celebrities, you know, faking their own death. And then only for people to uncover the truth much later, or only for them to come out much later, you know, to say that, well, it was all a prank. Now, don't you think this is extreme? And don't you think, just tell me what you make of it, basically.
Yeah, actually, you know, social media has really helped us shape our society this past few years of the trend coming up on social media. So, people coming out, everybody just want to open. Most of them are chasing clouds on social media, you get. And some of them, they are there for the money. They are there for the fame, you get. So, people just coming up, faking their deaths or putting in one or two trends is actually extreme for our young generation seeing this, and the things that is coming out of it is actually extreme. And from what she said, that governments putting a ban on social media, putting a restriction on social media restriction is actually a good idea. But another thing, with the system of the country, you know, most of the things that happens in this country is like pouring water on a rock.
Oh, really?
You get. Saying it is one thing, putting it into law is another thing.
So you think it could have a problem of implementation?
Yes. If the enforcement alone, how good is it going to stand?
Do you think it makes sense to, you know, want to restrict the age?
Yes, it actually makes sense because it helps our upcoming generations. You know, this present generation now that we are having now, they are going extreme. And you see these days, 13 years old, 12 years old, they are already on social media. They are already doing stuffs
that
they ought not to do on social media. I think we have other countries that have already implemented this into their law already. Countries like Australia and some other countries, they have started it already. So it's one step for Nigeria, you understand, to be able to control the society, you get. But now, how is it gonna stand is the question, you get. Because we know our system of this country, is it gonna stand is another question for the government.
Okay, so social media itself has come to stay, right? And what has the bad part also has the good part of it. So can we begin to analyze and talk about the good part of social media and also the bad part and bad content that you get to see online that is actually harmful to the younger generation?
Yeah, for the good part of social media, well, had a lot of good parts. Like social media now, it has given our youth a voice. You understand? There are some of our youth out there that they can't stand face to face with you and have a solid conversation with you. But on social media, behind their phone screens, they are able to do that. They are able to express their mind. You get, and also it has also employment, empowerment for the youth. You get. Nowadays, our youth are not waiting for the leaders to provide jobs for us. You get, they get to some certain points. The next thing, they are on TikTok, they are on X, they are on other social media platforms, and before you know, they are making money, not even in naira but in dollars, and they are okay with it.
Of course, and then there are those who will say, just to add to what you said, that social media is now the new oil well.
Yeah.
Interestingly, content creator is now a career on its own.
You get, so it's an employment for our youth. You get, and funny enough, not even our youth are upping on this. We've got elderly people that are also jumping on this trend. Everybody wants to open a blog.
Of course.
You get, everybody wants to start a content. Everything you do, our day-to-day activities, our lifestyle activities is a content. You get, so everybody wants to be part of this show. You get. Now you talk about the disadvantage now. I heard you saying something about cyberbullying is also on social media. Like I said, there are most people that they can't stand to you face to face. You get. Now let me say you offend someone, the person can't come and meet you and challenge you. You get.
So they hide behind
the screen. Sometimes there's what they call anonymous. They go anonymous. You get. You won't be able to trace them.
By creating anonymous accounts?
Yes, by creating anonymous accounts. You won't be able to trace them. You won't be able to know who's
behind it.
But you just keep seeing yourself. You just wake up in the morning and the next day notification just popping on your phone and you're seeing yourself. They are talking about you on social media. And funny enough now, social media platforms now, let's say the social media synergies now, whereby influencers, content creators, and the audience, they are all coming together to trend on a particular topic. You get, like the VDM Kimichi show that happened some days back. You see everybody up on it. Everybody talked about it. And even after everything, some people went to create their own personal content related to it. You get. So it's part of the disadvantages. You see, cyberbullying is part of the disadvantage. You get. Now you see our kids doing things they are not supposed to do. Like the IPO trend is not supposed to be done. Or nudity is not supposed to be done. It's killing our youth.
Now,
So
speaking about the kids, because in recent time, the term or the word Gen Z has trended for as long as I can imagine. And everybody right now is claiming Gen Z, even those who are not. I don't know if Harry, are you a Gen Z? Or perhaps you should be a Gen Z, right?
Like a Gen Z.
You know? So everybody right now is claiming Gen Z. What are some of those unique traits that you see in Generation Z that wasn't even in the millennials? And we're also expecting Gen Beta, because information or research says that those kids who were born from last year, 2025, moving forward, are classified as Gen Beta. Would it be worse with Gen Beta?
No, I think from what I've seen with the Gen Z, you get, you know, the world is a very big place. We've got more than 2 billion people in the world, and these 2 billion people, they are the good parts, they are the good people, and they are also the bad people. From what I've seen on social media, I think social media has helped the Gen Zs. You get, because most times, not everything you learn in school, you get, but you get a lot of things. You learn a lot from social media.
Okay.
You understand? And I feel Gen Beta is going to do way more better.
You think so?
Yeah.
In the good part or in the bad part?
In the good parts.
Okay.
I believe in them so much.
Of course, they can't do better in the bad parts.
No.
Like a quick one though. You just made mention of a few of the disadvantages of social media.
Yeah.
And I'm sure one of the disadvantages is fake news.
Yeah.
Which I pretty much think is drawing the federal government's attention to to it, which is making them propose some sort of restriction. Now, what do you make of that? What do you think the federal government can do in this regard? What measures do you think the federal government, because one thing that can actually create chaos in the society is fake news, and that's very prevalent on social media. So what measures do you think the federal government can actually put in place to mitigate against, fake news?
The federal government, they have tried before.
Okay.
coordinate the trend of the fake news. They have tried their best before, but I don't think they were able to succeed. Why? Because it's still going. Now, you see the age restriction that they are planning on putting out. A lot of people, they are going to lie about their age.
Okay. Age falsification.
Age falsification. You understand? So you see a 12-year telling you that it's 18 years old on social media. And social media now, it's going to believe what the person tells.
There's hardly any way to verify.
To verify, you understand? Now, the fake news that you're talking about now, for the government to be able to first, the age restriction is going to, you know, the social media is like a courtroom. People jump on trend without verifying the source of that trend. You understand? Everybody want to blow overnight. Let me just use that comment. Everybody want to blow overnight. Everybody want to be famous overnight. You get now. So the federal government, they have a very long way to go concerning this social media of a thing.
So you're saying they're going to be having a hard time?
They are going to be having a very hard time. and sorry for interrupting you.
Right.
The main problem is not actually the social media.
So what is?
Is the people using the social media.
Why do you say that?
You get, because now the social media was created, you get, to help us. We've seen the advantages of social media. You get, now the social media is just going to reveal your true identity.
Okay.
You get, you open on social media, you're the one that know what you want to do with the social media. If you are going to use it for good purposes or bad purposes. Okay. You get. So now you need to be able to coordinate the society. You get. You need to draw attention. You need to give them awareness of the social media, that this is how to use the social media. These are the right ways to use social media.
Which I think is the essence of this age restriction of a thing.
Yeah. This is just part one.
Okay.
But like I said, people, they are still going to lie about it.
Well, I honestly feel that's the part where the federal government will come to play. But let's talk about the roles of parents and teachers. Okay. Because you said that social media only tends to expose who you really are, and social media is not the problem. But do not forget, we have influencers and we have persons who get to be influenced by all of these trends that we see online. But in any case, what role do you think parents, teachers, guardians have to play in these excesses?
Charity, they say, begins at home.
True.
You know, get. So the way you train your child, like, it's going to reveal your true identity. It's going to reveal. Most parents these days, they're able up on trend with their kids.
Yeah, speaking about that, someone yesterday on a social media platform, I think TikTok, the guy was saying that nowadays parents actually are the ones using all of the social media handles even more, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and they're so glued, mothers. And mind you, years back they would tell you, hey, go drop your phone and read your book. So right now we're seeing a reverse.
Relating to that, I think I have someone who, she has a baby, but 20 hours of her day is on social media. She hardly cares about her baby.
So that's the negative angle to it.
That's a negative angle of social media. Now, age restriction should not be enough. We need, like, if it's possible for the government to make a deal with, I think in US they banned TikTok. TikTok was banned sometime.
At some point, yes.
At some point in US.
But then it came back.
And it came back. Now, if it's possible for them to control the algorithms of the social medias, what it shows you, you get. Because from what I've observed on social media, I think it pushes fake news faster than the original news.
Now, if you're talking about the algorithms, right?
Yeah.
I think that function is strictly that of the social media community. For example, Facebook, right?
Yeah.
The Facebook community has the sole responsibility, to determine what the algorithm is going to look like.
Yeah.
So what do you think, how do you think that concerns the federal government?
The federal government should make an agreement with the Facebook community, with the social media community.
Okay.
Yeah, you understand? So that, okay, this is the region now. I think there's, when you are opening an account with them, they'll ask you your region. Okay. You get, if you are from Nigeria or if you are from Canada or Kenya, you understand? Now, okay, they know that this person is from Nigeria. This is the type of content they are supposed to be showing this person.
Okay. Or putting out.
Or putting out for the For You page on this person. So that is another step. Age restriction, one step. Making agreements with the social media community, another step.
All right.
You get. Now, the kids and parents trend on social media is still the parents have a lot of work to do on themselves, not on the kids. Okay. Because if they are able to coordinate themselves, they will be able to coordinate the kids. And now the kids, they learn from the parents. What they see you do is what they want to do because they feel it's right. You are doing it. My mom does it, so it's okay. You get. So the parents, they have a lot of work. They should work on themselves first. It's just like, let me use this parable that they do tell me when I was younger. Like, you have sawdust in your eye, and you're trying to remove sand from someone else's eye. Which is akin to the biblical injunction that says remove the log in your eyes so you can see the speck in someone's eye. So you need to remove your own faults. You need to cleanse yourself before thinking of cleansing somebody else. All right, let's quickly talk about the algorithm still on that, okay? Right. The way it works, okay, from what we've noticed is the more of a particular kind of content that you consume, the more of such content that social media brings to your notice. So, is there? Do you think that could change? It could change, for sure. It could change. Once the federal government and the social media community, they come in an agreement. Okay. You get. The community could change it. Could change. There's a way I know there's a way they could regulate it.
Okay. Well, as we tend to leave the conversation here, because it's always an unending one, because this conversation, interestingly, the federal government is seeking out opinions and views, so that's why we're having it, right? What do you think is the actual age for a young person, a Gen Z, to get involved on social media? Because that's another conversation entirely. So for you, what is that right age or that rightful age to be part of social media community?
You can, the right age, any age.
What do you mean by any age?
You would, hold on, let me explain that fact. A 13 years old, in most cases, is smarter than an 18 years old. You get. So you are saying that it's not a function of age, but a function of, mental development? Yes.
How will the federal government be able to detect that?
That's what the real problem is. That's what the real problem is. Thank you, Mr. Harry.
Okay, so that means it's not a thing. I'm not trying to let you move. So that means it's not a thing of age then. If I have to be questioned, like you just question me, I think I'll put 20 in the box. How old is this guy? What's his name that's currently doing the tour? That doesn't have, yes, Pella. How old
Pella
is he?
was in Benin, or is he still in Benin?
I think he has left already. He's now in Abuja. Yeah. How old is he when he started making money off social media?
I think it was 18 or 17.
18. So you think 20 is the right one?
20 should be there because 18, even the 20 say they'll still make mistakes. 22 will still make mistakes. 25, okay, if you are saying age now, a particular age, King Michi is above 25. But she still did some errors on social media.
Very dark mind.
You understand? She still makes some errors that 18-year-old. So now, even if you ever put 35.
We've seen a lot of adults who did,
So.
Okay, well,
it's... Boy, this is your courts now.
It's an unending one. Well, at the end of the day, it's left for the federal government to decide and a whole lot of other community stakeholders to come together to pick out the right age. If this would even see the light of the day, because, hey, this is Nigeria. But I really must thank you so much, Emmanuel Walters, social media enthusiast, for coming and gracing our studio this morning. That's our bit right here this morning in Edo State, Nigeria. We'll quickly take you down to Abuja, where Charity Tanko is on to take it away.
What is killing the willingness? The corruption in the system.
We still have corruption in the system, because the last time the president said there's no corruption.
Who said there's no corruption?
President.
Okay. Well?
So that it has been dealt with.
But that was refuted by Bwala not too long ago, that the president didn't say exactly that. You laugh. He said so. When he was confronted with that question, he said, no, that's not what the president said.
He said he was quoted out of context.
so I don't want to quote the president out of context.
Okay, so was that what you mean when you said that insecurity is something that we have decided not to deal with?
Yeah. Because if you will agree.
And when you talk about corruption, is it a lack of appropriation of funds or the inability to implement what is being appropriated?
All of the above and more. Government, you see, there's so much that we are not being told, and that is exactly where I have my worry. So much that we are not being told. You can see, just last week now, government changed the Minister of State for Finance.
Yes.
Why? Because the Minister of State for Finance was invited to the National Assembly to come and tell them certain things about budgetary allocations and fund release. And she could not. Because it is, if I say I've given you 10 naira, and I only gave you 2 naira, there's no way you can manufacture the balance to say yes, it is. So the Minister of State just couldn't defend that reality. And because she could not, she became an embarrassment to the government, and they have to ask her to, excuse them. So for me, there's so much.
The tax expert has been brought in.
Well, he's an accountant, so whether it's a tax expert.
That's what they call him.
Let's okay, but he's not coming to do a tax job. Like I just told you now, the former Minister of State, her job was to oversee some of these releases and so on. So how does tax expertization comes into that? So anyway, that's government's business. It's of our concern. Our concern is that money are allocated in the budgetary act for certain purposes. The money that is released, actual release for that activity, is another subject. And to that extent, those who are in charge, for whatever reason, keep quiet and try to manage. And in the process of managing, inefficiency sets in. That's why I say all of the above. Because if I say, give me money to buy 1 million bullets, and you give me money to buy 200,000, and I have to spread it across all the formations, especially in those areas where we have, high threat, and even the 200 does not go around, there's no way we can make it up. This is our challenge. So I know the people in charge will not come on air and start telling us that. Otherwise, they have become insubordinate. So, for me, I think government decided to from this insecurity and say, either way, we will cope with it. And we are coping with it. And that is where I challenge the assertion that, kidnapping is not happening in the city. There's one UN report that says that 60% of the kidnapping in Nigeria is not reported. So when it happened, there are some people who have all what it takes. You remember the Evans case of a particular individual, whose daughter was picked. And when they called him to say, your daughter is with us, he wants you to $1 million. He said, bring her to my gate, I'll give you $10 million. And the kidnappers quietly brought her to the father's gate, collect their money. All the so there is a lot of incidences that are not being reported. So it is not just the satellite towns. It is happening across the FCT. And those who have what it takes simply pay the bandits or simply settle the kidnapper. And in fact, the kidnappers become their friends.
Let's talk about manpower. There's this practice of when somebody is being promoted. Recently, the former Inspector General of Police took a bow, and then the present IGP was promoted. And because of that, over about 29 police officers have to go. And we're still talking about manpower. We do not have enough security agents. Now, is this not something to worry about? Is it a practice that, is it a global best practice for this to be happening?
It is not.
Because it is not just in the police, even in the army we see that it's happening.
It is not the best practice. It's not global best practice.
So for a country that is struggling with insecurity, should this be happening?
It shouldn't, but it has become a tradition. It is now a norm. I don't know when we got to this point, but from what I know in the past, security service generally was a professional calling, and the professional do the job professionally to the extent that they go when they are ready to go, or when they can no longer function. I'll give you one quick example. There are some services, some arms of security services. Even when they say you are retired on paper, you are not a go.
Wow.
Because the system has...
In this country?
Globally, I mean. Okay. I don't know if it is still being practiced. It's a long time I left that sector. I retired in 91, so 91 to this time is a long time. So I don't know what is going on. Before then, since trained them, you know what? Yeah. Somebody who sat who the systems that I left, the armorer does not retire. Why? Because the skill that he has been given is dangerous to the civil society. If you allow him to go and practice that skill in the civil society, there will be a problem.
Well, even to turn it into a business.
Into a business. He becomes a danger to the society. So even when you retire such people, you keep him around, so as to be, to continually be useful to the system and not be available to the negative side. Same thing with those who are into intelligence services. They've known so much, they've seen so much, there's a lot of government secret, there's a lot of criminal secret in there. When you retire them, you keep them within purview. I don't know if they still do that. What I'm trying to say in essence is that this thing is supposed to be a calling. And you see, one pain that I have is these individuals are being sent out at the peak of their functionality.
Yeah, exactly.
When they are supposed to be most useful, that's when they are asked to leave. And the son is, who is losing? The Nigerian state is losing. I, for instance, when I retired, my office was locked up for 2 years. Why? Because there was no immediate replacement to do what I was doing. This was not even in the military, it was in the civil. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that people send campaigns, they acquire knowledge, they acquire experience. And pick of it when they are supposed to be most is like hiring a medical doctor when he eventually become a surgeon. You know? And he said, go, you are retired. Or for whatever reason. I know that in some time We do, ready to do. So you can always see that the criminals are always ahead of the game. Because for instance, I will not be surprised, the present IGP himself, there's no guarantee that he will stay too long.
He is supposed to retire next few months.
And that is a seasoned, a CID, professional. He has a serious CID background. He can crack and coming from where he's coming from. He has cracked so many very, criminal incidences in his career that I know in Lagos and even here in Abuja. But here he is now, he is an IGP now. And before you know it now, you show him the way out.
So that means we should be expecting positive results in terms of curbing insecurity. Internal.
Again, it's a different ball game. Different ball game in the sense that he has moved into a political saddle. As far as I'm concerned, IGP is a political saddle, just like you move Musa to minister. It's a political office. That's why you heard in the Senate president telling him to go and put up the political cap. It's a different thing. Whereas, as a professional, from what we used to know in the past, there is like you calling a builder to build a house for you. How much will you need to build this house? Or why do you have quantity surveyors? They calculate everything that you need to put up this building. And they tell you this is what you need. Professionals are supposed to be so. Are you telling me now that if, for instance, the FCT Commissioner of Police is called to a round table now and say, tell me what you need to crack and make sure that in the early days of Abuja, we used to have a commissioner of police who promised armed robbers, because then armed robbers were terrorizing Abuja. Not kidnappers now, armed robbers. They will come tear down the door and kill the individual or collect money. A police commissioner was armed robbers, your days are over. And that was the end of armed robbery in this city. Why? Because those who were in saddle were able to sit down with him and say, well, tell me what you need. So I need A, B, C, D, E. And if it's provided, men, material, and wherewithal.
All right, sir, we have limited time. So what's the way forward? How can we move forward practically from all of this?
Well, from what we have seen that there's a deficiency somewhere. So my opinion or my suggestion would be that government should please be kind enough to allow citizens have what it takes to defend themselves.
Wow.
Yes.
Do you think Nigeria is ready for that?
Oh, there is no country that is ready for it. Nobody has ever been ready for it. When you need to defend yourself, you defend. See, let me tell you something that I keep saying that people don't listen to. There are more arms and ammunition in the army barracks and police barracks. True or false? Arms and ammunition. Everybody in the army barracks is supposed to be a soldier who carry gun, isn't it? Yes. Police, the same thing. But how many times do you hear of shooting and killing there? You rarely hear it. It doesn't happen. Why?
Because they are trained.
Yes. Why can't we be trained too? Why can't we, the civilians, be trained too? What does it take to train us? How many days or weeks does it take to train us? There should be, see, if you have a gun, I have a gun. The other man have a gun, the other man have a gun. Before one idiot will come out from the bush and come to your house to come and attack you, he will think twice. Because he knows that the person is coming to see. He's not going to throw his hands in the air. So it is a protection strategy. You have it, I have it, we keep it. Let me give you this final one. When I was in the school, as an undergraduate, there was a lot of problem with cultism. And as one of the student union officials, I advise the school authority, don't send away, cultists. Allow us to deal with it. How did we deal with it? We started preaching that everybody should go and join court. Yes, I was in the CU. We preached to students, go and join court. Join them.
Did it work?
If it did, you are there and there, everybody is there, it's no more a court. It becomes a social club, we turn it to a club. Because everybody is there. So you can't cheat me, I can't cheat you, we all know ourselves.
Well, thank you very much. It's been wonderful having you here once again.
Thank you.
Well, we've been talking to security experts, Dr. Peter Adoni, on how to curb insecurity in Nigeria, especially in the FCT. FCT being the seat of power should be a place where people should go to sleep with their two eyes closed, but reverse is the case. Well, he has said his piece, and also Nigerians, please be security conscious. Anywhere you find yourself, like the government will tell us, the security agencies will tell us, when you see something, you see something. You hear something, you see something. Thank you once again for being part of the program. From here onward, I will be handing over to our Lagos Network Center for the continuation of the program. Thank you.
Hi, good morning and welcome to the continuation of TMI from our Lagos Network studio. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels. It's a beautiful Thursday morning where we'll be discussing, as usual, things happening in Nigeria. I mean, the elections are coming closer and different activities are going on, especially with our political parties and our politicians at large. Anyways, this morning we'll be looking at the sealing of the ADC mobilization venue in Calabar, what the crisis in ADC and the effect on the 2027 elections. Do we also have crises in our opposition party? That's what we're going to be looking at this morning from our Lagos Center. And to do this with me, I have Dr. Sam Wasinda. Dr. Sam Wasinda is a political analyst. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
It's good to have you. I hope the cost of fuel wasn't too bad for you too.
Well, gradually, if you've lived here, you will know that it's one of these things that comes from time to time. But this time around, I think the biting is very, very hard.
The biting is hard.
Very, very hard.
A lot of Nigerians are complaining. But anyways, before we'll look at today's topic, let me read through a little bit of what is going on in Rivers State. The police authorities in Cross River State have sealed off a venue in Calabar where members of the opposition party, ADC, were scheduled to hold membership mobilization and registration exercises. And some members of the party have expressed concern, describing it as interference in their political activities and has called for the respect of democratic rights and freedom. Let's go straight to today's discussion. Let me start by asking what exactly happened in Calabar regarding the sealing of the ADC mobilization venue by the police.
Okay, you see, if you are actually following what actually is happening on the political scene in Calabar, Cross River State to be precise, you'll realize that sometime late last year, that's 2025, to the early part of 2026, there was this fractional crisis that emerged within the party. And this was something that started small, but eventually, and the whole idea was the gain of who will want to have control over the structure of the party, which is the ADC, which from all indication was actually it's already appearing like the third force that was going to emerge in the Cross River, political scene after APC and PDP. But when this fraction thing actually came, that was what actually necessitated them, and it has gotten to that point where it is now. And how the police actually were even coming, and then the idea of the sealing came on board was because the both faction at some point were actually writing the police. And so one of the faction particularly was like, if the Congress was going to hold, and that there is going to be, there could be breakdown of law and order. So they actually ruled the police and wanted the police to actually come in. And that was what resulted to the police coming. And, from what the information so far was that the Congress was supposed to start at about 10, But this sealing started much earlier before that because tension was already mounting. But don't forget that it was a fraction that actually wrote the police.
Oh, okay, the fracture, one of the fracture in the ADC actually wrote to the police, like you said. But from a legal point, I know that you're not a lawyer, but from a legal standpoint, does the police have the authority to steal the party's mobilization venue?
No, I don't think so. But for me, I just see all this as a strategy, just to, you know, frustrate the concept of the approach of this party. If you ask me, in my own point of view, police legally, they do not that. Of course, their own is to maintain laws and order. So for me, sealing the party mobilization venue, I don't see it as the right approach that's supposed to be given to this particular issue. They were just supposed to be there to ensure that the law and order is maintained. But sealing the venue is a different ballgame altogether. For me, I see it as frustrating, you know, the aim and objective of the party for that today.
Okay, so we know that ADC, it's like the major opposition party for us right now in Nigeria. And then there's been a lot of cries from ADC that this is intimidation. It's called, they call it political intimidation. Do you believe there's the merit to this, their claim, that is political intimidation?
Well, if you see how the political narrative is going so far, it's not far-fetched because you could see that the current incumbent government will do anything from the way they make their approaches, the way they do their things. You will know that these people are ready to clamp down on any opposition that they feel will serve as a threat. And ADT has emerged truly as a threat because when you see the kind of political weight, heavy weight that are actually moving or actually in the party currently now, you will know that definitely they are the only strong opposition force to the current, you know, incumbent government that is in place now. So what we are seeing is not new, is not strange. It's one of the things that we should expect that it should happen. The only thing is that I just hope that ADC National and the executive as a whole will be able to know how to manage. But I think and I expect them to have seen this coming because the current government will not allow it to slide. Because if there's anything they are fighting for, is to see if they can succeed to have one party, you know, system. So
but is this okay for us as a nation?
No, it's not okay. It's not okay in the sense that what makes it, you know, reasonable and effective and impactful is when you have an opposition, because that would sit you up and ensure that, you know, you do what you are supposed to do the promises that you promise to do, because you know if you don't do, there's an alternative, there's an option. But that is what this current government is trying to make sure they get rid of. Anything that has to do with opposition is a no-no to them. So you could see even from the defection experiences we're having, it's actually leading to a one-party system. But they've forgotten one reality. The defection is just one man, one vote. So if you have 30 governors, you only have 30 votes. You didn't have 30 states.
No, but to their belief, they believe that the governors are going into the party with their followers.
Well, that's for me, it could sound so, but don't forget that the people, Nigeria of today have woken up. Gone are the days where some of these things allow it to roll. People are becoming more aware because the pain that is getting to them is not telling them that they need to be intentional, you know, about this thing. So if the governors, if the people are thinking when the governor move, the people move with them, I see that as a delusion, because the people already have the mind of their own. They have the experience. They feel the impact of the current government. The idea now is that even when the government were defecting, did they actually carry the people along? That's what you should look at. I don't think it was a conversation between them and the people. It's between them and themselves. So whatever they are doing is for their personal gain, is for their selfish purpose. It has nothing to do with the people. And so the people are trying very hard to see how they can get a life for themselves, rather than depending on these people who have not made up their mind, you know, to reach out to them. So the current, it looks like it's working, because it looks like there's a defection every day. Somebody is moving from here to here. But don't forget, it's not about that. Once upon a time in this same nation, during the good Lord Jonathan as a president, he was defeated. And we had a lot of PDP then, you know, both in state and whatever, but the current party knocked them off. So it's not a matter of having the number of people in your party. It's the number of the people now aware of what they want.
Okay, but a lot of people will want to take you up on the PDP and Jonathan time. A lot of people want to take you up on that, saying that the present ruling party has a different style of politicking than Goodluck Jonathan.
Well, that is what it seems before now. But now that he came on board, it is clear that he has nothing to offer to the best of my ability. Because, again, I have gone through and watched through his political campaign from the onset until now. It's just two common words that he was pushing. The first is his turn. That was one of the major of his manifesto. Now he has come to his turn. The second is renewal of hope. What is the hope that is being renewed today? So initially when he was out there, it looks like his strategy was the best of the strategy. But now the whole Nigerians have come to see that this man just wanted to be a president, and that is what he is, because from the time he entered till now, it's been from one phase of pain to the other. You are removing subsidy, there is no provision, there is no alternative, and then we keep moving, and up till now, the country has been back and front. There's nothing really, you know, that, in fact, let me say this, that as he stands now, I don't think they have anything tangible that they can put on the ground as their campaign.
That is your opinion.
That is my opinion.
Okay.
I can't tell that this is what exactly
that is your opinion. Okay.
At.
All right, let's move on. I'm a little bit worried about the opposition party, the ADC. With their body language, with the way the things are going, do you think they are ready for the 2027 elections?
Well, I think they are, but you see, they have a lot of distraction, which I think they need to really, really give attention to. And this is this internal, you know, divisions that they are having. I think they need to be intentional by trying to look inward and address this matter properly, because as far as the opportunity and privilege is concerned, ADC is a very strong, formidable force because of the caliber of people, apart of in the political setting, the followers, which are majority of the young minds who are the youth,
obedient,
and then the obedient movement, and then new voters. I'm sure one of the reasons why most of them are even coming on board is because of the ADs, and that is their catching point. They have the youth and first-time voters. Majority of the first-time voters are actually going to queue up. But the danger is that if they are not able to resolve some of these internal crises, that will now become their challenge. So their challenge will not even be the incumbent government. It's going to be the internal division they are having currently. Okay. So that is what they need to deal with.
I was discussing with someone in Nigeria some few days ago, and we talked about the ADC having internal crises and all that. And he mentioned to me, he said, do you see that Peter Obi went to Benin to visit the former governor of Edo State and the crisis that was there, you know? And of course, after Peter Obi left, Rotimi Amechi, the former governor of Rivers State, was there. And he mentioned to me, he said, if you notice, Yegu, the former governor, raised the hands of Rotimi Amechi and said, I'm with you all the way. But he didn't say that to Peter Obi. Do you think this is part of the crisis going on in ADC?
Yes, that's what I said, that these are part. You see, when you have a house where you have too many champions, these are some of the things you expect. But the good thing is that it is also part of the democracy, because the more preferred will eventually emerge. And I think that is what they are trying to put together, so that when they get to their primaries, they will be able to decide who among them will fly. But again, it's also letting you know that among the ADCs, we have best of options. Peter Obi is a good option. Rotimi Amechi is a good option. Atiku Abubakar is a good option. So they have good front men, you know. But I think for me, because of the dynamism of the current phase now, which is going by the call of Nigerians, not the so-called politicians, I think the most preferred to Nigeria is Peter Obi. So irrespective of who was endorsed or who was not endorsed, remember, this is, most of this whole thing is not even about the party when it comes to Peter Obi. It's about him as a person. And you could hear the obedience say several times, wherever you move to, we move. So his own is not just about party, but it's just that the only way you can come into power in Nigeria is through a party. If it is just an individual, you know, being an influence and that, Peter Obi would have just had almost like a win ticket, because he already had people who were actually following, but he needed a party, you know, to drive on. So, but he had his followers already. and his followers are large in numbers.
Okay, so we just talking about the followers, the obedience. They have come up to say that if Peter Obi is not given the ticket, they will withdraw their support for whoever the ticket is given to. Won't that be a major problem for the ADC?
Again, that's also a major problem because the tickets from the way their party is structured is not going to be endorsement. They have to go through primaries and whoever emerge. So I think the earlier Peter Obi possibly had to address his followers or educate his followers, the better for them, because the whole idea is about we just need to change the government, or the government of today needs to be contested on the platform of election. And if they continue in this manner, it's a minus to them whether they like it or not. Because don't forget that even the incumbents still have their followers.
Yeah.
So they are not just the only people who are in the election, system. So they must understand it to that extent, that the idea of if they don't give him the ticket, they are not going to support ADC, and then wherever he goes, they move. I don't think that would be the best, for this political party. So these are part of the things I think ADC needs to really sit down, to address. But again, I know we have some of their fears, and you cannot rule that out. And that's because some of the people are part of Peter Obi had at one point or the other served at the federal level. So they know some of their antecedents and some of the way they handle things. I think those are their fears. So they just wanted to try something new. So even if this man is bad, let's see how bad he is. I think that's just the whole idea, why they are pushing, that narrative that if they don't give him ticket, they are not going to support it. They just wanted something new. I think that's what it's all about.
They want something new. Nigerians want something new, and they're trying to get that from the ADC party, and we're hoping ADC is able to put themselves together on time, because we have just 10 to 11 months for the elections to come on. Okay, how should institutions like INEC or civil society respond to incidents that raises concern about political freedom? Just like in the Cross River State, the Calabar, they are crying that they are intimidated, So how do you think INEC should treat such cases?
Well, I am still a bit worried, and I'm still trying to understand the body language of INEC as far as I'm concerned. And that's my opinion anyway, because I've not really seen them coming out the way they should. Because if they are, some of these issues we're having would have long been managed. It wouldn't have gotten to this extent. But I feel like the more crisis that is permitted, to escalate, the better advantage for the ruling party. And don't forget that appointment, a lot of things is already wrong. And these are some of the things I hope that in the nearest future it will be corrected. Because even the current INEC chairman, don't forget how he emerged. It's still from the ruling party, sort of. So you will not, or even if they call it independent, it may not actually be independent in such a way, because I want to believe that if this crisis was actually in the ADC, because you can't still rule the fact that ADC does not even have their own internal data, but they are able to manage it sort of, not because they are in power, but they have a way they go about, their thing. So INEC should, I think, put their foot more on the ground and ensure that this independent, as said, should be given to each political party so that they will be able to, have the powers to manage some of their, crises without being interfered by some of these agencies that comes from time to time and disturb. Because you see, that ceiling alone is a big minus, to the party.
Exactly. Plus what happened in Benin in Edo State, with the shooting and all that.
Yes, so these are big minus, to ADC. And for me, these are further strategy to weaken and to frustrate, the party effort in trying to reach out to people who would have trusted in them. And you see, the danger is that if this persists, they may likely start losing people. Because
I was going to come to that. Would you say this situation would discourage political participation or mobilization efforts by opposition parties?
Yeah, very, very possible. But that's because when the focus is distracted, with time, they will not be dealing with more of internal crisis rather than reaching out to people. And then the people out there are seeing what is going on. And you just ask yourself, is it where I really need to stay? Especially those who have some visions and a platform where they can actually stand in for their people. I think they would rather prefer to opt out of the party and go for either PDP, that's in case of River State, or APC. And
but the PDP is having crisis. We do not even know where they belong to as at now.
Yes, but again, they are still a force when it comes to Cross River State to an extent. It's not as bad as other part of the nation because Cross River is more or less like a PDP state, even though the APC is actually the one there. So they still have that option because they have the hope that something can still happen, you know. And, you know, if you see like the FCT minister's position and fraction, it's not actually against governor's level. It's just after the presidential. Okay, you can have whatever you want to have, but if it is for the president, let's not just...
It's a no-go area.
So that gives them hope that something can actually also be done, you know, in Cross River State. That's why I said if this crisis continue in ADC, most likely some people may see PDP as an option, and they can also see the ruling party as also another option. So they may definitely start losing out people if they don't address this on time.
I'm going to ask you a private question as concerned the crisis in ADC. Some people say a mole was planted in PDP, you know, in quotes, I don't know. So do you think a mole has also been planted in ADC to bring confusion in the party so that it can stand as one?
Well, in my own opinion, it may not actually be him because you see, when it comes to strategy sometimes, you can put actually a face somewhere and the people actually doing the havoc are the silent ones. So he may not actually be planted as people are seeing it, but it's just there and so that some certain activities actually can be happening. In my own opinion, I don't think he may actually even be the distracting focus or force that is in that organization. But certainly, you should expect that people will definitely come in to infiltrate the system and see how they can, you know, get it messed up. So it could just be like people are concentrating on him while the main havoc is going on. So for me, ADC should really, really take our time to look inward because there could be more to what the eyes could see.
Okay, in the upcoming election in a few months' time, in your view, should security agencies remain completely neutral during the political mobilization activities? Because very soon, activities will start coming up. We've seen vans, you know, of renewed hope running around in Lagos. So activities are being, you know, putting together for, you know, campaigns to start. Do you think that they should stay away from political mobilization activities?
That would have been the best. But again, you could see that we are still trying to be matured when it comes to handling some, you know, things when it comes to politics. And the best was for them to have completely stay away. But I would not advise that because when the political campaign will start in earnest, you could still see pocket of attacks here and there when they start going out for campaign. So when you withdraw the police presence or the security aids presence...
Let me come in here, Dr. Sam.
Yes, please.
We witnessed the elections, local government elections in FCT. And we saw the police standing by when the attackers came to, you know, take the ballot boxes and all that. In fact, the policewoman that I heard speak on the national TV was confused. And she was like, where did they come from? Who are they? So they really couldn't do anything. So at this point, do you think they're needed?
Well, you see, when you talk about the local government election in FCT, it's a different political play that took place actually there. And so a lot of things would have necessitated and allowed things to go the way they were. And of course, if you follow that election properly, you could see that the FCT minister, even he's going around alone, it was not actually called for. Don't forget, it's just the FCT minister. It's not a vote in that FCT. But you could see him moving around. You could see him talking, even having handshake with some certain kind of people. So you should expect in such a time when things like that could happen, particularly the security agency that were on ground, they don't actually know where these people are coming from. And so you are also careful so that you don't step on toes, even though you are supposed to be a law enforcement agency. But you don't know the orders because, like I said, the system that actually runs this country is really need to be overhauled because a lot of things are not happening the way they should. So that could also be a factor. So when you put that, FCT election is a different ballgame.
No, so, but are we expecting more of this in the 2027
yes,
elections?
if proper measure is not taken, particularly from INEC giving some strong, ground for some certain things to take place, we will expect more of this because, like I said, the current ruling party, because they are after getting people and winning election at all costs, so you should expect anything can actually happen.
But is this healthy for the democracy of this nation?
There was never a time that it was healthy. It's just like the country is just hostage because people are trying to now do the right thing, but in doing the right thing, you are faced with several oppositions. And that's why I said, just like the independent, INEC, that as they are called, it's better for that independent to be, effective, to be put in place so that people can trust whatever they are putting in place. Otherwise, we're going to expect more of this. But like I said, Nigeria have become wiser. So there's definitely going to be a resistance. There's definitely going to be a pushback, especially from members of the opposition party. So it's going to, this FCT had given Nigerians, especially the members of the opposition party, to see that this is most likely what we are going to experience. And I want to believe that they are already putting some things also in check to ensure that they could have it, but maybe not to the extent that they have it in FCT. So it's not healthy for the system, it's not healthy for Nigeria, it's not healthy for our democracy, but this is one of the reality that we may be faced with in 2027.
Well, then a lot of Nigerians, or some Nigerians, let me say some Nigerians, are worried about the rigging of the elections come 2027 because of what played out in FCT. Do you think elections will be hugely rigged in 2027?
As far as I'm concerned, except the opposition party are able to put themselves together and press harder, election is already rigged. How do I mean? From what happened in the house in Abuja, that is rigging. The people said this is what they want. So what you pass is not what the people want. That's what rigging is all about. You're giving the people what they did not bargain for. What they want is transmission of result. You give transmission, and then whereby with a clause. That is not the people request. So that for me is rigging. What else do you call rigging? That is rigging. So the election has already been rigged. So if we're talking about whether we should be consigned, we are already consigned because what happened in the house is pure rigging. Because you see, if the ruling party, I come back to say this, with the 30 governors and probably more that may likely defect and be part of what they are doing, are going to join them, why are they afraid of free and fair election? If you are sure that these people, you've gotten them, you should be the one to champion the cause of free and fair because you are sure that you have at least 30 governors on your side.
It's the same question that is in the lips of most Nigerians. Why are they afraid? I've heard Nigerians ask such questions. But let's move on. Looking ahead to 2027, what impact could incidents like this have on the credibility of electoral process?
Well, when you talk about the impact, is that it will further make Nigeria not to trust the process. Because the way things are, like I said, if not for ADC, I'm sure that 2027 would have been like a walkover for the ruling party. Because everything had been put in place for them to just like continue the government. So if things continue like this and this hope that is trying to rebuild after 2023 election, if it goes the same way, I'm afraid democracy is dead in Nigeria. Democracy is dead in Nigeria. That's my fear, and that's the fear of many Nigerians. Because there's nothing like democracy in the way things are going currently.
It's a fear. It's a huge fear for Nigerians, and I hope we don't get to that level, Dr. Sam, you know.
Hopefully.
My voice just went down, you know, when you said democracy will be dead, you know, so hopefully we don't get to that level, you know, because that won't be good for a nation like Nigeria. Well, let's move on. Do you think this development could strengthen the AC narrative or political sympathy amongst voters? Do you think the voters will begin to sympathize with them, that they're being intimidated and, you know, decides to vote for them?
that is sympathize with the ruling party
no.
or ADC.
Yes.
You see, the ADC party does not necessarily need sympathizers. Like I said in the beginning of our conversation, Nigeria just want to test something new, even if it is bad.
But that's what we did during the Buhari regime. They just wanted to get Jonathan out of the way and test something new and see where we are today.
Yes, that move we made, it has brought us here. But you see, the dynamic about this democracy in Nigeria is good. You have 4 years to still rethink if you want to retain what you went for or you want to change what you want to go for. And for me, even if we have to keep recycling every 4 years until we get what we're looking for, I think it's best for rather
But
than
in
just
Africa, when they come into power, they don't want to leave. We just talked about the rigging. We just talked about the fear for the forthcoming elections. So how do you think you want to recycle in 4 years?
Yes, because like I said, more Nigerians are more and more aware now. I spoke with my mom in the village. My mom is in the village. She's in her 80s. And she told me, 2027, I want to vote.
Is it first time voter?
She's a first time. She said, I am going to vote in 2027. I said, why? He said, because even in the village, she's struggling to survive. So that should tell you that the impact had gotten to even the least in the society. So they're beginning to see the reason why. Let's keep trying until we get what you want. So if my mom, for the first time in her life, in her 80s, is telling me she's still alive for 2027, she's going to vote, it shows that something is happening in Nigeria that the whole world needs to know. So Nigerians are gradually waking up and see that this sit back to say, let them do their thing is no longer working, that they also have an impact and input to make when it comes to governance.
She will be alive and she will vote.
Amen.
Okay, so finally, in 1 second, what reforms or safeguards would you recommend to prevent similar controversies ahead of the future elections? 1 second, our time is almost up.
Well, for me, I feel like I said, the opposition should keep their best and ensure they resolve issues that is necessary. They should come to compromise, stay focused, and give us that oppositions that Nigerians wants to see when it comes to 2027 election.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sam Wasinda. We hope to have you next week for a continuation of this topic, because it's a topic that is broad. So we need to try to get to see how we can get it right in Nigeria. Thank you for coming. And to our viewers out there, thank you for joining us this evening. I am Patricia Remo Gabriels.
A lovely morning to you, and thanks a lot for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. Fresh details have emerged at the reported kidnapping incident at the Egbira camp axis of Auchi in Isako East local government area, where 3 girls were abducted. A man whose name is being withheld, who reportedly went to deliver ransom to secure their release, was later found dead with his lifeless body discovered on a motorcycle. Donald Bureau Chief McDonald Irunokai, who visited the area, has details.
A visit to the residence of the deceased ransom bearer at Old Market Road, Jatu Zaru, revealed a sombering atmosphere as sympathizers continued to visit the family to console the wife and relative of the victim. Neighbors were singling about their daily activities quietly, while friends and relatives gathered to mourn the tragic incident. One of the sympathizers who identified herself as a sister to the wife of the deceased, said the man had volunteered to deliver the ransom demanded by the kidnappers for the release of the 3 guests abducted at the Gbira Camp houses along Igara Road in Auchi.
Gometi imirimati rekpamo bonemona ni male. I'm not get day save on the community now. Why mo ire yime ikwena. Akere vale ruradu. Obuye why re degu ikwena.
Meanwhile, reacting to claim that the victim was a member of Uzari Bilatek group under the Edo State Security Corps, the Sector 1 Commandant, Mr. Yusuf Agbobware, who spoke off cameras, denied the allegation, stating that the deceased was not a member of his squad. He said security operative later traced the location where the lifeless body of the alleged ransom bearer was discovered. The Edo State Command is yet to react to the incident in Jatu Uzari. At the time of filing this report, the whereabouts of the 3 abducted guests remain unknown. From Jatu Uzari in Isako West local government area of Edo North, McDonald Irunokai, ITV News.
And still on a tragic note, a 41-year-old man identified as Uwa Demigye has allegedly been killed by suspected Fulani herdsmen in Iguero community of their northeast local government area of Edo State. The incident, which occurred on Tuesday evening, sparked protests by residents on Wednesday as they condemned the rising wave of insecurity in the area and called on government and security agencies for urgent intervention. Crime correspondent Jola Adeoju has more.
Residents of Iguero community and neighboring villages including Iwu, Izakabu and Ogwa have in recent months continued to face growing security challenges. Among their major concerns is the infiltration of the communities by suspects from the northern part of the country and herdsmen who, according to residents, operate under the guise of cattle grazing but are allegedly linked to cases of kidnapping and violent attacks. Community members claim that while some victims of these attacks regain their freedom, others are not as fortunate and end up losing their lives. They said the deceased, Uwa Odenwige, is a commercial bus driver who was reportedly driving into his compound on Tuesday evening when he was suddenly attacked by the suspected assailant. Sources say the victim attempted to resist and escape but was eventually shot dead. An eyewitness said she heard the victim shouting for help at about 6:35 p.m., moments before several gunshots were fired. She added that the victim ran into a backyard while trying to escape before he was shot again by attackers.
You go reach my side, they shoot on one, boom. You go enter inside the corner of my side. As you reach the corner, they say, "Me na help me, oh, me na help me, oh." They just waka go where they for my corner, they shot me, and then they give on the third bullet. I not call you a voice again.
Reacting to the incident, the Odionwere of Iguero community, Pa Aisa Bombonwa in Malili, alongside other residents, appealed to the Edo State government and security agencies to urgently intervene and restore safety to the area.
I have never seen this type of incident before. These herdsmen brought their cows into the community with guns.
They have kidnapped many people while demanding huge sums of money as ransom. Just yesterday, another man was killed by these herdsmen.
It's so rampant. Everyday kidnapping, everyday killing. We don't need these cow rearers any longer.
Following the incident, several residents are said to have temporarily fled the community over fears of further attacks. As at the time of this report, the Edo State Police Command is yet to issue a statement regarding the killing in Iguero community. Jola Adeoju, ITV News.
And the acting chairman of Ego local government area, Honorable Saro Eribo, has received the chairman of the Edo State Christian Pilgrims Welfare Board, Reverend Franklin Omobude, on a courtesy visit at the council secretariat in Uselu, Benin City. Patience Usarogiwa reports that the visit was aimed at familiarizing the council with the activities of the Edo State Christian Pilgrims Welfare Board and seeking collaboration with the local government.
Speaking during the visit, Reverend Franklin Omobude appreciated the acting chairman for the warm reception and briefed him on the programs and initiatives of the board. He emphasized the need for stronger synergy between the board and local government authorities in promoting the spiritual welfare of citizens and providing administrative support for Christian pilgrims from the state.
We have come here to inform this local government that the board will be embarking on this spiritual journey, prayers to have an interference with spiritual doctrines of Christ so that we'll return back as agent of change to our state and to our nation generally. As we are about to do everything to ensure that one or two of your officials visit this holy site to offer prayer on behalf of your local government. This local government in your time will reign from glory to glory. Amen.
Responding, the acting chairman of Igor Local Government Council, Honorable Saro Eribo, thanked the delegation for the visit and assured them of the council's readiness to collaborate with organizations that promote the welfare and development of the people. Honorable Eribo also noted that he is familiar with the operations of the board, having previously served as a member of the Edo State Christian Pilgrims Welfare Board.
I'm part of you because I've been there. And wherever I go to Israel, there's one particular place I love visiting. That is the Wailing Wall. I normally drop my request there. What the governor needs for now is just prayer. The man has been trying, and we want the governor to try more.
He further reaffirms his commitment to supporting initiatives that align with the vision of the governor of Edo State, distinguished Senator Monday Okpewolo, in delivering the dividends of democracy to the people. From Ego Local Government Council, Patience Usaugiwa, ITV News.
And still on the AM News, some residents of Benin City have expressed mixed reactions following the groundbreaking ceremony. Some residents of Benin City have expressed mixed reactions following the groundbreaking ceremony for a new CCETC power generation project at Olugbo in Obaka local government area by the Edo State government. While the government says the initiative will address persistent electricity outages, some residents are questioning the decision to abandon Osiomo Power Initiative established by the previous administration. Donald Dehimie completes the report.
Governor Monday Okpewolo on March 9, 2026 performed the groundbreaking ceremony for a 100-megawatt CCETC Olugbo plant alongside a 300 metric tons per day liquefied natural gas processing facility in Olugbo, describing the project as a renewed effort to tackle the persistent electricity challenges confronting residents across the state. The project, when completed in 6 months, is expected to provide stable and reliable support for regional energy supply and industrial development. Development comes amidst complaints over unstable power supply from the Benin Electricity Distribution Company, which many residents say has struggled to meet the energy needs of homes and businesses in the state. Historically, Olugbo community already hosts the Osiomo Power Plant, developed during the administration of former Governor Godwin Obaseki with an initial generation capacity of about 55 megawatts, later expanded to nearly 95 megawatts, with a proposal to hit 550 megawatts in the future. However, after assuming office, Governor Okpewolo's administration discontinued the state government's reliance on the Osiomo facility and reconnected several government establishments to national grid through the Benin Electricity Distribution Company, which at the moment is not able to satisfy customers in electricity distribution. While some residents view the new power project as a heady development towards improving electricity supply, others were of the opinion that successive administrations should prioritize continuity by consolidating on existing projects rather than abandoning them due to political differences.
The government should sit down and think about continuation. Whatever is being done by the past administration for a community or a street or an area or a senatorial district, you can decide to have another.
Osiomo Power Plant, you like it or not, is situated in Edo State. They pay tax to Edo State government. They employ some of our Edo State indigenous. So whoever set it up does not matter. Government, unless you take it that you will continue from what you met on the ground, you won't achieve much.
Nigeria lacks continuity in governance. That is what is killing us. This government will come with this project. When he goes, it is abundant, that money goes. Another person will come and say, I will do this farm. He do it, maybe he might not even complete it.
Commenting on the development, the Commissioner of Power in Edo State, Honorable Paul Usemba, gave an insight of other initiatives by the government to cushion the effect of epileptic power supply in the state.
Other initiatives are on their way as well. We have some Canadian companies who are interested in engaging the state. We also have some other Chinese companies who want to engage the state.
The development has continued to raise broader questions about policy consistency, long-term infrastructure planning, and the need for sustainable solutions to Edo State electric challenges. From Benin, Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
And under similar circumstances, motorists and customers are groaning under the burden of rising price of petrol and alleged sharp practices by some marketers. The customers lament that despite the recent hike in the pump price of petrol, some filling stations still shortchange customers through under-dispensing at the pumps. Patience Saragiwa has details.
Findings by the news crew reveal that several filling stations in parts of Benin Metropolis are without petrol, forcing motorists to move from one filling station to another in search of the products. The development has created anxiety among consumers who fear that a prolonged shortage could trigger further increase in the price of petrol. Some motorists also alleged that some filling station operators are hoarding petrol purchased before the latest price adjustment by major marketers in anticipation of selling it at a higher prices. Consumers say inadequate monitoring of dispensing practices and price regulation by relevant government agencies is enabling some marketers to exploit unsuspecting motorists.
You are buying at a very high price. At the same time, the meters are not correct. I bought a fuel 1,070 naira at one filling station at Oluku. In the evening, my friend said he bought 1,250, and now some of the filling stations, they even have fuel they are not willing to sell. They say they don't have fuel. It's very, very unfortunate because no price control, no task force monitoring them. They just sell at their own price fees.
The meter, I don't even know what they are reading. I used 30,000 to buy 4 liters. Nobody's talking. Our president is ruling this country. They are looking over it.
I used for almost about 68,000 from just Lagos to this place. It's very annoying, man. I'll buy fuel. Waiting, where are we going in this country? Some are selling 1,300, while some are selling 1,250, some are selling 1,300 because the price is not stable. Out of the individual marketing, they are just increasing everything.
It's fuel. They don't want to sell. Why are they keeping it? Let them sell. The meter should be correct.
They called on appropriate regulatory authorities to intensify monitoring and ensure marketers comply with approved standards in order to protect consumers. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Traders at the popular Uchi Daily Market, located in Auchi, the headquarters of Isako West local government area, have expressed deep worries over a significant drop in patronage, attributing the situation to going Ramadan and Lent fasting season. Igbano Anthony reports from Edo North that the traders also blame the low presence of commercial vehicles, especially motorcycles, as many of the cyclists are fasted. Will be brought to you in our subsequent bulletin. And that's the size of our package on ITV AM News for this time. Many thanks for watching. I am Harry Igbo J. TMI Socials is up next. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thanks for staying with us on the program Icons on Independent Television. My guest on the program today is an established health practitioner, Dr. Elizabeth Okorowa Okoje, popularly called Dr. O. Dr. O, it's good to have you on the program Icons on ITV.
Thank you for having me.
There's a part of your life that I'm also quite interested in about your impact in the medical field. Your dream was to go to the US and go to school. In a sense, that did not come on time. You went into business. And then, of course, somewhere along the line, babies started coming. And so share with us briefly your history, your journey in terms of your medical practice.
Okay. So what happened was, after the clothing and the fashion and all of that, so I now saw that when they invited me to one big event, that, you know, devil always try to come into marriages. So my ex said he's not taking me. So the friend said, I will take you. The friend took me to this place to sell clothes, do all my thing. He was taking notes. Then he now went to Africa. I took their next flyer. They were advertising the next event. He took their flyer. Then the next event, nobody came to my shop. Then they said, we bought this $20 over there. And when there was him, I'm like, what?
Your ex-husband?
Like the friend that took me there. Okay, well, he said I was making money. When they had
trying to undercut you.
So when that came, I said, you know what can I do now? What can I do now? I said, okay, how about I go to travel and tourism school? Because they had it in the school I went to before to learn how to type. I asked them, they said, you can do it in 3 months. I did it in 3 months. Then I was looking for a job. Nigeria Airways was there. I went to sell myself in Nigeria Airways. Nigeria Airways said, yes, we can use you. So I started being like a leg worker for Nigeria Airways, bringing them tickets, selling tickets, going to events, telling people.
Like an agent.
Like an agent. Okay. I sell tickets now. Then from there, I saw this cruise line and travel. I went into there owned by an Italian man. So the man was so big, all her 2 daughters big. So I was the one now taking care of them. I'm an agent to work selling tickets but I will go out of my way. I'll hear the man coughing. I'll go there. Oh, Papa, you okay? I'll sit in.
It's like a care job.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I was an agent selling tickets.
I mean, for the Italian man and his children, you said the man was on the big side.
Yes, I wasn't there for that. Okay. That was just humanitarian part of me. Yes. Okay. So I will not prep him. I will not do this. I will not say them, oh, you don't eat too much. Don't eat small. So I would not like see me talking to them like something that will happen tomorrow. So the man became so close to me. He said, you are my daughter now. You are my daughter that is slim. These ones are fat. Then before you know, one day I came to work. Then some Nigerians, I came to introduce them to the man that these are my Nigerian people. They're going to be buying tickets from us. So I was the one selling tickets everywhere. So at the end of the day, I came to the office early. The man came. He said I should make him coffee. So I went to make coffee for him. As I was bringing the coffee, the man died on the spot right there. So then the daughters, they went into smoking, they smoking all this, before you know, the other daughter died.
Wow.
Then the other one remained, he told me, Elizabeth, how about I just give you, buy this thing from me? Can you afford the place? I said, yes. So he said, buy it. I said, okay. So the travel agency became mine.
Wow.
So I started doing, and I turned it to Liz Travel. The Lady Chris Fashion.
Lady Chris Fashion to now
Liz Travel. Then Liz Travel started going worldwide. I started selling tickets everywhere. So from there, anybody that want to buy tickets, they must come to me. So I applied to be a consolidator. They look at my volumes, so they gave me the title to be a consolidator. They made my business to be a consolidator.
Okay.
So after that, I was not still thinking about school yet too. Then I was no baby yet too. Then I was not trying to see, okay, since I can't have children, what can I do? I went to all the doctors. They said nothing wrong with me. They said, well, you have fibroid, but your fibroid is not in the front, it's at the back. That's not why you're not getting pregnant. So later I now found a trick where I was not getting pregnant. So I now decided to work on that trick. Then before you know, the doctor said, we need to do surgery. When we do this surgery, we want to make sure that your womb is set well. I'm going to do exploratory surgery to see what is going on. We put a pump through your navel and look at everything. I said, no problem. Book me for the test. We're waiting. I went for pre-admission testing. I was supposed to go for the surgery the next day. So my ex was upset, you know, not being able to pray and all of that stuff. Said they are giving him pressure, you know, for home and all of that stuff. Then I said, you know, you can go to Nigeria and get married to another woman. I don't care. But I will be okay. I know I will have children. If you're patient, children will come. So at the end of the day, I now saw my phone blinking message. First thing in the morning, 5 a.m., I'm supposed to go to the hospital to pray for the surgery. I pressed the button, was Dr. Murphy. Because one of my relatives, my best friend, the wife got pregnant, and the very day they said the baby was going to be born, that's when the baby was born. So the lady now told me the doctor is very good, was able to tell the exact date. Go see that doctor. So I went to see Dr. Murphy. I said, can I see your hands? He gave me your hands. I prayed on his hands. I said, with this your hands, doctor, you will give me a child, because I'm looking for children. It's like, it's becoming too much now. I've been married for 5 years, no pregnancy. Then always making money. So then the doctor now left a message for me. That's when he ordered for that test. And the pre-admission testing came now. In pre-admission testing, they check your blood, they check everything to see if you can withstand the surgery. They always also run to see if you are pregnant. So I saw a message, Elizabeth, you don't have to come to the hospital today. Oh man, sis, we're pregnant. We're 8 weeks pregnant. Wow. I said, 8 weeks pregnant? Me, I was running up and down. I carried my Bible, my chaplet. I put my brass couple, I put it around my waist. Food, I'm not the near stove again. No. I'm pregnant. Before you know, I really have my son, wow. My oldest son, wow. Who is 34 years old now. Wow. He'll be 35 in April. Wow. So we thought that was it. I said, okay, I have a baby now. So I can start my business. So I can start going back to my airline business and everything. So before you know, I was just like doing business again, not even thinking about school again or even nothing. I started doing the money was coming everywhere. Okay. So at the end of the day, I was so sick and I was very big in a very funny way. So then I called my doctor. I said, I don't feel good. He said, don't tell me you're pregnant again. So we went to do the test. They said, I'm pregnant. Then they now said, you are just 12 weeks pregnant. You just missed your period, right? I said, I didn't even remember whether, because I just had a baby. Yeah. So now, they now did the ultrasound. They came, they said, oh, the fibroids are getting big. You have a baby and so many fibroids. And the fibroid look like hot dog shape. I'm like, what? I go home. I started getting big. Look like a man, hair all over my body. And I was only like 2 months pregnant. So I called my doctor. I said, I can't move. I can't do nothing. We got to find out what is going on. This is not pregnancy. He said, okay, I'm in the office. Come to the office. I said, I can't. I have to call the ambulance to take me. They had to remove my dog to take me to the doctor's office. When my doctor saw me say, oh, shit, what is going on with you? I said, I don't know. You say I'm pregnant. So they now run ultrasound. The doctor now just ran out. Went to call the doctor. The doctor said, oh my God, 1, 2, 3, triplets. Wow. Then my wife said, wow, do they have triplets? I go there, they born 3 babies. I never see this. So yeah, the doctor, they were planning, was telling the doctor, what can we do? The doctor said, well, there's something we can do. We can take 2 out. I leave 1. I said, doctor, God forbid. He said, you know, we're thinking about you now, sister. That's my doctor. Because you have fibroids, you know, the babies will never survive. Yeah. I said, you are not my God. Give me your hands again. Should I pray for him? That's how they took me to the hospital. I was there for 5 months. Wow. I was in the hospital for 5 months. I didn't move. I was counting and I was still doing my airline business. That was when I lost that business. The guy that was, when I had the baby, we were still in 1-bedroom apartment. And I said, we can't live like this. Babies crying everywhere, police coming every day. They think that my baby, I'm abusing my child. Yeah. When they call, they see that I have 4 kids. Yeah. So then I said, you know what? I told my ex, I said, you know, you remember I told her I was saving money. I said, I'll be saving money. Let's go buy a house. I found a house we can buy. He said, buy a house, okay? Where? For white neighborhood. No. I said, no, let's go there because we can't be in 1-bedroom apartment with these kids. So I went there. Before you know, everything just went through. Boom. Bought a beautiful house. The house, they say, it was $159,000. So I gave them $100,000. My husband was like, where did you see this money? I said, well, since money was all the time, I started to learn how to save. because I know we have children. So before you know, I bought that house, we were in that house, triplex, my house was full, everywhere, people coming and going. Wow. America, God bless America. Wow. Nurses, home-hearted, everybody. Me, I didn't really do nothing. All they were doing, they would just say, sit down. I would sit down, I would just be pumping the milk in a gallon for kids. You know, at the end of the day, I went to, one of them called me. They said, for your mental health, what do you want to do? I said, I want to go to school. I always say I want to go to school. Then the pediatrician said, you should really go to school and become a pediatrician. Wow. Because I never took my kids to the doctor. Yeah. I checked them at home, do everything.
So that's when you went into medical practice and
studied? No, then when I went to go to school, I have a mentor, an uncle. Not really an uncle, it was a family friend. It's a family friend. Okay. But it became like my father now.
Father, like a mentor.
Yeah. Daddy Oshokbekai, Mike Oshokbekai.
Okay.
Very smart man. So, and he said, you know, I will take you to the university, King University. Because then I didn't have no papers yet. So I will guarantee you, because he went to that school with flying colors. I will guarantee you to go to the school. So Mr. Bridges was the admission officer, so they did all they had to do. He said, is she smart? I remember him asking Daddy, he said, is she as smart as you? Yeah. I said, yes, I'm very smart. I said, anything I do now, if it's 4 years, I will do it 2 years. He said, no. And the maximum you can do, the minimum you can do is 3 years. Yeah. I said, okay, I'll do it 3 years. Then the uncle that said, you know what, don't go and be doing all those business administration, because I did home economics in college education. Very good at it. Father Mesa used to use me to sing everywhere. So, and my uncle, Selo Jeme, may so rest in peace, and the wife is still alive. He was really there for me. He is the one that I say, you know what, I'm going to make him proud. You know what I mean? So he got me a job with NCE for level 8. What was my interview? And I got there, he just told them my niece know how to cook, my niece know how to dance. Father Mesa said, can you dance for us? I started dancing, flipping and all of that. They said, we got the job. So I was teaching in a dancing catering school in Benin City. Okay. So on that note, all that experiences that I went to America, I saw America, I thought America was good. Yeah. I gave my stuff out here. When I get to America, I'm going to buy another one. Get to America, press button, food will come. America is a struggle country. You have to be able to know what to do. You have to be able to make something out of nothing.
As we conclude now, what's your advice to younger people who today believe that they want to enjoy the best of life, but that commensurate work, that hard work, that determination and commitment to make a difference is not there? People just still believe that you can go abroad and then pick the monies from the trees, pick the monies on the road, and then you are going to. In 1 minute, what's your advice?
Okay. So what I would tell the yoga fools is that don't stay and let things come to you. You have to be the one to work and get it. Like I do motivational, I'm a motivational speaker actually. Okay. Go to universities, cities during the history month. Then I have my own talk show in America. So, which are branded here now, you know, Get Inspired.
TV?
Yeah, Get Inspired with Dr. O. Okay. So I'm getting my own channel TV here so I can, you know, bring it to my country and impart the country too, you know. So I always tell the young kids, I say, you know what? The life you want to live tomorrow can be determined today. Don't wait. Don't look at anybody. And don't be afraid to fail. Because when you fail, all you have to do is to take a deep breath, re-strategize, see why you fail, and continue moving. Why people don't make it, young people, they think that things can just be given to them. And that is how I raised my kids. I have 4 kids as a single mother. My kids were just entry teenager, middle school. When I woke up one day, I became a single mother. 4 kids, 3 the same age. I'm like, okay, Elizabeth, are you going to just lay there? If I go down, my kids go down. So I have to make sure I don't go down, because if I go down, they will go even more.
Yeah.
Because me, I have some African survival instincts.
Yeah.
But these kids in America, they are taught this in school. Because if you think America is just a country where people just see things coming, it doesn't come. I tell people, it's easier to be successful in an undeveloped country than developed country. Everybody hustling want to go to America. If you cannot make it here, when you go to America, it's still the same thing. You're not going to make it. You have to be able to have a foundation, have a good foundation. Get inspired. That's why I have my program, Get Inspired with Dr. O Concept. Because I am the mama of everybody. I'm the mother of everybody. Go to New Jersey, mama, oh, mama, oh, mama, oh, mama, oh, mama Hollywood. My entertainment business is Hollywood. Mama, oh, mama Hollywood. Mama, oh, mama, my children's friends call me Mama Africa. Then my colleagues call me the Dogu Mama. So I'm like a one-stop center for everybody. Okay. People come, they tap on me first. What do? I start to see myself telling them, educating people how to really go from angle A to angle B. Okay. And when you fail, don't give up. Keep striving. Make sure you keep going. Focus. Work with people that are positive. If you have friends that are all they talk is negative, that will never get you anywhere. I will look for people that are better than me.
Okay.
So that I can learn from them. Okay. That's what you need to do.
All right.
And it's easy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been very, very inspiring, insightful, talking with you, hearing from you directly what your journey and how your journey has been in life and the experiences that you've had. And I know that this is very beneficial to viewers out there. Dr. O, thank you so much for coming on the program.
No problem. You're welcome.
That's our package for this week on the program Icons on Independent Television. Hope you had a great time with us. Be sure to join us same time, same station next week. We'll bring you another segment of the program. Till then, stay blessed and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
President Tinubu says controversial electoral act signed to save Nigeria. Nine senators defect to ADC as Senate moves to declare a Bari-based seat vacant. Lagos police arrest suspect, recover locally made pistol, charms in Mushin. Governor Pewolo orders contractors to work day and night on road projects. And staff stage surprise birthday celebration for ITV and Radio MD Engineer Elvis Obaseki. Good evening and welcome to the news on Independent Television. I am Abigail Adiremi. And joining me on the news tonight from our Benin Network Center is Lawrence Usifo. Good evening, Lawrence.
Good evening, Abigail, and it's a great pleasure to have you on the news tonight. How's the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja?
Abuja is doing very well, Lawrence. Nice to share the screen with you also. And joining me from our Lagos Network Center is Aiboje Ikoria. Hello, Aiboje. Good evening.
Good evening, Abigail. How are you doing tonight? You're looking very good and beautiful.
Thank you very much, Aiboje. I'm doing very well, and I hope you are too. And now moving to the news in details, President Bola Tinubu says he signed a controversial 2026 Electoral Act Amendment Bill to save the country from plunging into a deep political crisis. He also reaffirmed his commitment to democratic principles, national unity, and the rule of law, declaring that he remains a die-hard Democrat who will continue to defend Nigeria's democratic system. As State House correspondent Ikaru Atta reports, the president made the remarks while addressing leaders of the All Progressives Congress and members of the Inter-Party Advisory Council at the breaking of Ramadan fast in the State House in Abuja.
This presidential interfaith breakfast was hosted for the All Progressives Congress Executive, National Working Committee member, and the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC. Speaking, President Tinubu highlighted his decade-long democratic credentials from detention and exile to co-founding the National Democratic Coalition, NADECO. He noted that Nigeria's democratic journey over the past 26 years has been sustained through voluntary commitment and sacrifice by political actors across party lines. In his personal conviction, the president stressed that his belief in democracy remained unwavering.
The rule of law must prevail in any democracy. Yes, rule of law. Majority. We have their say and their way. A minority, we have their say and might not have their way.
On signing the Electoral Act, President Tinubu addressed IPAC concern head-on, saying he signed the Electoral Act because he had no choice and don't want to throw the country into crisis.
I have no choice. I don't want to throw the country into turmoil of argument of nothing. There is an overwhelming majority by the National Assembly that passed the law.
Earlier, IPAC's national chairman, Yusuf Dantele, hailed President Tinubu as a listening father and an inclusive president, but highlighted flaws in the Electoral Act. He noted IPAC's quiet work with INEC to avert the 2023 election chaos and appeal for easing of the 21-day membership registration deadline with national identification number. From the Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, Amikaro Atta, ITV News.
As the gale of the factions continue to hit political parties, 9 senators on Thursday defected from the People's Democratic Party, Labour Party, and the All Progressives Grand Alliance to the African Democratic Congress. This is as the Senate moved to declare vacant the seat of Senator Einaya Baribe, who defected from APGA to the ADC. National Assembly correspondent Charity Tanko reports that after a back-and-forth argument that lasted almost 2 hours, the Senate gave Senator Abaribe until next legislative sitting to finalize his decision.
I wish to inform you of my decision to leave the All Progressive Grand Alliance and join the African Democratic Congress.
The debates over whether Senator Enyenaya Abaribe should vacate his seat followed the reading of letters of defection from 9 senators by the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio. Among the senators whose letters were read on the floor of the Senate are Senator Amin Waziri Tambuwal from the People's Democratic Party, Senator Mohammed Onao from the PDP, Senator Victor Ume from the Labour Party, and Senator Ireti Kingibe from the Labour Party, among others. After reading the letters, Senate President Godswill Akpabio directed the Deputy Senate President, Jibrin Barrow, to investigate whether there was any division in APGA to warrant Senator Abaribe's defection.
The DSP should look through all the letters. Anyone that is from a party that is intact, bring the name to me, I know what to do.
He's decamping because he doesn't want a situation where we have a one-party system in Nigeria. That is not what is in this constitution.
The appropriate section of the constitution should be invoked just to teach people a lesson that they should not pretend that there's a smoke in their house.
Give distinguished Senator Abaribe an opportunity of a rethink in this regard. He can withdraw his letter.
In his defense, Senator Abaribe told lawmakers that he had been sacked by APGA since September 2025, adding that the section of the Constitution cited by his colleagues was silent on the development. In his ruling, Senate President Godswill Akpabio said he had not seen the sack letter as claimed by Senator Abaribe and therefore gave the senator until the next legislative sitting to decide whether to withdraw his letter of defection or maintain his position.
Haven't been sacked from my party since September of 2025.
Yes, we will give you until our next sitting to reconsider or take a decision.
From Abuja, Charity Tanko, ITV News.
The House of Representatives, through the Committee on Finance, has given the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, a 2-week ultimatum to recover the over 18.98 billion naira debt owed the federal government by foreign airlines. Organa Victor reports that the committee is conducting a revenue monitoring exercise between the 2023 and 2025 fiscal years with a view to strengthening revenue accountability among government agencies.
This is the second week since the House of Representatives Committee on Finance, chaired by Honorable James Faleke, began its revenue monitoring exercise between the 2023 and 2025 fiscal years, with a view to strengthening revenue accountability among government agencies. Some members of the panel during the session expressed concerns over the growing debt profile of several international airlines operating in the country, questioning the legality of owing the Nigerian government beyond the stipulated 2 weeks.
If the airlines are breaking the law, we want to make sure that the airlines breaking the law. The first question here will be found. Why would we allow an airline to owe beyond the 2 weeks that is allowed? And if they have broken the law by not making that payment, when they finally make that payment, have they made this payment with interest?
Now, for those that are owing, and to answer the question, despite the fact that they have a 2-week window, so our agreement with IATA, so across the world, most international airlines and some domestic airlines, there's a requirement for you to be able to join the IATA platform. It's because of things like settlements.
Chairman of the committee, Honorable James Abiodun Faleke, expressed concern that foreign airlines continue to accumulate debt for airport services despite strict payment timelines, and therefore gave 2 weeks ultimatum to defaulting airlines to pay the over 18 billion naira debt owing the government by foreign airlines. The managing director of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, Olubumi Kuku, listed the indebted foreign airlines as Qatar Airways, Lufthansa, British Airways, Virgin Atlantic, KLM, Egypt Air, Ethiopian Airlines, Air France, Royal Air Maroc, Turkish Airlines, and Africa World Airlines. From the House of Representatives, Ogani Victor, ITV News.
Now, if you have just joined us, you're watching the Network News on Independent Television. And I'll link you with Lawrence, who is standing by in our Benin Network Center to bring us more stories of interest. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Abigail. And in Benin, where the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Ukpebolo, has directed all contractors handling road projects across the state to work day and night to avert the negative impact of the rainy season, which is capable of disrupting the progress of work in the state. Governor Ukpebolo, who was accompanied on the inspection tour by the special advisor on project monitoring, Engineer Phoebe Williams Bello, gave the directive after inspecting the inspection of the progress of work at the Mechanic Road in Ego and the Catholic Charismatic Renewal Road in Ugbiyoko. Our Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbu has more.
The inspection at Mechanic Road in Ego and the Catholic Charismatic Renewal Road in Ugbiyoko is part of strategy by Governor Bolo to put contractors on their toes to enable them work day and night to meet completion deadline before the commencement of the rainy season. Governor Bolo noted that he will continue to inspect various road projects across the state to ensure that contractors deliver on time before the rainy season sets in. The governor, who first visited Mechanic Road in Ego to assess progress of work, rounded off the inspection at Catholic Charismatic Renewal Road in Ugbiyoko, where he urged contractors to work day and night to cover a larger percentage of work before the commencement of the rainy season.
Rainy season is already here, but my prayer is that let us achieve to an extent before the major rain comes in. That is why I'm urging the contractor, they can work day and night to see that we achieve this place before the rainy season, proper rainy season starts. Because if the rain starts, nobody will enter the street.
Some residents at Mechanic Road in Ego trooped out to appreciate Governor Bolo's administration for reconstructing the road after over 20 years of abandonment.
Many don't even locate. I won't even relocate myself and say my this is now just surprised. Say the action just start to take place.
Past governors, they don't come, they don't award the contract. We don't know what happened. They not probe anybody. But this very governor now, Bebulu, that came, he never reached 2 years. He don't do this road.
Mechanic Road now, they don't award this road for 1970. And now he come to do an our aid and our everything.
The situation was same at Catholic Charismatic Renewal Road at Ugbiyoko, where residents also commended the ongoing infrastructure development of the area.
Don't rescue us.
According to Governor Bolo, the inspection of the road projects are to ensure that the completion dates fixed by contractors are met. From Benin, Kingsley Uchegbu, ITV News.
The ruling All Progressives Congress APC in Edo State have continued to receive members and supporters of the opposition party into its fold in the state. The latest defectors were received by the Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, in Igbo-Bazua, the administrative headquarters of Ovia Southwest local government area of Edo State. Deborah Ugbaifun has more.
For the third time in the last 3 months, leaders and members of the various political parties, along with their supporters, have defected to All Progressives Congress in Ovia Southwest local government area of Edo State. The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, joined other leaders of the party to receive the defectors at the Igbo-Bazua Town Hall. Among the defectors is the chairman of the Labour Party in Ovia Southwest local government area, Usiobafo Osamundiame, who joined the APC, alongside 6 wards chairmen, youth youth leader and the woman leader of the party. Also defecting to APC are the youth leader of the PDP in Igbobazuwa West Ward, Taneu, among several other supporters who joined the PDP for the APC. Receiving the defectors, some APC leaders, including the APC chairman in Ovia Southwest, Honorable Emmanuel Ogbomo, a member representing Ovia Southwest in Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Sunday Aredo, and the Commissioner for Livestock Development, Engineer Musa Omorojo, described the development as a positive sign for the party.
Labour Party has the strong payroll structure for APC. If we not be APC, we are no go any other party. We are no go.
The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, described the mass defection as a political revolution, expressing the confidence that the move will further strengthen the party ahead of the 2027 elections.
What we saw here is a political revolution for good, and to support the governor of our Nigeria State, Distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, to achieve the promise that he has given to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ovia Southwest is united.
From Igbobazuwa, Ovia Southwest Local Government Area, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
A surprise birthday celebration was organized for the Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki. The event, held on Thursday at the corporate headquarters, Glass House, Airport Road in Benin City, caught the celebrant completely off the guard and filled the atmosphere with excitement and joy. As Joy Obarasiagbon brings in more details.
The surprise party turns out to be a memorable moment filled with excitement and emotions as staff gathered to celebrate the managing director, fondly known as the digital managing director. The unexpected gesture left Engineer Elvis Obaseki visibly touched as staff members took turns to take photographs with the celebrant and share in the joyous moment. The celebration later reached a highlight with the cutting of the birthday cake, accompanied by cheers, prayers, and goodwill messages, wishing him long life, good health, and continued success.
You've been a blessing to everybody. Yeah. And so we want to say we love you. Happy birthday.
Executive Director of Finance and Administration Lady Celerina Ojomo, alongside other management staff, described the celebrant as a blessing to independent television and radio, praising his leadership and commitment to the organization's growth. A pioneer sport editor of the station who resides in the UK also encouraged him to continue trusting in God's guidance as he enters a new phase of life.
I wish him God's direction, wisdom, and spirit of discernment in all he does. It's not easy to lead a group of people like you have in ITV. So I wish him God's grace, guidance in everything.
Engineer Elvis Obaseki is an exceptional leader, a visionary broadcaster, and also a man who has inspired others to success.
His resilient nature in making us to know our job perfectly and has the staff in his heart.
Wherever you find yourself, always take the vantage position. Good things always flows on the channel chosen by God.
Overwhelmed with gratitude, Engineer Elvis Obaseki expressed heartfelt appreciation to the management and staff of Independent Television and Radio for making the occasion a memorable one.
If the foundation is not strong enough, there will be no building to call a skyscraper. I always give that credit to those that laid the foundation. But in the course of growing, the foundation might be very lean, but up. That's why you see that you have more space on the first floor than on the ground floor. It gives you an opportunity to spread.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Glad to know you're still there. Now to take you to Aibuje in our Lagos Center to give us more stories. Over to you.
Thank you, Abigail. Welcome to Lagos. The Lagos State House of Assembly has adopted the recommendation of its Standing Committee on Rules and Business concerning the demolition of Makoko and Akogbo communities, making them the official resolution of the House. The resolution followed a petition addressed to the Speaker, Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa, titled Urgent Appeal Regarding Ongoing Mass Force Eviction and Illegal Demolition Threatening Tens of Thousands of Makoko Akogbo communities. Presenting the report during plenary at the Committee of the Whole, the chairman of the Committee on Business and Rules, Honorable Nohim Adam, explained that the committee arrived at its conclusion after engaging the petitioners in 5 separate meetings and conducting an oversight visit with relevant government officials, agencies, and representatives of the affected communities. The Lagos State Police Command says it has recorded another operational success with the arrest of one suspect aged 30 and the recovery of a locally made pistol during a routine stop and search operations in the Mushin area of the state. The command says officials of the anti-crime patrol team of the Mushin division, led by the division now officer in the area, while on routine patrol along Luth road axis, Mushin accosted a suspicious-looking man carrying a white and orange-yellow polythene bag. The police added that a search conducted on the bag led to the recovery of one locally made pistol, black leather purse containing charms, and 3 pairs of slippers.
You're still on to the network news, broadcasting live on independent television. We take a break to bring you more reports. Stay with us. And thank you so much for staying with us on the network news. And moving on, the International Organization for Migration, IOM, has commended the Edo State government for its proactive measures in combating irregular migration, reducing poverty, and integrating returning migrants into the society. Chief of Mission for IOM Nigeria, Ms. Sharon Demanche, who led the delegation on a courtesy visit to the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Ukpebolo, praised the administration's commitment to ensuring that migration remains a choice and not a necessity. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbu tells us more.
Chief of Mission for IOM Nigeria, Ms. Sharon Demanche, commended the state government's initiatives in humanitarian support and poverty reduction, citing programs such as the Edo Job Center, support for fish farming, as well as efforts to assist survivors of gender-based violence. Ms. Demanche also lauded the government's empowerment initiatives, noting that over 500,000 individuals have benefited from various skills development programs. She further highlighted the administration's collaboration with IOM in supporting more than 9,000 returnees, helping them to restart their lives and successfully reintegrating them into the society.
Administration initiative on the EBO initiative on digital to end poverty, where you provide skills to youth and targeting over 500,000 individuals. Big congratulations.
Governor Monday Okpebolo reaffirmed his administration's commitment to continue collaboration with IOM and other development partners to curb irregular migration. He noted that court-related violence has historically contributed to irregular migration from the state, but said significant progress has been made under his leadership. The governor emphasized that ongoing efforts to maintain safety and peace across the state are already yielding positive results.
An environment that is not conducive, business can strike. People will continue to live
they don't want to return back. But now we are fighting hard, all sorts of criminality, most especially area of courtesan. What we are doing to see that we keep the city, we keep the state peaceful for people to come back to Nigeria. And people are coming back, they are testifying.
Among the resolutions reached at the meeting was the need to explore ways IOM can support Edo State in linking digital skills development to employment opportunities and entrepreneurship. From Benin, Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
The Administrative Council of the Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, Edo State Council, has commended the government of Edo State for the speedy reforms in the health sector, which is redirecting benefits of affordable and functional healthcare delivery in the state. The Health Union made the commendation during a visit to the Deputy Governor of the state, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, in Government House in Benin City. Deborah Ogbaifun has more.
The executive members of the Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, Edo State Council, led by the state chairman, Comrade Ugbeide Osage, are here in Government House for a commendation visit to the state government for its commitment to improving healthcare services. Comrade Osage says the medical and health workers in Edo State have not had it this good in the area of investment in health infrastructure, welfare for health workers, and appeal for implementation of the new consolidated health salary structure.
Since assumption of office as the Deputy Governor of Edo State and with the help of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State, there has been a tremendous development and drastic change in the health sector, which we are seeing on day to day. It is only the rebranding of our various health centers and our various LGAs, the building and the structures and the equipment, it is worth appreciating for.
Receiving the health workers on behalf of the Edo State government, the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, says the health sector topped the list in the state's China agenda, underscoring the importance of the healthcare service delivery in the state.
The China agenda by the Executive Governor of the State Distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, number 2 on that line, which is health, is very, very important to us. And the Executive Governor has so much emphasis in the area of health.
Right Honorable Idahosa assured the health workers of strong partnership through regular interactions.
We'll be meeting very often because I know the area of health, especially the welfare of health workers, is paramount to us. And we'll be working closely with you to ensure that what we promise the people, especially in the area of health, are implemented 100%.
In Government House, Benin, Deborah Ogbaifun, ITV News.
The Diocese of Benin has continued its 2026 combined Lenten service with a Week 3 program held at Our Saviour Anglican Church located at Ayayo Agbekai Avenue off Etiti Road, GRA, Benin City. Aisi Hunamori reports that the Lenten program, which brings together clergy and worshippers from across the diocese, is aimed at deepening spiritual reflection and preparing Christians for the celebration of Easter. The report by Ahis Hunamori is presented by Jola Day Ojo.
Beyond being a solemn season of reflection, the service also became a moment of collective rededication to faith, service, and community responsibility, with the theme Bearing the Cross, Bearing Fruit. The preacher, Reverend Samuel Igudia, delivered a sermon titled Faithful Under Pruning and Pain, drawing his message from the books of Romans chapter 8 verses 18 to 18 and 1 Peter chapter 1 verses 6 to 7. He reminded Christians that trials and suffering are part of the Christian journey. He urged believers to remain steadfast in faith, noting that temporary challenges often prepare them for greater glory and spiritual growth.
Whatever we are going through in life today, you cannot compare it with the glory that is to come. And what propels us and keeps us going, even in the face of challenges and sufferings as Christians, is that there is a talent that is awaiting us.
Other clergy at the service also encouraged worshippers to use the Lenten season as a period of prayer, repentance, and renewed commitment to righteous living.
The message to our Christians is that they should prune those things
that are working against their spirituality. You cannot serve God and mammon. This is a season of sober reflection for us to pray that God Almighty will forgive us our sins.
Christians should imbibe the lesson of Lent, which is that whatever you go through in life generally, as we are experiencing now, we should have faith that tomorrow will be better.
The service featured hymns, prayers, and scriptural exhortations as activities for the Lenten season continue across the diocese. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
And it's time for another break on the network news. More reports after the break. Stay with us. And thank you so much for staying with us. Moving on, a former Oredo local government chairman, Honorable Osaro Obaze, has declared his intention to contest in the All Progressives Congress primary for the Oredo federal constituency seats at the Federal House of Representatives. Honorable Obaze made the declaration at the Oredo All Progressives Congress APC Secretariat located along Wire Road in Benin City. Jonah Omorowa has more.
Honorable Sarah Obaze was warmly received by party leaders and supporters in Oedo, including Honorable Razak Bello Osagye and Honorable Chris Okaibe. Elated by the reception accorded him, Honorable Obaze said he is offering himself to serve the people and provide quality representation at the lower chamber of the National Assembly.
I am offering myself to run in order for me to be able, as a person, to bring to bear my wealth of experience ranging from the positions I've held in the time past, to be able to legislate in the National Assembly and bring about things that will affect the lives of our people in a positive direction.
Some party members also expressed confidence in the ability of Honorable Obaze to effectively represent the people of the constituency.
Obaze is the man we have all agreed to stand behind. He has exhibited more sterling qualities, more commitment and connection with the people since then. And if you look around, no one is as qualified as he is.
He has paid his dues.
It's generally accepted all over, and that is why we are all here to support him and to let him know that every good turn deserves a reward.
Osaro Obaze was given councillorship when councillorship had value, and he used it diligently. He was tried against my vice councillor, he did it diligently. Went again to Oredo local government chairman, excellently well. And today, I think what he deserves is when a song is good, you play it twice. Time for rep has come, and we have no other to send him there.
The carnival-like event attracted several supporters, including women and youth groups, as well as former and serving ward chairmen in Oedo. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
179 students of the Moses and Grace College of Health Sciences and Technology Benin City have been formally inducted into the community health profession after successfully completing their training. The third induction and oath-taking ceremony held at number 3 Richard Street off Sapele Road in Benin City attracted parents, staffs, and members of the institution and other dignitaries. Patience Osarogiwa brings in the report.
The oath was administered to the 179 graduates officially, ushering them into the community health profession. The inductees, comprising 128 community health extension workers and 51 junior community health extension workers, a representative of the Community Health Practitioners Registration Board of Nigeria and Zonal Liaison Officer for Edo and Delta States, Mrs. Osawumese, emphasized the vital role of community health practitioners in strengthening healthcare delivery at the grassroots. She urged the inductees to remain dedicated and professional in the discharge of their duties.
You are the frontline custodian of prevention, health promotion, basic curative services, disease surveillance, maternal, newborn, child and adolescent health.
Chairman of the occasion and also chairman of the Community Health Practitioners Association of Nigeria, Edo State Chapter, Comrade Victor Omorogbe, enjoined the newly inducted practitioners to uphold the ethics and standards of the profession.
Community health practice is more than just medical care. This is about empowering you and your community to actively participate in healthcare decision, promoting prevention, treatment, and health education at the grassroots level.
The provost of the college, Dr. Jonathan Inofe, congratulated the graduates and encouraged them to remain proactive, disciplined, and committed to quality health service.
Remember that your profession is a calling to serve humanity. It requires you not only to be skillful, but also compassionate, resilient, and be committed to lifelong learning.
From the start to this time, it has been God all through these years.
I feel so happy because this has been my dream.
This ceremony climaxed with the presentation of certificates to the newly inducted community health practitioners. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Natives of Okoromi community in Oredo local government area of Edo State have made a passionate appeals to the governor of the state, Senator Monday Ukbevolo, and His Royal Majesty Omonoba Nedo Uku Akbolokbolo Oba Ewar II to intervene and ensure the non-release of the Ohe of the community, Ovokan Igbinovia, who has been incarcerated for alleged serious breach of peace. The people of Okoromi made the appeal at a general meeting in the community where natives appreciated the state government for the quick intervention in the quarrel in the community. The report filed in by Musa Seidu is presented by Ikmo Musa Ugiagbe.
Natives of Okoromi in Oedo local government area, Edo State, are gathered to appreciate the government of Edo State, led by Governor Monday Ukbevolo, for prompt response to resolution of the skirmishes in the community. Spokespersons for Okoromi community alleged that the Ohe Owokan Igbinovia is in the business of terrorizing people in the community, thereby creating tension amongst natives. According to them, the community enjoyed relative peace when he was first arrested, and after his release, he again started to harass the people, arresting several of them, which made them to cry out. They said since his rearrest, peace has again returned to Okoromi, and appealed to Governor Ukbevolo and Obaewa II to intervene and find a lasting solution so that they will continue to enjoy peace in their community.
The Ohe of Okoromi have been terrorizing us here. No peace. If a person wants to rule a place and you are terrorizing your people, arresting them, how can you rule when you are terrorizing your people?
We are here on behalf of the entire community to appreciate our amiable governor, Senator Monday Ukbevolo. Since the arrest of Ohe of Okoromi by name Owokan Igbinovia, peace has been restored to the community. We are using this medium again to appeal to our amiable governor to do justice to this matter.
From the passionate appeals to concerned authorities by the natives of Okoromi, it is obvious that the people are urgently yearning for lasting peace in the community. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Another break is up next. Do stay with us. And thank you so much for staying with us still on the network news. Concerns over Nigeria's worsening security situation took center stage on the current affairs program 60 Minutes Nigeria, as Nigeria, as a political analyst, warned that the growing wave of insurgency and insecurity across the country is fueling fear and uncertainty among citizens. In a discussion on the nation's current security landscape, the analyst called for urgent and decisive actions from government and security agencies to curb the escalating threats. The report filed in by Esther Ogoro is presented by Ikmo Musa Ugiagbe.
Political analyst Bishop Bright Olumese described the state of insecurity in Nigeria as alarming. He criticized what he termed government's negligence in addressing the crisis, noting that the recent attack in Borno State exposes lapses in coordination among the nation's armed forces. Also speaking, Honorable Paul Ogido said the identities of many insurgents and their sponsors are not entirely unknown to authorities. According to him, despite significant budgetary allocations to the security sector, the fight against insurgency has yet to yield the desired results.
We have serious deficit in this fight against insecurity. No reprisal. Know that these people who carry out this attack had been arrested or had been, or it's terrible. It's like the government also, it's either overwhelmed or they are complicit.
These guys perpetrating these dastardly acts, they are not hidden. They make calls. They are on TikTok. They are on Facebook. So for anybody to say they don't know where they are, it is not a story that is meant for the adults.
Other guests on the program expressed disappointment over what they described as a weak response by the government, lamenting that the continued loss of lives suggests that the value placed on human life in the country is diminishing. Dr. Owen Olowu, however, maintained that while the government may be making efforts to address insecurity, entrenched interests within the system are undermining those efforts.
It is unfortunate that as sacred as human life is, does not matter to our politicians. I see politically motivated terrorism.
The analysts collectively called for stronger political will, improved coordination among security agencies, and greater accountability in the fight against insurgency. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Red House Ruby has won the 2026 Inter-House Sports Competition of Brainford International Montessori and High School with a whopping 136 points. Joy Obarasiagmo reported that the victory marked a thrilling conclusion of the second edition of the event held at the Rakai Field on Saple Road in Benin City.
The second edition of Brainford International Montessori and High School Inter-House Sport Competition was fierce, with thrilling display of coordination, uniformity, and competitiveness among the four competing houses: Blue House Sapphire, Green House Emerald, Red House Ruby, and Yellow House Topaz. Events such as Match Pass, Filling the Basket Egg Race, and Inter-House Invitation Relay Race kept the audience on the edge of their seats. At the end of the competition and collation, Red House Ruby emerged victorious, scoring 136 points, thereby taking the top spot. Yellow House Topaz came second, while Green House Emerald settled for third position, and winners decorated with medals. In his remarks, the school proprietor, Mr. Osasowia Johnson, emphasized the importance of sports in education.
Sport is an integral part of the total system of education.
The chairman on the occasion, Mr. Kingsley Aleladia, urged students to strive for excellence in their school's activities and endeavors as life progresses. Some students expressed happiness and gratitude to the school and their teammates for their cooperation and athleticism.
It was hard, but we tried.
I feel really good. I appreciate them for working hard with me. I appreciate my school for giving me this opportunity to be here today. I really appreciate it.
The rehearsals, we put a lot of effort in it, and we are happy that we are able to take second.
Some parents and teachers highlighted the school's commitment to promoting sports and healthy competition among students.
The competition was so interesting and I'm so happy.
It was a very great performance and I admire and I adore them for that.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
And for more in the exciting world of sports, let's now join our sports desk where our sport correspondent Solomon Aina is standing by.
And on sport news, Nigerian senior women basketball team, the Tigers, has suffered a 77-60 defeat to South Korea women basketball team in their second game of the 2026 FIBA Women's Basketball World Cup qualifying tournament in France. The encounter, played in Villepin, saw South Korea dominate large spell of the match, capitalizing on their shooting accuracy to secure a comfortable 17-point victory. The result means the Tigers have now recorded 1 win and 1 loss in the qualifying tournament after opening their campaign with a convincing victory over Colombia. The African champion will now look to bounce back in their next fixture against the Philippines on Saturday as they continue preparation ahead of the 2026 Women Basketball World Cup. And that's it from the Sport Desk. I am Solomon. I know.
And with that, to call it a wrap on the network news on Independent Television, on behalf of my colleague in Abuja, Abigail, and in Lagos, Aigboji, I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. Do have a beautiful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
òde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kè abá sọ́pà ẹ̀. Àlàyé àtọ́jú abá sọ́pà ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
It's an exciting Thursday afternoon. We are here once again to x-ray what is happening in the country on the program 60 Minutes Nigeria. I am Wilson Marshall. Not to worry, Rosa Bolaho is around the corner trying to gather more intel to push broadcasting forward. Until then, I'll be presenting him today. Well, today on 60 Minutes Nigeria, we're going to be zooming in on two topics. Here's the first one is current security situation in the country. There's the recent killings, the recent kidnapping, throwing off a military base in Borno, despite the fact that there was an open opportunity for the Air Force to react to the cry or call for help, or what you call SOS, by the military battalion in that particular cantonment, so to speak, or barracks, for them to intervene using air power to at least complement the effort of the military personnel. No help came, and they were overrun by terrorists. And that was so sad. You go to Ondo State, you know the story so well. What about Kwara? Over hundreds killed, some kidnapped. It's so crazy. People say that it's getting worse as the day pushes towards 2027. Well, that is on one hand. On the other hand, we're taking a look at also the overpowering shadow of the APC as our election approaches. You heard about, yes, Governor of Zamfara State, right? They come again to the APC. No thanks to the appeal court judgment favoring a faction of the PDP. But right now we're just talking about peace in the PDP. People are asking, who are you going to make peace with after the party has been balkanized? We'll take a look at this too. We'll start off with the first one about the current security situation in our country. Me here in the studio, I have a clergyman, political affairs commentator, political analyst. Join me to welcome Bishop Bright Olumese. Thank you so much, Bishop, for making our time to be here.
Good afternoon, Wilson. Good afternoon, viewers at home.
All right.
Thank you.
I sit very close to him. He's an Islamic scholar, academia, political analyst, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Alhaji Ahmed Iwaike. Thank you so much for being here. Despite the period, I appreciate the resilience and the strength that you have to be here in the studio.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wixing. Thank you, viewers at home.
And join us virtually all the way from Lagos. He's a political analyst, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Honorable Paul Ogido IEWC. Honorable Paul, thank you so much for taking our time to be with us. Okay, we will have our connection right. Definitely, you get to hear from Honorable Paul. Now, let's start off with the gentleman I have in the studio. Yes,
Good
Bishop.
afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
It's like, okay, Paul, Honorable Paul is there. Paul, thank you so much for making it on time, despite the, you know, topsy-turvy nature of connectivity, so to speak. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
All right,
Yeah,
it's so good to hear from you.
Good afternoon, the good people of Edo State, and my dear brothers in the studio there. You are all welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's put the show on the road. Bishop, the current security situation is disheartening. It is alarming. Some be like it is scary. Now, despite the fact that Americans, the U.S. government, they did their best to show power, to show that they are watching with keen interest what is happening in Nigeria, maybe one or two moves. Bombs exploded, cut save them, and of course we're told that we have some U.S. foot soldiers in Nigeria gathering intel, sharing information and all that. But from your own analysis, are things really getting better for this country when we talk about security situation?
Okay, thank you once again, Mr. Wilson. And viewers at home, I want to say Nigeria's situation right now is called for special concern when it comes to security issues. One of the biggest challenges I have with the security issue is that it's like there's no political will. You know, I've actually submitted here over time that Nigeria's security situation does not just need power. Yeah, you could see that the America came, they did what they do. Yeah, no, it's more or less intelligence gathering.
Intelligence gathering.
Intelligence gathering. There's a big problem, and we're not seeing so much from the federal government, so to say, okay, now when you go around the world, when you talk about intelligence gathering, you're talking about liaison with people like the Israeli. When you talk about force, you go to America and all of that. This is the Nigeria situation. We need it, because if you look at, we are fighting this kind of war where your armed forces, your air force, the synergy is not there. The attack in Borno it called for a lot of questioning. And when you listen to some of these armed men, they will tell you that, look, they like, when they want to carry out an attack, the banditry they want to attack gets the information before they come there. And you know the way that landscape is. Distance between where they are operating and when they got information. So we need an intelligent, we need a serious intelligence deficit. We have serious intelligence deficit in this fight against insecurity. And it's crippling, it's destroying Nigeria. If you go, there are so many traveling bans on Nigeria states. I was to host somebody that they said no, he said this country won't allow him go to certain part of Nigeria because of insecurity. For a developing nation who need investors to come develop, you are, romancing, insecurity, you are treating security with kid gloves. No. The disheartening thing is that you just hear over 100 people killed here, and after an hour, you won't hear anything again. No reprisal. Know that these people who carried out this attack had been arrested or had been, it's terrible. Right. So now, the point that we're trying to say here is like the government also, it's either they're overwhelmed or they're complicit.
All right, I will come back to you, Bishop. Well, Alhaji, you heard him. What really got me a bit worked up was when I saw the footage. These soldiers in Borno State, one of their barracks or cantonments, so to speak, they saw them coming. They said they're redoing to the Air Force for help, according to reports. But what they said, help didn't get there on time, no air support, and many of them lost their lives. With the U.S. coming to show that particular strength in Nigeria, did it make things worse?
Thank you. Let me start from that angle of U.S. coming, whether it makes it worse. Some of us were among those who actually was against the coming of the United States, despite the fact that we know that, yes, the security issue have actually overwhelmed our Nigerian armed forces, that to the extent we deserve to get a foreign support to ensure that we curb this whole thing. But from the antecedents of the United States that we have followed suit, right from the little knowledge we have even gathered, the United States have never come to any country and left the country even better than the way the country was. They've never come to any country to actually help them to solve their problem. Rather, they have always come for their own interest. It's just more like politics. And there are other countries that are actually suffering this insurgency. The United States is not there because of what they are looking for is not there. But countries that have what they are looking for, they are always there claiming they want to form one or two support or the other. So we have always opined that, yes, we know that this security have overwhelmed our security architecture, no doubt about it. We have said that several times on this studio. To the extent we have even called for changing of hierarchy, so the extent it was changed. Up to now, to no avail. But we know that coming of the United States will not solve the situation because they have what they are looking for. And since they came, they said they shoot one bomb somewhere, and even the villagers were claiming the bomb landed on an empty land and nobody was killed. But somebody claimed bandits were killed. But today, if the bandits were actually killed, where are these ones now coming out from? So to me, their coming is intelligence issue as well again, just to be on the ground, to gather some intelligence and probably what they are looking for, so that they will know what they are looking for and continue to do what they want to do. And at the end of the day, they go, because to the end, I don't really see America really wants Nigeria to be a better country. Because if they actually want Nigeria to be a better country, most of these things I think they said they want to do will not come, because nobody wants the Nigeria to be better than them, because you know that Nigeria becomes the way God has created Nigeria, even in the map. Now with the resources we have, if Nigeria becomes great tomorrow, we will become the new heaven. We will become the United States. You understand? So I don't think the West actually wish Nigeria well. You understand? Since they came now, like as you said, I've actually seen any changes. And I don't think America will tell me they don't actually know where these people are. They do. Because with the level of intelligence America have, like my brother have actually opined, with the great intelligence of the Israeli government, Israeli always work pari passu with the United States of America. So there's no way you would tell me that as long as you use Android phone, wherever you are in this country is well known. Even of recent, we've just been told that Google have just bought a big security company from the Israeli government, from the Israeli, in the tunes of the billions of dollars. What I'm trying to tell you is that as long as you use Android phone as a Nigerian, your whereabouts is not hidden. Your conversation is not hidden. Whatever you do is not hidden. In fact, with the use of this Android phone that we are using, there is nothing like secrecy or you are hidden. No, it's open. It's just if they mean you, they will tell you your location where you are and they will come actually get you. So if they really wish and want to actually assist Nigeria in curbing this insurgency, we would have heard that by now, heads would have started rolling. But today, as you can see, like as you said, it's either going from bad, not to worse. You understand what I'm saying now? So we have actually seen it. But me, I know from my own little knowledge that what they are coming from is different from what we claim or what we think we are seeing from the TVs or from the newspaper that they want to solve insecurity. No, they don't know what they are coming from. And I believe they must have started doing what they are coming from. So they will leave us to be killing ourselves. Because all the countries America have entered, stepped their foot, they always left it worse than the way the countries ever were.
Okay, let's get to Honorable Paul Ogido Aige. We see joining us visually all the way from Lagos. Now, what do you feel about the current security situation? Tiny to watch Gumi said that the government of the day know who these terrorists are, they know where they reside, they know everything. Bringing back again memory a statement accredited to late General Sani Abacha said that if insurgency should exceed 24 hours, maybe the government of the day, or the government rather, is involved. Can you hear me?
Well, thank you, Mr. Witt. Always debated this matter, and we've been doing that over and over again. And today, I'm very sure that it is what we have always said that we will continue to say, and we are going to say again today. The insurgency and those responsible for it are not hidden. The government knows these people. I listened to one of the stakeholders in the North, Sheikh Gumi, when he granted an interview and said that he doesn't go to these people alone. He goes with officials of government. He informed a lot of people in the system. He doesn't just go there alone. That he too is trying to find solutions to this. What does that goes to show us? It goes to show that the government itself knows who these people are. It is not as if they are hidden. Like the last speaker there said, the moment you dial someone's number on your Android phone, your location is no longer hidden. We have seen cases where the police track switched off phones from one state to another in this country. And the tracker takes them down to the very bottom of where that phone is hidden. We have seen that severally. These guys perpetrating these dastardly acts, they are not hidden. They make calls. They are on TikTok. They are on Facebook. So for anybody to say they don't know where they are, it is not a story that is meant for the adults. Those stories are meant for children. In fact, those in the nursery school that you can tell anything. And it's getting worse by the day. If you tune your social media, you open the pages of the social media, you will find that there are occasions where you won't be able to eat if you have human feeling. I have gone to bed without dinner on several occasions because of things I see on social media concerning the insecurity in this country. We are in a very sorry state. a very sorry state. And if you ask me, nothing is being done about it. If anything is being done right now, I think whatever is being done is not enough to show that something is being done. Because all the, I don't know, I don't want to call it efforts, because if I call it effort, it's like something is being done. It's like they are playing gimmicks with the insecurity that is ravaging this country. The basic reason for poverty, hunger, and starvation in Nigeria today, which is the biggest problem facing the citizens of this country, is coming down from insecurity. Take insecurity away, nobody have a right to starve in Nigeria. Talking to you, I used to be a farmer myself. I found that I made money from it. And I will tell you the truth, I made a lot of money from farming. Today, that is not possible anymore. It is not just me, every other person that farm that I know in the area where I farm, nobody is in that environment anymore. And I doubt if they were able to relocate to other places to farm. So how are we going to tackle the food challenges that we have in this country?
All right, thank you.
The time we come when you go to the market,
I will definitely come back to you. All right, now let's get to hear from Professor Owen Olo, who joined us virtually all the way from Agbo. Prof, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to have you join us this wonderful afternoon. Now, what do you feel about the topic of discourse, talking about the current or recent security situation in the country and the cost of governance, drawing an analogy from what is really going on, kidnapped victims, killed victims, you just name it.
Mr. Wilson, good afternoon, and good afternoon, viewers at home. It is quite pathetic to say the least, that life does no longer matter to Nigerians. Life does no longer matter to Nigerians, and nobody seems to care about what is happening. But why I use that phrase initially, or rather that sentence, that opening sentence, that life does no longer matter. If we observe what is happening currently now, this is not strange in the sense that towards a regime change, we usually have something like this. You know, it's quite unfortunate. Towards a regime change, or rather towards election year, we used to have situations like this where insecurity will start to rise, to be on the increase. Apparently, this is now politically motivated, if you ask me. If you remember vividly, when towards the election of 2015, before the election, insecurity also in this country heightened. And you will want to agree with me that that was largely, of course, later expositions came that that insecurity that was experienced at that time was actually sponsored in order to discredit the government of the day and possibly make Nigerians not to look on the side of that government. And here we are again now. The drum has been on about 2027 presidential election. And of course, the politicians, I want to say this, without fear or favor, the human life does not matter to them. They are at it again. The insecurity in this country has heightened. In fact, it's quite unfortunate, it's quite pathetic. And despite the efforts, even though many of us may seem not to know, or rather want to acknowledge that there is effort, but we cannot rule out the fact that indeed there is actually effort. Because, when you are putting effort on something and you have a lot of saboteurs within, people trying to sabotage all about governments, people who want to possibly come and be this government should not return and all that. And you will just see, there are a lot of inside saboteur. This is not really about, this is about discrediting the government, making things unstable. Oh, Nigerians will no longer have faith. Oh, and then, of course, the cry for regime change and all that. It is unfortunate that that life, human life, sacred as human life is, does not matter to our politicians. All they care about their interests. They care about how they will be this and how they will be that. And then so they don't care about people who are dying. All I see here, I see politically motivated terrorism. Politically motivated terrorism. Just like we had it in 2015. That's exactly what is now happening now. And again, we cannot really
to you, Professor Owen. You just hold on. Let's try to get your connection right. You heard him say this might just be politically motivated. After all, it happened in time of President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan just to discredit his government. How true is this allusion, so to speak?
Okay, well, whether politically motivated or unpolitically motivated, one thing is sure: government had the responsibility to protect life and property. I hold government responsible over the unending security situation in Nigeria. Other countries has published names of people who are sponsoring terrorists in Nigeria. Nigeria government had failed to publish same. Nigeria government claimed to know the people but had failed to publish same. Either because of the political will to public or don't want to step on people's toe, but doing this at the expense of the blood of your citizen. You see, what is crime? There are people who want to commit crime, but when they meet equal forces, look at today, the Iranian new leader is looking for assurance to end the war and all of that because he has made equal force. So when you talk about it's for political reason or whatever, that is the reason why we say government has the powers, they have the machineries, they have the money, everything. They only just lack the will. Government is supposed to gather intelligence on knowing who formulated all of this. And this is where the government must come out if they are not complicit. That's why I say it's either government is complicit or government lack the political will. But Nigeria is bleeding. If I can tell you, take this statistic to the market, it won't fail. 90 out of 100 persons in Nigeria, when you give the opportunity, they will leave this country. So, in other words, not because of any other thing, first because of insecurity. The issue of kidnapping right now, even in this our dear state, is on the high side. And all of that. And you, just like our brother said today, you will now imagine what's first of all, the slow response to emergency is even killed it. We were caught a few days ago. They were kidnapping in this serious kidnapping was going on where up to 8 persons were taken. They were making calls, no response. Even the Borno situation has come. So, in other words, the government need to come sit down and say, what is happening? If there is a response, a quick response to security crime, and the people just for people go insecurity, always successful. People want to be recruited. All of that. So we want to call on government. We don't want to know whether it is politically motivated. We don't want to know whether it is sponsored by non-Nigerians or whoever. Government rise up to responsibility, constitutional responsibility of protecting life and property. Nail whoever it is.
Okay. Playing between complicitness and, of course, political will. From what do you think that the government of the day ought to be doing, but they are not doing. Remember what Mr. President said? He said, look, Nigeria should succumb to fear. That will definitely overcome this particular situation. Complexity or inability come will to really handle the situation. Alhaji.
Thank you. The government have the ability to handle the situation. I will always be concurring. I will concur with Bishop in his opinion that the willpower is actually the thing. Because if not the willpower, me I know definitely Nigeria was once rated as the best guerrilla warfare, even in Africa. Do you know what that thing means? That in Africa, guerrilla warfare, Nigerian soldiers were ranked higher. That is to tell you that these persons perpetuating this act, whether they are foreigners or indigenes, that Nigerian military, they are good enough to crush them. So one is stopping them from crushing them. One, the willpower now comes in. Two, didn't you check budgets of other countries when it comes to military defense budgets? Now, brother, it swallows Nigeria budget how many times? What I'm trying to tell you right now is that if you have to fight this crime, you have to bring in money. You have to bring in resources.
We are talking about over 10 billion naira now.
It's still not enough. What is 10 billion?
Because
okay.
some are saying because of this money, that's the reason why they
are
issues.
No. What if, for example, somebody sponsoring these insurgents have like 50 billion and you are budgeting 10 billion? I don't know. How do you look billion these days? To politicians, billions is not like a million. I don't know if you are getting what I'm saying now.
All right, now you just hold on what to go for. When we return, we'll continue with your line of thought. We'll be right back. Do not go away. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria. We'll use 1 hour to peruse on issues that is bedeviling or helping the country. Depends on that particular topic. Well, we're taking a look at security situation in the country, the custom governance. You were making a vital point. Alhaji, before we went on that break, please commence with the points we are making.
Thank you. So what I was saying in essence is that the willpower is one of them. And second, the funding is the biggest challenge to this our security architecture.
And I said money has been given to them.
I am now so
that some accuse of this security agency because they want money. They are causing more trouble. They are causing mayhem.
I also told you just now that what is budgeted for them is too insignificant compared to those who are sponsoring them, what they have in their bank accounts. I have attended series of security and peace council meeting in my LGA. I have listened to the demands and cries of the divisional police officers. What they demand. The truth is that security agencies are, inadequately funded. They don't even have vehicles. When you see on television governor giving healers, how many healers is governor giving police? If he gives 18 healers, for example, are you going to peg them in one pair? Do you know how many divisional police officers, divisional police stations we have in the local government? Some have more than 15 police divisional stations in a single local government. For example, if you bring in only one healers, how can you share it? What I'm trying to tell you in essence right now is that the budget that we are budgeting for security in this country, if they still budget ×5 of it, it will still not be enough to cover this, because our Nigerian armed forces and the security agencies, they are willing, we are strong, we are mentally alert. But the problem right now is that the motivations are not there, the resources are not there, the machineries to use are not there. So do you not expect them to use their personal power, their bare hands to do this thing? Okay. So those two factors are the thing. Let the government come up with the willpower by saying, yes, we want to curb this insecurity and to vote in huge amount of money. Don't go and be voting security vote, billions of naira, security vote, millions of naira. The real deal that needed is security, you are not putting it down there.
Okay, now let's get to hear from Honorable Paul. Let's see if he's going to agree with your comment about the situation we're facing right now. From what Alhaji said, he said we need more money. Is money the issue or the willpower, Honorable Paul?
I don't want to agree, but partially,
I think my brother there is right to an extent. It is not as if those monies are not there. If you look at what is being budgeted, it's adequate enough to tackle the insecurity, because this insecurity has spanned a long time. We have had it for a very long time, and every year we keep having budgets upon budgets, to curb the menace. But the question we need to ask is, this money is being budgeted, does it trickle down to fighting this insecurity? Are we not aware that even the budget of 2024 is still being pursued, even in 2026, not yet implemented, whereas we already have a year interval? So I think that is one of the problems. The monies, does it go down to what it is meant to do? That is the question we should be asking here. Because we hear these figures. These are humongous figures. These are figures that many other countries cannot even, they just dream it. They cannot realize it for insecurity alone. So for one to say that the monies are not enough, I don't want to believe. What I want to believe here is that the monies being budgeted are not going into what it is meant for. This is what I think. It is my personal opinion. And you will agree with me that a lot of people have this opinion as well, that perhaps due to corruption, these monies are not trickling down. That is the problem we are having. Then as to cost of governance, we know that the cost of governance in this country is one of those problems that is killing the nation. Because everybody, once a budget is rolled out, it is rolled into pockets. There are big politicians with deep pockets that we never allow this to trickle down. We hear people embezzling billions and billions of naira, billions of dollars in their coffers. And you begin to wonder, what do they need this money for? Honestly, no man on earth needs all such money to be able to enjoy their lives. If you have human feelings, you don't need to embezzle 10 billion to be a big man that you want to be, honestly speaking. So I want to also agree that there is no political will right now to tackle insecurity. And that is why we are where we are. If the political will is there to tackle insecurity, I can assure you that this thing will not take 6 months to fix totally. The government knows those who are behind this insecurity. They know their sponsors. The foreign powers have told us who they are, but our government have refused to do anything about it. Even to publish it here, it's not done. So it's a big problem. Now, I want to say that my personal opinion, though, that this government really want to hear and see Nigerians cry. Otherwise, fixing this problem is not too difficult for them to do. Honestly speaking, if they want to fix insecurity, you must.
I will come back to you. All right. Well, his last comments, he said this government really wants to see Nigeria cry. Let's go to Agbo right now, where Professor Owen is standing by. Would you agree to his comment that this government wants to see Nigerian cry, or the government in itself is being overwhelmed and we might just need external help either from the U.S. but also from Israel to make all this go away?
This is exactly what the saboteurs aim to achieve. This is their aim, to paint the government in bad light. The government loses credibility when the government goes to the poll, and of course the government will be voted out. That is exactly what the saboteurs, the people who are behind this is exactly what they want to achieve. They want Nigerians to feel that, oh, this government does not have them at heart. This government is wicked. And it's quite unfortunate that it appears that is the impression that is out there. To say that the government is overwhelmed is to say the least. And I want to believe it is because of that particular reason. That is why the United States offered to help Nigeria. And for budgetary allocation, I would not want to say that a security budget security is underfunded. Because I believe that over 25% of our yearly budget goes to security. The efforts of government may not be paying off as of now. We may not be seeing so much of government effort. But to say that government is making effort, government is making a lot of effort, but we are not seeing these efforts because of some people who possibly are gaining from this whole thing. Some people are gaining, some people are benefiting from this terrorism. Some people are benefiting from these killings. Some people are benefiting when money is budgeted for security. This money will actually pass through Chanel. People are the ones that will buy these weapons and bring back for us to use here. If this insecurity is not completely solved, it means that money may not be flowing their way again. That's on one side. And again, too, those who are also possibly sponsoring it, who are sponsoring it because of a regime change, they have something they will benefit. If the government is discredited, if Nigerians see the government that, oh, the government is not doing enough, and vote this government out, it will benefit them. So the whole thing is just not, it's quite unfortunate that we are where we are. But to say that we cannot pretend, in as much as I know that people may not really like this present government, because even during Jonathan's time, as good as Jonathan was, 2015, when this insecurity issue started, and when the killings in the north, the killings in the north was at the peak. Of course, Jonathan lost credibility in the eyes of everybody. So the government is doing their bit. A budget, a state budget, where you have over 25% of the budget given to security, is a whole lot. Just like the thing may not be trickling down. You have the federal government at that level, and then the federal government is there. We have the state government. This thing is budgeted. There's supposed to be a channel, but sometimes along the channel, you have so many clogs. You have so many wastes. You have so many diversions because of the Nigerian system, the Nigerian factor. Everybody wants to benefit. Everybody wants to get as much as one want to get, not minding the consequences. Nobody seems to care. I have always said that Nigeria is a country of dog shop dog. We are all sitting on our chair. Everybody is benefiting. Once you are benefiting, you don't care again what happens. Whether people die, whether people don't die, you don't care. So long as you are benefiting from the whole thing. It's unfortunate. The government is doing so much. The government is overwhelmed. And
I will come back to you. I will definitely come back to you. Well, he said the government is doing so much, but some persons are doing everything possible to discredit the government of the day. So they lose confidence in the government, and by so doing may not want to vote for him again come 2027. We can go on and on this particular discussion, but one thing is certain: Nigerians are weary. Yeah. Nigerians are tired. Nigerians are tired of receiving call of bringing ransom of over 100 million naira. Sometimes the ransoms they are paid, and the persons in captivity, they are killed. Yeah. And that is the worst part of it. So Nigerians are really, really tired of this terrible situation. We hope and pray that our government, through the help of other greater nations, should just please put this particular country back in track to the time of peace, tranquility, and of course progress. Our heart goes out to everyone that is in captivity, those are really going through severe pains of trying to get that money. Some of that paying money get to it, they've been killed. So sad. Very, very sad indeed. So government, please wake up to your responsibilities. Seek help if you must. Nigerians are really, really tired. Well, that's that for that. Now let's take a look at this other topic that I talked about in course of opening. They show the overwhelming presence of the APCs, like a shadow right now, hovering around the country, swallowing up every other party in Nigeria. Some are saying the end party will have in 2027 election might just be massive. Now, this is the second topic of discussion of today's edition of 60 Minutes Nigeria. Should this call for worry?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. If you want to ask me, I will tell you the defection to APC, the dividends of fuel subsidy removal. You see, the president have a lot of money to give to the governor. They are like new bride right now. Every governor is singing the praise of the president. Unlike the former previous government, when they go to FARC, they fight out of FARC because I think the federal government was accused one time of printing money to make up money. So now the what the APC government has done, mop up money from poor Nigerians and giving it to politicians in the name of fuel subsidy removal, and that's what we are seeing. I'm not worried about it. The issue is a concern because Nigeria have no politicians. Nigeria just have businessmen who came to, hustle.
Businessmen
who came to hustle in the market of politics. No ideology, no clear core, manifestos or whatever. It's just where money de belego, stomach affair, stomach infrastructure. It's quite unfortunate. But you see, let me tell you, this is one of the things. I was saying that when I saw that your team, I said we see have started again. Now, if you drag my leg, I will give my leg to drag. And these are my words. The other political party that will stand against APC 2027 is their non-performance. The level of hunger in the society, the level of insecurity, the hard-heartedness of this government and all of that, with anywhere popular Nigeria, just something like what we have in 2023 when we have Mr. Peter Obi movement. If there's any movement that will come in 2027, you will know what is called human revolution and all of that. This the campaign is normal. When you have money, you have many brides. People, everybody, you are Solomon. Solomon is rich. He has 700 wives, 300 concubines. Every woman wants to marry a big man and all of that. So we are not perturbed with all this. They are defecting or whatever. It only expose the fact that Nigeria have no politician.
Okay. Nigeria has no politician. You heard it from Bishop Bright Olumese. So what's your take on this?
Yeah, man, I concur with him on the ground that yes, our politicians does not have principles. They don't have principles. There's no ideology, which is actually the case. Because now I don't see somebody campaigning on the platform of a particular platform, and that platform ordinarily is supposed to have an ideology. And later, after a while, suddenly you fell in love with another ideology of somebody and said, no, I must have to come because the president is doing X, Y, Z. Gone are those days where we have the Awolowo parties and the Zik parties and the rest. The Awolowo parties then were known for education. Any states that their party is ruling, building of universities and schools were one of the top priorities. That was when parties have ideology. Yeah. They don't care about what is happening, but that the ideology, they stick to it. Yeah. But in this case, somebody is in APC today and chants good governance. He goes back to another party, for example, PDP, and he's still chanting the same style of government. No difference. Those that are decamping right now from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressive Congress, go and check their states since they decamped now. If there was any kind of style or change of governance, it's still the same thing. It's still him. There's no difference. So, and it now makes me to now agree with him that majority of them are just said, okay, let me sync with the central so that I can continue to have my benefits. And because they said politics is all about interest. So what happened then? My interest first, not the people's interest. But I think this new electoral act now is trying to streamline some certain things. But okay, register, as a political party member. So at this time around now, if I am online, if I say I've registered as an online member of this party, tomorrow if I'm trying to go to this party, I think they have put an expiring period. Yeah. That there's no way you cannot decamp until that period. I think this is the first step. So at the end of the day, APC should come up and say, this is our ideology. As ADC now is now the new bride, people also coming now. They should also have an ideology that will know that, okay, your own is after fighting insecurity. When you are in power, every insecurity is gone. We know that yes, this party that they fight security, where may they come, they will fight security. We know that this party, your own is facing power or education. And if we now know that our educational system is becoming decaying, well, this party can solve it. Everybody will solve this party. All right, thank you. Understand? So they should have an ideology first. So I like this electoral act first. Let us see how we can manage this electoral act to see how we can bring in something better. But those decamping, it is not because of good governance, my brother. It's because of lack of principle.
Right. Some of the people that Nigerians don't have politicians the way they used to have them way back. They are not built the same way of old, strong, resilient politicians. Let's give this example. For instance, when Bola Ahmed Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State, he was the only one in the opposition.
And he stood.
He stood his ground. Till this particular moment. Honorable Paul, I mean, if you compare the Tinubu when he was the governor of Lagos State, despite the fact I had this occasion with Mr. President, the former President Olusegun Obasanjo, where subventions, allocations were not being given to Lagos. But the student was able to bring out something to keep the state running. How come politicians of nowadays are not behaving the way old, strong, dogged politicians were built to, like, last?
What do you expect in a country of particular concern where people have lost their dignity, they've lost their integrity, and all that matters to them is their stomach and that of their family and their cronies? The politicians we have over time have been able to weaponize poverty to the extent that even those you tend to respect in the society will, because of how will tomorrow be for me, how am I going to be able to take care of my family, they jump into whatever is given to them. You see a vehicle without tires, no brake, nothing, and you are jumping into it. Something is responsible. And I can assure you, like my colleagues there said, those who are decamping to APC now, it's not because they have anything better or because they see anything better coming out of that party, but because they know already that poverty has been weaponized to an extent that if you stand alone, you may not be able to survive. So it takes a man of integrity to be able to withstand the temptation of going with this party. Imagine removing fuel subsidy, borrowing a lot of money, billions and trillions, into the economy, and nothing is happening. And I can tell you, Mr. Wilson, that I cannot tell you the direction of that party. All they care is that if I go into this party, I'll be able to secure my second term. Even if I'm ending it right now, I'll be able to go to Senate as an ex-governor. That is what is going on, honestly. And I will tell you also that a man that is carrying a basket of corn, what do you expect the fowls around it to do? They will run after that man. Bini say, no, the man that is having the basket of the corn is the very man that all the fowls will run after. And that's what you are seeing. All the monies right now are
Thank you.
And so
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, Dr. Owen, briefly going to have the last line on this discussion because our time is up. What do you think our politicians should do, knowing fully that opposition are beginning to come into the APC in full fold? Senators, House of Rep members, governors, you just name it, is that they're forgetting the vow or the allegiance they swore to a political party. Right now, they are running towards the APC. In 1 minute.
We see. I want to say that my colleagues over there may not have responded to that particular subject. Let us be sincere when we address issues here. Now, look at all the political parties in Nigeria today. Which political party in this country is stable as we speak? The PDP, there's infighting, there's instability. Labour Party, there's instability, there's infighting. The only party that seems to be free from rancor is the APC. Apparently, that is why many of the politicians, the governors, are not defecting to APC, because that is where we seem to have some level of stability. And if you talk about removing the subsidy, taking money from the poor and giving to the governor, governors, I would not agree with that, because many of the the presidential candidates for 2023 presidential election also promised to remove subsidy. Now they have removed subsidy, and there's not more money for governors. The Nigerians should learn to hold their governors accountable. The monies are with the governors. The governors are supposed to develop their states with this money. Nobody is asking the governors question. Where the money, the allocation that they get from FAC every month, what are the governors of these states doing with this money? This increased allocation. when you talk about issues like this, I want us to be very holistic and be very sincere. Which party is stable? Apparently, these governors that are decamping to the APC, apparently there is something that they are seeing. They are seeing some level of maybe they are seeing the president trying to possibly improve the economy and all that. They have their
Our time is up. Our time is up. I know you have so much to say, Prof. You have too much to say. Well, we are pressed for time. You've heard Prof. said the reason why they're going to the APC is because of political stability after we have issues with the PDP, Labour Party. You just limit APC, according to him, seems to be the best bet. But come on, think about it. A man stood alone, and the man is the one right now in charge. Why can't our politicians just be like Mr. President when he was a former governor of Lagos? Only AD stood against PDP. Only AD stood despite the heat and everything. What is happening to our politicians? Questions for them to really answer. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. I know you have your last line, but there's no time for that. I appreciate both of you. And of course, the personnel that joined us visually, I really appreciate all of you. Do this again next week, Thursday, God willing. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. It's not the idea. You're not over. Yes. You're not doing so much. Yes, my dear. Where's the Ramanisha? Where's the Ramanisha? Oh, it's not here. Where's the my dear? It's
The
Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will. Papa. Caliban was in a coupon that we said, who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Echo one as ever. Ever here, not the letter did we ask about my former. I will wait in it. A joke. Hey, Jonah will. Hey, Jonah, pull up. Hey, Jonah, Nuria, why you go back. But John Way, Kajan and I had the way. Why we were there when I'm no matter of
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and today on Viewpoint we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues and situations that we as business owners, as individuals, are facing in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses. with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts, far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a Viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
In terms of security of it, we need light. And based on that, in some areas, it makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night. And we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that is very dangerous, that without light we cannot do anything of such. For so doing, we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo State government to try and do the needful, so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us, in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria. Because since a month, there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came, a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and they will bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect it. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a NEPA people with a ladder. They will come. They will come. And after their collection, there's nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer here, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them. And we work for it. We should not claim ownership. And we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something a day. Before. After all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses have to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipt. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we make that transformer, got that transformer, we've been blacked out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay a standing bill. We went to Testament, the office there. After we left the one at the bypass, they were delivering us. Before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got in there again, he said we have to go for all those things, we need to fulfill all those things which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to a month, we are still in blackout again. So at the end of it, we went again, they said it was according to them, that the electric wiring merge. That was the cause that they now cut us off again from EOY again, which we not pay. Read that matter again. The Chile community, which is the Kabetu, Igbo and Igbo. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said EOY is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if EOY is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout. So I told you this. So before we sort all those things, we have already made up our mind. We can do away with our NEPA. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue, they should cut everybody off totally, so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 2 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BEDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity, government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it. But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights, is really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their foodstuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighboring are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution and the rest of it. And then the enabling law, the happy thing recently is that they have said is deregulated. You know, state governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. You know, we cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. You know, we should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, we have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monday, our governor of Edo, executive governor, you have to do more when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, but not everybody. And so at this junction, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small jewelry, those are better past our neighbor used to buy then 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger and the LMX 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't bring light. Children brought from abroad. The NEPA don't bring light. Can you imagine such? And so these funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light, on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This BDC, I made a pack, made a go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue. Is what the government is trying. I know I cannot chrome them in one day, but we individual too. Like the police used to say, see something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use it as a bait. And so we need to. Edo State government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone. But I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, it was December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. December, look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. And they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor, our excellency can do more about that to give us more security like this. If you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no-go area at night. You can't date. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
ADDC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness, Benin City. Edo State, as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light. They call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day. Some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in these 20 years, people shout, hey, they'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BEDC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when people, when it is 110 for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown and bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. To us privatize, that was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because we don't work in darkness, and then the only thing that is helping us now is this solar that people put everywhere, and some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel. It's not everybody that had that kind of money, so it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife. But government is trying to bring it back by putting street light and everything. So we commend them. We pray that God will give government more power, more strength, more wisdom to do what they have to do. And there's individuals are also trying by helping to lighten up everywhere. So we praise them. But for BEDC, I think it should go. Make better people.
The situation of electricity in Benin here now, I will give them at least 30%. They don't give up to 50% from area. But I wish the government can improve, because if you see what they happen to us now, we use our hand to define electricity. Some of us will go generator for us, some of us will get solar, some of us will go generate big blister. All these people will get like hotel. So I wish the government they really improve for electricity. All those generators will become condemned for our hand. You understand? So people are not going to go for it. And money, now they need to put, because that energy, that light will really linger. If light day for this, imagine if you come for here for Shilok Road now, government already put light, but in the evening, everywhere will be dark. So where there is light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, waiting, anything for that light is too plenty. Maybe one particular. So we need light. If I come out for office now, if light no day, we will buy generator. At least from office, I buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 every day for sure. Imagine a times 1 month, I big money, I money. From then I will see look at it, come here say we want to go for solar. We can use solar to stabilize them, because solar they give us more, make savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. The show of light is difficult to us. It's very, very, very low. I don't know if you're getting it, very low. We need light. The show of light in Edo State is very poor. Patronage is very low. You can see we import fuel at least every day 10,000, 15,000 a day. But you can stay 2 days, 3 days, no light. The show of business is very, very, very low. Very low. So we are begging government to improve the light aspect. That light, you cannot sell bulb, you cannot sell fan. You understand? When you have light, you prepare to buy fan. Not everybody can provide solar for his house. Actually, we need light.
Electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings, because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers, as against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BDC keep complaining that the distribution, the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point, they also raise the issue of federal government owing them. But just recently, the federal government has paid a huge sum of money to liquidate what they are owing this distribution company. But looking at the experience of consumer in terms of the electricity supply, it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So, and there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints. Nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
ITV, certainly the best.
Paternity fraud is the intentional misrepresentation of a child's biological father. This deception can have profound emotional, financial, and legal consequences for the man who was misled into believing he is the biological parent, the mother, and the child involved. It's one form of misattributed paternity or paternal discrepancy. Specifically, paternity fraud is the intentional misidentification of a child's biological father. Paternity fraud is distinct from other unintentional misattribution which may arise from simple error, an accident such as mix-up during fertility treatment or a sexual assault. Paternity fraud is a significant and growing concern in Nigeria, driven by societal pressures, infidelity, and increasing accessibility of DNA testing. Recent reports from DNA testing centers suggest that approximately 1 in 4 men who seek paternity tests discover they are not the biological fathers of their presumed children. Paternity fraud is a situation where a woman misleads or deceives a man into believing and accepting he is the biological father of a child. It is a rampant, growing but underexploited issue in Nigeria with significant ethical, legal, and social consequences. Despite anecdotal evidence suggesting a high percentage of up to 40% in some private DNA testing centers, there is a critical research gap in empirical data and logical provision addressing paternity fraud. Existing family laws do not explicitly recognize paternity fraud, leading to inconsistent judicial outcomes and inadequate restitution, for affected individuals. Cultural taboos connected to paternity testing further complicate the issue, as requesting a DNA test is often perceived as distrustful or disrespectful, challenging deeply held cultural values. This study examines the ethical dilemmas, legal gaps, cultural influences, and social impact of paternity fraud in Nigeria.
It's a welcome development. I don't have any issues with it at all. People don't just wake up and demand for DNA tests. It is based on circumstances and issues around relationship and trust. And that is why you see people coming up to say they want to be sure. We've had a whole lot of issues around paternity, both from the male angle and from the female angle. So we've had issues. And the only way you can draw finality or conclusion to it is when you ask for a DNA test. Now, the good thing about DNA test is that it is either 99% or 0%. So it's very easy to know that this is my child and this is not my child. Very easy. And I want to say that for me, I don't have any issues. I don't have any problem. I encourage it, particularly when there are doubts around the issue of birth. I don't see any reason if there are circumstances and you are demanding for paternity test. If there are no issues, then why are you afraid of it? You shouldn't be afraid when you know your hands are clean. So on the issue of breakages of marriages, of course it will happen. If it happened that it's negative or it's positive, I mean, and it happened that your suspicions are correct, certainly it will lead to either divorce or separation. Basically, I don't think that is a social problem at all, but it will also give you rest of mind to say, yes, either this is my child or not. We must begin to live faithfully with each other. I think that is it. If you know you are not faithful, also you should also know that you can be cut out. Basically, that there is a way we can identify and find out if you were faithful in your marriage. You know, all these things leads to succession as well, property rights and succession rights. So it is not just only paternity issues. It goes a long way when it comes to property devolution, as well as other areas of social issues that we must also look at. You do not want another person's child to inherit your property. So those are the things. You see, it's not something that just end up with the man and the woman. It goes further than that. And you will also recall that late MKO Abiola, before he died, insisted that the majority of his children should be tested. And that happens. And you all know the result of that test. A lot of those kids or a lot of those children were not his at all. And because of that, they were denied the rights of property inheritance. You see, but of course, he would have done that probably when he was alive. So I don't see anything wrong with it. It should be encouraged in society, and it should be encouraged globally.
It has become a thing that people now practice it because of some reasons. Otherwise, before now, it's assumed that once a woman is pregnant and she's married, that pregnancy belongs to her husband, and eventually the child belongs to the husband. But within some circumstances that you now found that maybe the child is sick and the child is taken to the hospital, he needs blood transfusion, the blood does not rhyme with the supposed father and things like that. I think that's where the idea of doing DNA came about. And you and I know that it can be so disappointing that you are raising a child only for you to discover that that child is not yours. And to avoid all this, that's where they brought the idea of doing DNA. And also, when they want to travel out, well, there are also issues there. So you go to embassy with so much confidence, and at the end of the day, you find that the children you have taken to embassy to get visa, they are not yours. So it's really disheartening. But I want to advise my fellow women, let us be truthful to our husbands. If you know you can't stay with the man, instead of jumping around, just get out of the marriage so everybody know that you are single. Instead of pretending to be married and yet you are more of a single person. And at the end of the day, you bring other men's children for the man to take care of. And at the end of the day, there are issues. So instead of putting yourself in that disgraceful manner, just stay on your own and they know that you are not married. And you can do whatever you want into your life. Nobody is going to ask you, why are you doing that? In every action, there are always consequences. So everybody should stick to what belongs to them so that the children you have will know that they are yours and things like that. But even the men, they do it with recklessness, except when the man eventually dies. You see people coming from every angle that this man was my father and all that. And I think that is not healthy. So let us believe morally. God says, if do not fornicate. So, and you know the punishment of fornication. So let's just avoid it and be faithful to our partner.
Findings reveal that economic insecurity, societal pressure on women to bear children, and restricted access to affordable DNA testing contributes to the problem. Key causes of paternity fraud include marital infidelity and concealment. Women may hide that a child was conceived with someone other than their partner to avoid divorce or abandonment. This can also happen when a woman gets pregnant, probably for her ex. In order to save her marriage and family reputation, she will cleave to an unsuspecting innocent loving partner, especially when the wedding date has been fixed. It does happen when the woman's husband lives abroad for greener pasture. Perhaps he stays out of the country for a couple of years and occasionally comes to visit once a year or once every 2 years to 5 years, leaving the woman lonely and vulnerable to temptations from other men. These ladies sometimes sleep with their house help or security guards. The brothers or best friend of the said man abroad may be lured into their net if they are not careful. Another factor is financial motivation. A desire to secure child maintenance, inheritance, or financial support from a financially stable man. Sometimes desperate ladies go a long way to tie the man of their dreams with pregnancy. They know fully well that the pregnancy does not belong to the said man. Due to the financial stability, they can get pregnant for any man of their choice to remain relevant in the scheme of things.
In our mother's days, they don't even know what is called DNA. Because when you are married, you are married. You live with your husband and your children. It's one family. There is no looking out. And if you look out, they have punishment for it, grave punishment for it. So that was like a standard control that our parents used to sustain friendship in marriage, to sustain respect in marriage, and to sustain oneness in marriage. But these days, it's so unfortunate that young people no more take marriage very seriously, no more take relationship very seriously. They no more take oneness of the family very seriously. And all our culture and traditional effects of such misbehavior is no more in practice. So the best option is to go for DNA. And now we show anything that is not made by God may not be 100% correct. That is the truth about life. Anything that is not made by God is not 100% correct. So even the DNA Are we sure it's 100% correct? The person that is doing the test in the lab, any little mistake will give a bad name to a dog in order to hang it. So the way forward is that all those our cultural practices, traditional practices that are healthy should come back. We should effect it. What is important is your heart, your mind, your conscience before looking at deterrents from outside. In marriage, your heart, your mind, your conscience. This will guide you in order for you not to go astray, either as a man or as a woman. But when these virtues are lost, then we begin to call for DNA. Of course, that's the last resort that will solve the problem. If a woman is accused innocently, then the woman can confidently say, let's go for DNA. And that woman will be vindicated. That's the last resort for now that we have. People are ready to go and swear. Even if you say go and swear, people are ready to go and swear. After swear, they go and do other things to counter this swear.
If it is done sincerely, it brings sanity to preserve marital vow. And at the same time, if a man and a woman knows at the end of their journey, something will come suddenly like this, everybody will check each of ourselves. And the word integrity will prevail. Even nowadays, nobody cares. Nobody wants to know or care about integrity. And that is why sometimes, before you marry in those days, our parents want to know from which family do you want to marry. They go deep into it. If it's a family where you are hit and run, they will not allow. But a woman who has no manner or a man who cannot really preserve, go from one place to another, just bringing babies. And when you find out most of the children, they are sick, you don't need the cause. It's because Fanta face and Coca-Cola body. You find out the father is from another person, the mother is from another place. So how do we go about it? So it's in order to allow integrity to prevail in marriage, I think it is very good and better. And also people should always know that anything you do in secret will come up one day. So I think I personally encourage it. You don't start what you cannot end. When you don't want your house to be broken, we must allow the truth and the honesty. Where your marriage is tailored by your parents, they pay your dowry. Fine, you are being attached to yourselves. And you need to grow into yourself and then bring out children. That's what the Bible says. But the child you want to bring out, or children, are they from one source? They are not corn that you grown up under. So we pray that no broken home. But if the house is broken, you want to find out why. If you mess up your bed, how do you want to lie on it? I encourage it. See if anything come contrarily, you will find out if it is really not. I'm not talking about short course test. You do tests that is not a Yahoo test, retest, and whatever it comes out, fine. What brought this matter of DNA test is reality. Yeah, because sometimes hunger can kill faith. At the time that there is hunger in the land, a stupid person can just come and dash current of pounds or dollars, then you fall off, you derail like trail. So that is why it is good this should be done, and then it's a legacy they want to follow. Where for sincerity we are talking, and integrity will prevail. That's what prevails in a marriage. Sincerity, integrity is what we are talking. Now when you have this, you may not bother, but when, in order to be properly sure, go ahead doing it, so that you have rest assured, peradventure anything happens.
Social stigma and pressure, fear of stigma, pressure to produce children, or pressure from family to have a father figure present. In Nigeria today, some ladies, in order to save their marriage, go extra mile to bear children for their partners, sometimes due to cultural pressure of having a male child or just to have children. Some religious women sleep around with the heads of a religious organization to bear children. Some ordained pastors and imams, traditional worshippers, some working class women get intimate with their colleagues in their places of work just to have children or male child in order to save their marriages.
I am fully in support of that. In terms of this, our modern living, why I really say I support it is that a whole lot of men have trained children for other people, being that they don't even know if they are the actual fathers of the children. The kind of lifestyle most of our ladies live these days I will encourage that the government should make it reasonably affordable for every man or every child to have his DNA done. The reason for me, again, is that if you know the DNA of your child or you know the paternity test of a child, it gives you an in-depth responsibility for you to cater and do what you expect to do for that particular child all through life. But when you don't do it, or when you are not able to do it, when you start seeing some traces of abnormal character emerging from a child, you start imagining, what is this one coming from? And when these things keep happening like this, you see that you will lose trust, and at the end of the day, the psychological effect is enormous. It can even derail the entire system, the entire system of the man or the family. So that is just one of it. We also know that it has so much negative effect in doing it, because sometimes there are certain stories that don't need to be told in the course of living. So I will say that we have some things, some people can manage a family. They may have some maybe limitations in terms of their production and all that from the men, and the woman tries to go out of her way to balance the entire house. And when she goes out of that way and gets the house balanced, perhaps bringing the child or something like that, and then the man eventually find out that this is not my child, it derails the man. For me, sometimes we allow it slide, but majorly it is better we call a spade, we iron things out and make things work. Let the man know if he's adopting, let him know he's adopting. If he's not adopting, let him know the state he is. I will stand with that. But that doesn't deter us from telling us that sometimes certain things have to be kept quiet for peace to reign, for the entire community to be at peace.
Marriage is built on trust. And when you talk about DNA is like a breakdown of trust. When there's no breakdown of trust, DNA won't come. The reason why DNA cannot be ruled out, because you are living with human beings. You cannot also rule out the issue of trust and distrust. So it is there to clear doubt. So DNA naturally should not be compulsory for everybody. DNA test should not be compulsory for everybody. It should not be optional. When there are issues of doubt, then DNA cannot clear that doubt of paternity questions. So the point I'm making is that DNA came to solve a particular situation where people had doubt on the paternity position of their kids. And we find out from results that most time the DNA prove 99.9% no paternity. So we have also found out that DNA comes out to say that paternity correct. So the point I'm making is that DNA should not be made compulsory by government. DNA should be the last resort to clear doubt when there are issues of trust. It's very important. Okay, so that's the reason why we encourage couple. This extramarital activity can actually lead to this issue of doubt. When there is trust in marriage, you've married your wife, you have cohabited and begin to raise children, the issue of DNA would never come up. Yes, but when there are this issue of cohabiting extramarital activities, you will discover that when there are issues, that will come in. Secondly, we have seen that, a child is sick, come and donate blood. And at the end of the day, the blood is not matching. What do we do? Then those are questions of that. So we have also seen situations. This guy was sick. The child, 5 years old, took the child to the hospital. The father was to donate blood. They tested the blood is not matching. It was questioning. And after the shout and all of what that comes through all of that, the woman also did a DNA and discovered that it was not also her. And when they now went back to where they discovered there was mistake from when the child was given birth to, they had mistakenly exchanged that child. And because the woman knew herself, the woman insisted and went through all the rigorous, and they were able to find those people who they gave birth same time in that same facility, and they find her own child. So the DNA naturally cannot be ruled out. There are issues of doubt that it has come to solve. So this is my position. Number one, it cannot now be a must that you just have your child, you go and do DNA. No, it will create doubt when such an accusation against the wife. After the result, such marriage can no longer be as it used to be, because there's already doubt, there's already breakdown of trust, and one of the power of marriage is trust. So we must ensure that this trust base is kept. It is only when the trust is no longer there, then the paternity test becomes very important.
Emotional relationship security. The intention to trap a partner, keep a relationship together, or create a two-parent household. This is where the woman picks on any man of her choice that she felt will be able to stand the test when she gets pregnant, not minding that she's already in a relationship with another man that she intends to get married to, or she's already a married woman living in her husband's house. This may not be the same for every woman, because we have most women in Nigeria that respect relationship and of course respect the tenets of marriage, irrespective of the pressure built upon by society and family to bear male children or still to have children. Other case is uncertainty and concealment. In case where the mother is unsure of the biological father, she may choose a partner to be the legal father. This goes for women with multiple sexual partners. They may not know the guy that got them pregnant. On realizing they are pregnant, they choose from the region of sexual partners, especially the one they feel is financially stable and responsible, to be the father of the unborn child. Cultural factors. Pressure to have children, particularly male children, in some cultures can drive women to hide the true paternity. This can happen in a traditional setting when the line of succession must be maintained. In order to maintain the lineage of the throne, some women will go out of their way to bear a male child or children to maintain the rulership of the clan. The question that is somewhat difficult to answer is whether families should be encouraged to go for paternity tests when the children are born to prevent a foreseen heartache. To ensure clarity in raising a family, a man is sure of. Another nagging thought is how many Nigerians can afford the money to go for a paternity test. It's quite expensive, and an average Nigerian will not be able to foot the bill for a child paternity test, talk less of 2 or 3 children. With a high level of infidelity in Nigerian society today, how can a man secure his home without doubt, know for sure that the children he's fathering are his? There are causes and effects, actions and reactions are equal and opposite. Men, if you must travel out of the country, try everything within your power to take your wife along. After some months or years, let it not be for too long. Women, the choices you have to make as a mother goes a long way to affect the family. Maintain your dignity as a woman or a mother. Put your emotions in check no matter the pressure. Family members, do not put undue pressure on the husband or wife because of the absence of children in your son's marriage. Remember, be it male or female child, they are all gifts from God. Do not put yourself under undue pressure because you want a male child. Men have died of heartache or heart attack on realizing that the children they raised as their children were never theirs. Families shattered on finding out that though they grew up together, did everything together for a long time, were never of the same father. Look around families in Nigeria today. Men are divided beyond recognition as the battle for paternity is tearing the fabric of the society apart. Trust dashed, love thrown out of the window, husbands and wives of dagger drawn, children confused on how to relate with the man they once called father. In all of this commotion, some men do not mind if the kid is theirs as long as they were the ones that the child gets to call father. Men have died of heartache or heart attack on realizing that the children they raised as their children were never theirs. Families shattered on finding out that though they grew up together, did everything together for a long time, were never of the same father. Look around families in Nigeria today. Men are divided beyond recognition as the battle for paternity is tearing the fabric of the society apart. Trust dashed, love thrown out of the window, husband and wives as dagger drawn, children confused on how to relate with the man they once called their father. In all of this commotion, some men do not mind if the kid is not theirs as long as they are the ones that the child gets to call father. Some families choose to bury such dark secrets to keep the family together by living with the pains of betrayal in each of their waking days. As for the ones that cannot take it, they head to court for divorce or return the bride price of the woman if the wedding was based on tradition. Look at that son or daughter of yours. Is he or she truly your blood as a father, as a mother? Look at him or her very well. Is he truly the son or daughter of your husband? That man you call father, is it truly your father? Don't you think it's better to go for paternity tests? Who's your daddy? Who's your dada? Who's your pappy? Don't you think as a child you need to know who your father is? Wilson Omasho reporting.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Naigato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go this direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Yeah. Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo! Alright, please. Woo! Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight is, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm the Auto Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you have to let it work, please. 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, will just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done in set and reps. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's a need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also a need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes to the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually. And it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open. And finally, we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. That's okay, big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of this exercise is the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and I called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys, yeah, you were awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àyàbá aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àlàyé aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.